A very good morning to all of you. On behalf of NCERT, Ministry of Education, Government of India, and on behalf of myself, I welcome all of you to this second day of the international webinar on toys and games to play, make, and learn. My namaskar to everyone. Welcome. Today we are going to have 3 technical sessions and many more presentations like yesterday. And I hope everybody who has joined us on Zoom, on YouTube and other channels will be as enthusiastic as yesterday and watch our event going on, and you will be benefited. I welcome once again each and every one of you, and I hand over for the first session Dr. Professor Suniti Sanwal, who is heading the Department of Elementary Education and NCERT. She is the moderator for the fourth technical session on toys to play, make, and learn, which is a very important aspect of toy-based pedagogy. And Harshad Bhai Shah, Vice Chancellor, Children's University, will be chairing. I hand over to Suniti ji. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Josna ji. Namaskar and a warm welcome to everyone. So we are on day 2, technical session 4 on toys to play, make, and learn. The chairperson is Harshad P. Shah, Vice Chancellor, Children's University. There will be 5 papers in this session, and every speaker will be given 15 minutes to speak. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome the chairperson for today, Harshad P. Shah. He is presently working as in charge Vice Chancellor of Children's University. As per the original notification of Government of Gujarat, he is posted as the Director General of Children's University and assigned the task as in charge Vice Chancellor. Earlier, he has worked as a first Vice Chancellor of the same university. He established Sri Saraswati Shishu Mandir, a school from KG to class 12th at Bardoli, district Surat, wherein 1750 students are studying at present. And he also worked as a president of Vidya Bharati, Gujarati Pradesh. He was nominated as a member of syndicate by Government of Gujarat in Veer Narmad, South Gujarat University. Currently, he is working as a member of Granthalaya Samiti Gujarat State Library, Department for Book Selection in Raja Ram Mohan Rai Library Foundation. Previously, he worked as a member in Gujarati Chalchitra Paritoshik Samiti as a president. He has been a member of various search and selection committees. He has been a coordinator of Gujarat Bhasha Samvardhan Abhiyan. Is the Vice President of Vanche Gujarat Abhiyan launched during the Golden Jubilee of Gujarat. In April 2018, he established Matrubhasha Gaurav Pratishthan for the growth and betterment of Gujarati language in Gandhinagar, Gujarat. His contribution towards literature can be seen through 15 books that are authored and published by him. A very warm welcome to you, Harshad Bhai. The list goes on, but I have taken the liberty to shorten the introduction. So a very warm welcome to you, and I hand over the session to you. Over to you, Harshad Bhai. हर्षद भाई यू आर म्यूटेड आप म्यूट में हैं जी
I'm very much thankful to the Ministry of Education, particularly Anita Karwalji and from NCERT Suniti. I'm very much happy that you have organized such a nice webinar or seminar for 2 days, having selected very good subjects, particularly which will help and go a long way in promoting this toy industry. तो मुझे थोड़ा 1-2 मिनट की पहले बात करूंगा और बाद में हम तुरंत ही आगे जो प्रेजेंटेशन करने वाले हैं उनको ये काम आगे बढ़ाएंगे. 1-2 सेंटेंस मैंने लिखे हैं सूत्रात्मक में. खेले हम खिले भारत, खेले हम खिले भारत, खेलते रहें खिलते रहें. ऐसे ही खेलते खेलते हंसते खेलते सीखें पन पे हमारे विकास पथ का अति महत्वपूर्ण सोपान है खेलना और खिलौना. थोड़ा हिंदी में मुझे कभी-कभी ऐसी प्रेरणा होती है कि मैं ऐसा लिख लेता हूँ. This is a very good subject, particularly playing games and playing with toys is a crucial ritual for the children to start understanding that science and the other subjects, so many other subjects, and its concepts by giving them opportunity to engage and explore. Toys and games today have gone beyond mere playthings, उससे भी आगे कई उसके नए dimensions अभी समझ में आए हैं, and have emerged as a innovative tools and learning and development for the children. A play is a natural activity and a necessary for every child, and necessity for every child to grow. They learn and discover through play activity because of their vast imagination. Play is a symbolic and meaningful activity where children are actively free to explore and discover their surroundings while enjoying but abiding by rules and of the games set by themselves. तो ये जो है ये विषय हमारा 5 लोगों को हमने सुनना है, उनके बहुत अच्छे प्रेजेंटेशन हमने देखना है. तो मुझे कुछ कहने के बजाय या मेरी कुछ ज़्यादा ही समय लेने के बजाय we can start immediately today's session. And yesterday also some good sessions have taken place. These already technical sessions have been completed. And today it is a 4th session in which we are going to have 5 good speakers, good presenter, and good educator. So we will start with Mr. Arun Maskaran-Hess. Mr. Arun Maskaran-Hess is working as an assistant professor, Industrial Design Center, IIT, Bombay. He has been in academics since 2009. His area of expertise are fine arts practices, art, history, and aesthetics, specializing in drawing and sculpture. His teaching interests include design fundamentals, illustrations, communication designs, qualitative research, and image object making methods. So very learned and practicing, really the person who puts in practice and is going to present before us the Cocoon finger puppets. Puppets, for your all listeners or viewers, they might be aware that the puppet is a very good subject for the children who can learn joyfully. वो खिलते हैं, खेलते हैं, मजा करते हैं और सीखते हैं उससे. तो ये puppets जो है, आज puppets का विषय हम किस प्रकार से finger puppets से काम कर सकते हैं, इतना अच्छा टेक्निक है, वो हम देखेंगे अरुण जी से. I welcome Mr. Arun Maskaran-Hess, and I request him to present before the audience his very good subject. Please.
Thank you, sir. I'll share my presentation first. Is my presentation audible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
So this paper is presented by me, myself, Arun, and my co-author, Suvita, designer. We both of us present the paper. To start with, the paper has 3 parts. One is the presentation part, where we have extracted few elements from the paper and presented. And second part, the research part, which we the literature review as well as the pilot study we conducted. The third part is a design development process which we undertook, and that part Ms. Suvita will present. To start with, I'll go back to the paper. Cocoon Finger Puppets, a participatory pedagogical method in education. So the paper actually starts with introduction, background study. Within background study, a historical significance, and since this is related to finger puppets, bare hand puppetry, hand shadows, make-up hands finger puppetry. This is included in the background study. Then further background study extends into usage of puppets in therapy, puppets in education. Then finally comes back to the topic which we are working on, that is finger puppetry. Within finger puppetry, the material is very important. So the significance of silkworm cocoon, I have elaborated. Then using this material, how cocoon finger puppetry is developed. Then the method in which our pilot study conducted, the participants, place, and material. Then the design of the research and the procedure. Then finally, the results and discussion, and it concludes. So what is it? When I say cocoon finger puppets and pedagogy, at the onset, I would like to clarify or describe or define these terms first. What is cocoon? So in sericulture, where silkworm cocoon forms a cocoon in distinct shapes, textures, and color, depending on the racial features of the silkworm breed. I'll elaborate this session in the next slide. What is finger puppets? So puppetry at its core is an art of transforming an inert object to life. In finger puppetry, the puppeteer's finger constitute a principal form of manipulation. What is pedagogy? Pedagogy is an art and science of teaching learning process. So revisiting cocoon and its significance, on the left side, you can see the Indian map and how extensively sericulture is practiced across our states. So Indian silks are renowned for their artistic sophistication, designs, and distinctive colors. India is the second largest silk producer of the raw silk and the world's largest consumer of pure silk. Since independence, from 1,437 metric tons to 31,800 metric tons till 2018, this is our production rate. And we have planned to augment it to 48,800 metric tons by 23 and 24. However, the entire sericulture industry is banking only on the 20%, that's 18 to 23% approximately, a silk filament, which is wrapped around each cocoon, leaving the inner shell, that is 80% unutilized, which unwraps an enormous opportunity to explore this unique natural material for its qualities and abundance. So when we talk about puppetry as a medium, it's a holistic medium that imbibes audio, visual, tactile, verbal, literary, experiential, kinesthetic, and artistic qualities. So what does it mean? When I said audio, it has rhythm, music, sound, noise, singing, narrating. When I say visual, it has painting, sculpture, light, space, costumes, accessories. Then when I said verbal and literary, writing, drawing, composing, acting, performing, designing, and the experiential kinesthetic qualities where making, manipulating, crafting, embellishing, animating involves. So puppetry helps in informing, creating awareness, imagination, fun learning, education, entertainment. Puppetry helps in escaping reality, shielding self, expressing candidly, enhancing self-confidence, honest responses, discovering talents. Puppetry helps in memorizing, active participation through preferred language and dialect, which is very important to the country like India. It can be used in age-appropriate, subject-specific teaching, therapy, and rehabilitation. It can be used in impactful communication and effective communication of ideas and concepts. It can be used also in developing aesthetic sensibility, social values, critical thinking, collaboration, and harmony. It is a low-cost, economical, easy to source and deploy, mobile and frugal to make and store. So the benefits of puppetries are many. So puppetry proved to be an effective tool to improve communication, narrate concepts, increase students' enthusiasm and learning outcomes in education. However, creativity, understanding complexity, hand and mind coordination and developing motor skills, experiential learning, and learning concepts through fun and enjoyment considered to be very essential. So the next part is age appropriateness. So the NEP 2020 advocates for holistic learning by incorporating age-appropriate methods in pedagogy. That said, the new policy advocates for a different education at different stages, For our pilot study, we focused on the first segment, that is 3 to 8 years, that is a foundational stage. So when we identified this particular stage, we tried to understand what has been in the literature, what is there in the research areas already established. So we consciously chose not to have any pre-decided parameters or suggest any prescriptive steps to follow, which allows subjective usage and infinite possibilities. Punch suggested children should be understood as autonomous individuals and encouraged to participate actively rather than passively responding in an activity. We tried to conceive a process without predetermination, that was very essential, and engage children freely. We employed a mosaic techniques combining visual and verbal means as advocated by Clark and Moss. Moreover, while focusing on younger kids, that is age 3 to 7, we tried to engage them in a present continuous tense that required an ontological shift from our present practice what we have. So in our pilot study, initial feasibility study was piloted to determine how kids under age 7 respond to the material-centric activity and what method is suitable to understand children's participation in learning process. These are some of the images where spontaneously kids are engaged with the cocoon, drawing the characters. I would like to quickly show a small glimpse of our pilot study. It's just 1 minute.
Children, once you are finished doing it, you should explain what you whether it is mama, dada, sister, brother, grandma, aunt, uncle, whoever. Tell me what did you draw in your finger? Who's that?
So coming back to the presentation, the output of our pilot study, where the students who are under age 6 were not able to draw directly on the cocoon, who started with paper, then slowly those characters transformed on cocoon, which they nicely played and enjoyed. Out of our pilot study, whatever characters students developed, teachers wove the story around those characters and presented in front of the children. So that was part of the study. So the results and insights we had from the study, the natural material-based CFP would be an ideal aid at foundational and primary levels. It could also offer tangible experiential opportunity for fascinating teaching learning process across age levels and in varying complexity. We observed the children engrossed in the process of exploration, identifying characters, naming, speaking to them, or speaking on behalf of the character was spontaneous. Puppets could moderate their thoughts and elicit qualitatively distinct responses from kids of different ages. Like Gallachio's research, where she quotes, children were acting unexpected ways, appropriating, resisting, manipulating our research techniques for their own purposes. We had similar experience. We strongly suggest spontaneous engagement with children. Hence, the design development process was undertaken to ascertain the potential of CFP in educational context, and to realize the vast potential of these cocoons. So in the design development, we tried to use the same cocoons as in the pilot study, along with other stationary materials. So natural woolen thread and silk floss. Silk floss is the silk, rest of the silk which is around the cocoon, which is after scraping, it can also be used. So we have used these scraped out silk filament around the cocoon in developing our characters. So the entire design development process in a nutshell, we try to develop 3 categories of complexity. One, a category where the students can draw the characters they want, where our pilot study revealed that these can be created by younger kids up to age 8. Above age 8, based on the different categories, students can develop these cocoons in different various complexities where inserting and coloring, painting, embellishing is possible. And the third category where the students of the young adults can develop characters around the narration. They can weave the story, they can present these stories to the next schools or maybe in the regional level, at the national level. So the entire design development output is in a nutshell this. I would like to unshare now. My co-author will take you through the design development process.
So good morning, all of you present here. After the extensive observations through our pilot study, we understood that the children were very excited to handle this unique material, silkworm cocoon. So though children could make very basic puppets with drawings on it, we thought it would be a great teaching method for educators. Through finger cocoon puppets, which may include teaching the subjects tales, morals from their respective curriculums. So these puppets that we designed can be a good source of reference to develop their own stories. So we have developed a series of cocoon finger puppets based on the categories which we have taken through the presentation. So few puppets are just hand-drawn on the cocoons and few other joineries from 2 more cut cocoons. So initially we worked on the animal series like pet animals, aquatic animals, farm animals, zoo animals, bird series which includes parrot, macaw, hen, penguins, etc. So we also developed human series. We also developed human series like family, friends, mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather. So as we worked, we got a thought of weaving story tales using these individual cocoon characters like, story of rabbit and tortoise, story of lion and cow, Snow White and the 7 dwarfs. So that's how we developed theme-based cocoon puppets. So these are a few of the visuals which you are seeing, which are going through the presentation.
Is it over, sir? Arunji?
Yeah, sorry, I was on the mute. I'll just conclude the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So the entire design development process, we try to focus on human, animals, and birds to begin with, and the possibility is infinite. So with that, we close our presentation, and thank you, the chairperson and the moderator. Yeah, that's all from our side.
Sir, thank you very much, Arunji and Suvidha P. I'm sorry that I forgot the name, mentioning the name of Suvidha, and she also has presented very nicely, particularly the family introduction through puppets. That was very interesting. And you also presented so many aspects of the cocoon finger, and till now, till recently, we were not knowing what is cocoon finger. Yeah, I had seen somewhere, but it was never experienced in such a manner. So I really, and so many of our viewers might have definitely enjoyed your presentation because it is something very unique, which can help the child to play, learn, and enjoy. Cocoon is a natural indigenous material which is very, very nicely, very easily available from our country, and that is why it might be unique. It can be very easily prepared from indigenous material and very easy to prepare it. It doesn't require any technology so far. it is low cost material. So, and particularly you mentioned one very important thing, that children is an autonomous individuals. तो ये एक बालक को स्वतंत्र मौलिक व्यक्तित्व के रूप में उसको एक स्वतंत्र अस्तित्व के रूप में स्वीकारना बहुत बड़ी बात होती है. उसका डेवलपमेंट बहुत फास्ट होता है. That's what I understand. I really thank you, Mr. Arun, and it was enjoyable. Now I invite the next presenter, speaker, Mr. Murli Krishna.
Presenting.
Murli Krishna ji, okay, I'll just introduce you, and then you can present your.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you, Murli Krishna ji?
Sir, good morning, sir. Very nice, sir.
So Murli Krishna.
Good morning to.
I'll just.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are. You are
okay.
Audible. Very nicely audible. Please wait for 2 minutes. I'll just introduce you before the audience, so that you can present thereafter. Mr. Murali Krishna P. He is from Telangana, and Telangana state, and particularly Kathal bamboo artisan. ये बाम्बू एक्टिविटी जो है उसके लिए बहुत ही अच्छा उन्होंने प्रेजेंटेशन तैयार किया होगा, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ. एंड ही इज MSc फिजिक्स BEd from Osmania University. During BSc he got NCCC certificate, worked as NCC volunteer, got best volunteer at university level, and participated at university level volleyball competition, and participated in several social service activities, and got prizes and awards. Such a learned and such a practitioner in his own skill, and
thanks. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Particularly bamboo.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I would like to request Mr. Murli Krishna to present his bamboo aspect before the audience.
Good morning to Mr. Chairperson, Arsha sir, and moderator Sunita ji madam, and presenters and participants. Welcome to all. Very good morning to all you. Very good morning to all.
Very good morning.
Okay. I am Murali Krishna, working as a SGT teacher at UPS Ramakrishnappuram, Telangana state. Today, I am going to give my topic is bamboo toy and teaching learning material to make and play and make and learn. One of my motto of this is proverb is that thinking globally, act locally. Now the all around world facing the environmental problem due to some pollution problems and plastic uses. That for eliminating the environmental problem, I choose a sustainable material, that is one of the sustainable material, bamboo. Toy is a very important role in this to play. That's why I used bamboo in toy making, playing and learning. Please, next slide. Next slide. Madam, next slide, please. Okay. A bamboo is a low-cost, eco-friendly, sustainable material. Bamboo has integral part of people's life, culture, and due to this versatile uses, it is often called as a green gold. And poor man timber, friend to the people, often we are using bamboo from childhood, that is cradle to coffin timber. And also bamboo has a various uses, nearly up to now 1500 various uses as they recorded now, and it has in that more than also that. In bamboo, total different types of bamboo species are present in our nature. Up to now, 136 bamboo species, and to the interest spread all over the world, 16 million hectares of bamboo species are there. According to our India, world's largest second bamboo resource, India has the world's number second. Bamboo sharing is in the global bamboo trade is very low. Why? Because we are now importing the bamboo sticks, ice cream sticks, and kite sticks from our country, China. Okay. Toy is a object used to play and make learning easier, and also TLM is a material to make classroom activity very effectively. Next slide, please. Madam, next slide. Okay. Next slide, please. I adopted. Okay, stop, madam. I adopted a learning by doing method through in the classroom by this. For example, I adopted a concept I used to the play. Gilli Danda with that that is Danda is a recruitment. The dance of this my seminar is to create your highly available bamboo. I can development and capacity building, awareness generation for development bamboo sector in the market. Next slide, please, madam. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. To recover from this my project, to recover the lost heritage, to make toys which we are presently in total in Indian market, 80% of toys are imported from China, and as well as in that total 80% to 90% of plastics also, and in that we are lost our heritage because we are importing from China. That's why we are importing the culture of China also. We are forgetting about our culture, our local traditional methods, and to impose my immense potential, Ek Bharat, Shrestha Bharat, develop science concepts with toys. The toy is the bamboo toy, and to promote learning by doing experimental method, co-curricular activity in the classroom teaching. For this to make, I can develop all-round development for the among the students with the help of this. And in the same way, the slogan is Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is our pilot project in that this with the Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India will be takes place. I can choose for local because if you have made the bamboo toys and toys with the bamboo, we can encourage the local manufacturers. That's why by this we can achieve that vocal for local. Next slide, please. Madam, next slide. Madam, next slide. Okay. My materials and methods. Here, my main material is that bamboo. Bamboo has a various types of bamboo species are there all over India. And in India, so many different types of species are there. But our National Bamboo Mission identified commercial uses for species are 16 type of various bamboo species are identified. In that, I taken for making my local species. I taken one is that Dendrocolum strictus, bambusa bamboo, and bambusa tulla. These are the different type of species because so many species are there. They are using for different specific uses are there. For example, I taken the bambusa Dendrocolum strictus is the material used for that building material and furniture, maids, basketry implementation. So many nowadays we are using. I am from the bamboo artisan family. So many bamboo artisan families handicraft industry. We are shell it in the where and this bamboo column strictus are called as a male bamboo. Generally, as slowly come, it is a specification difference. And the bambusa bamboo is also used in the making pulp and paper, that is roofing used for panels and product and found This bamboo found all over in India, not in. And next one is whatever my using, that is bambusa tulda. It is very useful in basketry making. The basketry making is a fundamental skill of bamboo artisans. With that they can make very use it is the with the make, for example, basket making industry, we can use the soups and baskets in the houses also regularly in rural people nowadays also. That's why bambusa tulda we can call Indian timber, and also it is excellently present in the northeastern states. Next, madam. Next slide, please. Madam, next slide, please. Okay. One of the legal problem is there in this because bamboo is grown up to now in totally in forest area. According to our Indian Forest Act 1927, bamboo is treated as a tree and it is a timber. That's why they restrict some transmit rules. Indian Forest Act in the year of 2017, the bamboo is omitted from tree and timber. It is treated from there as a plant. Now we can call bamboo is a plant, no tree. That's why we recognize, and they will liberalize and encourage the people to made with the products and sell and make livelihood economically benefit of the local poor man with us. And our Ministry of Environmental, Forest and Climatical Changes in the year of July 2020 and 23, they launched a pilot project about national permit system, and it is introduced in the pilot project in the states of our Telangana and Madhya Pradesh also, and next extended to the other states also. Please, next slide, please, madam. Madam, next slide. Okay. Now my full concentration on that. I can promote bamboo in schools, in local people, and everywhere, because bamboo is a very good resource in India, but utilization is very, very low with compared to China. That's why I'm a basic government school, elementary school students. I'm teaching from first class to 7th class students. Now I'm working as a headmaster. That's with the local available bamboo artisan. That's name is Anjanamma. Does a variant awareness program in my school. And next slide, please. Next. Okay, this is the orientation program. This is the orientation program. We are all present in our schools. The colleagues, my colleagues, and students are eagerly listening and awareing and seeing that how the bamboo is made to the product. Next, madam. Okay. According to toy play an important role in the learning different difficulty thinking and learning skills. Next, madam. Next. Okay. Now I brought to you show a bamboo aeroplane. Sir, object is visible to you, madam. Please.
Yes.
This is an aeroplane. It is made of bamboo. It can very nice to you. With the help of this, I can explain a vocabulary for aeroplane with the help, and also making of this we can develop the manipulating skill. Madam, next slide. Okay, now this is a bamboo toy car. This is a bamboo toy car. It is made up of a toy, and with the help of this we can explain for first and second class students vocabulary a car like this, and they played and enjoyed this. And for 7th class, 6th class students, I can explain with this.
Murli Krishna ji, could you just wind up in 2 minutes, please?
Like this, I can explain. As a later, I'll have all this. Next.
Ji, you have to wind up in 2 minutes, please.
Okay. Okay. Next slide. Okay, madam.
Murli Krishna ji, you are muted. Please unmute yourself. You got muted.
Madam, next slide, please. Next, it is a bullet bike. We can bullet how motion velocity like this. Next, it is a house. We can explain the what is about the shelter. What are the types of houses are there in local area. Next. Next, it is a flower house. We can explain what are the different flowers we are there about the color and nature and smell like that. Next, this is a flower house and pen stand we can use in pet. Next, and next, it is a well. We can history how the ancient people are using well water. Next, madam. Next. This is a rock grinder. It is used in olden days. I recollect in the history into the classroom, madam. Next. Madam, next. This is a plug we are using. By this, we can introduce the organic cultivation methods to the classroom, madam. Next. Under the bamboo TLM, we are using that TLM to make classroom effectiveness. Madam, one video have, madam, please share the video, madam. By this, I can conclude. Madam, one video is there, madam.
How much time will it take? Video will take
1 minute.
How much time? Huh?
1 minute, madam. Sir, this please mute, madam. This is a game. Gilli Danda, we can call Telugu in Telangana, a traditional game. By this, I learned people of first class students counting number and 7th, the 6th fully. Please play the madam, play video, madam. Start. These are the students, are first or second class students. Sir, give me permission to play the video. Play the video, madam. This is the ground level. Start. These 6th class students, they are sitting, the first and second class students are playing, enjoying that video and game.
Okay, Mr. Murli Krishna, you can conclude the session now, particularly your subject. You can.
Okay. This is the way they are measuring, madam. In this way, they are learning the students. Stop the video, madam. Please let them at outlets, madam. Outlet styles. Only half minute. I can conclude by half minute. Okay, thank you very much to you all and giving an opportunity.
Okay, so nice of you, Mr. Murli Krishna.
Thank you to NCERT and giving a best opportunity. And thank you everyone. Thank you, sir.
हमने बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन देखा. Bamboo, the most indigenous material, sustainable material, and so many varieties of the toys can be prepared out of that, and it will help the tribal area to develop, and cottage industries also will be developed because of this activity. We can grow our economy also. That's what I feel. Out of his presentation, we should use it at the maximum level. And one matter which he highlighted was our country is the second one to have the resource of this bamboo. And China is next to us. Even then, we have to import bamboo material toys from China, and that is why we have to awake. And so nice of you, Mr. Murali Krishna, and thank you very much for your nice presentation. Now I would like to invite Mr. Rathod Ramesh Kumar ji from BRC coordinator, BRC Bhavan. He is from BRC Bhavan Ranpur. It's a very small village in Gujarat, but small villages are the resources of the material, and particularly Ramesh Kumar ji might be doing something, a very unique activity in sounding canister. So what is sounding canister? We would like to know from you, Mr. Ramesh Kumar ji, and you are from Botad district, one of the 33 districts in Gujarat. So nice to welcome you here in our presentation. Please start your presentation, Mr. Ramesh Kumar.
जी सर नमस्कार मेरी आवाज आ रही है सर
यस बिल्कुल अच्छा
ओके थैंक यू सर गुजरात के बोटाद जिले से तहसील रानपुर से बीआरसी कोऑर्डिनेटर आरएस राठौड़ का आप सभी को नमस्कार सर मैं आज काफी खुश हूँ बहुत खुश हूँ कि मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन है और मैं अपनी बात हिंदी में रखना चाहूंगा मैंने एक वीडियो भेजा है एनसीईआरटी में मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूँ कि प्लीज वीडियो शेयर करें फिर मैं अपना कम समय में अपनी बात रखूंगा और अपना विचार रखने की ट्राई करूंगा मेरा वीडियो शेयर किया जाए प्लीज
Tarbadiya Gadi's tools for short wood sticks 1 2 3 4 5 rubber band 1 2 3 4 5 dry coconut shell plastic paper 1 thin stick iron plate 1 iron plate waste slipper or 2 wheels of soil and 2 empty tailor's cock or 2 pipes non-used pipe iron plate and coconut shell and plastic paper purpose this Tarbadiya Gadi is functional toy so that the preschools and the student of the standard 1 and 2 become very happy. This is the best equipment for the school readiness program. There is no more expenditure of the single pen for making this Tarbadiya Gadi. Or sounding canister. Name of sounding canister. And all about tools are finding from the surrounding environment and totally waste item this Tarbadiya Gadi is also very durable due to the rubber band and the children use this toy very simply and harmlessly this is also eco-friendly toy totally eco-friendly toys when child operate this canister with the string holding in his hand. The wheels or canister are moved ahead and because of this moving the iron plate while moving which produce the sound like tadbad tadbad. This makes children more curious and delighted. They begin to think how sound produce. They begin to think how the sound produce. The imaginational make the active. The basic concepts are also accomplished by the learners. With playing, the concept is like knowing the different shapes of circles, square, circle shapes, knowing the numbers of a rubber band 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, knowing the difference between soft and hard, etc. If the children with happiness and joyfully, then is totally free with less effort.
I am RS Rathod, BRC coordinator Ranpur. This is Atal Badiya Gadi, my toys, and it is totally eco-friendly and joyfully toys.
मेरी आवाज आ रही होगी?
हाँ बिल्कुल
जी सर। तो जब लास्ट ईयर सर जब टॉय फेयर हुआ था, नेशनल टॉय फेयर, तब मैंने ये अपना टॉय रखा था और अपने ऑफिस के आजू बाजू से, अपने स्थानिक पर्यावरण से जो बिनुपयोगी वस्तु है, इसका उपयोग करके मैंने टॉयज बनाया था। और बच्चे के चेहरे पर हंसी देखना चाहते हैं तो ऐसा टॉयज उसको बहुत पसंद आता है, जिसके अंदर से वो अपने आप सीखने के लिए आगे बढ़ता है। देखो अब 2-3 दिन पहले ही मैंने उसका 2.0 वर्जन, यानी कि थोड़ा रंग रोगान करके, पेंटिंग करके, उसके अंदर थोड़ा कलर्स गुजराती में एक से काउंट और अल्फाबेट जो गुजराती है, और आप पहिए देख सकते हो इसके दोनों तरफ से। काफी ड्रम भी रंगीन किया गया है। मैं अपनी बात रखना चाहता हूं कि ये जो टॉय है सर, बच्चा इसका उपयोग कैसे करता है। टॉयज बिल्कुल सरल, एकदम इसका उपयोग करने के लिए बिल्कुल सरल होना चाहिए। बच्चा अपने हाथ में ले और टॉयज को वो खेल नहीं पा रहा है तो काफी दिक्कत होती है। तो मैंने अपने लास्ट ईयर जब टॉय फेयर हुआ था, बाद में बच्चों को जब ये टॉय दिया और इसके अंदर इंक्लूड करने की जब कोशिश की, अपने मार्गदर्शक, प्रोत्साहित करने वाले सभी मेरे मित्र साथी, एक व्यक्ति कोई टॉय बनाता है तब उसके साथ में जब उसका ग्रुप होता है तो वो अपनी बात रखता है और काफी इसके लाभ मिल सकते हैं। अभी सर मैं अपनी बात रखना ये भी चाहूंगा कि गुजरात के 23 शिक्षक आज जुड़े हुए हैं मेरे साथ और हमारा एक ग्रुप चल रहा है, गुजरात स्टेट का एक ग्रुप चल रहा है जिसका टॉय बेस्ट आया था लास्ट टॉय फेयर में। इसका हमारा ग्रुप है और हम आपस में बात करते हैं कि क्या इसमें अंदर क्या हो सकता है, क्या नहीं करना चाहिए। बच्चे की टॉय के अंदर पहले सेफ्टी होनी चाहिए, फर्स्ट सेफ्टी आती है, बाद में वो खेल सकता है। तो हमारा ग्रुप भी है, तो वो सभी सारे टीचर्स और मेरे मित्र आज भी देख रहे होंगे और मैंने आज मैं बिल्कुल खुश हूँ और अपना ये टॉय दिखाने और प्रेजेंटेशन करने के लिए मेरे को काफी समय दिया। इसलिए मैं एनसीईआरटी, जीसीईआरटी गांधीनगर, डाइट भावनगर, डीपीसी बोटाद और मेरे साथी मित्र और मेरे दीपल जी और सभी का मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ कि मेरे को मेरा प्रेजेंटेशन करने का मौका दिया गया।
धन्यवाद रमेश कुमार जी।
जी सर,
आपका बहुत बहुत आभार। आपने बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन और मतलब एकदम स्थानिक स्तर पर कैसे स्थानिक मटेरियल का उपयोग कैसे किया जा सकता है, बहुत अच्छी तरह से ये।
और सर एक बात मैं जोड़ना चाहता हूँ कि मेरे यहाँ ब्लॉक के अंदर CWSN स्टूडेंट आते हैं, जो स्पेशल स्टूडेंट आते हैं, MR होते हैं और दिव्यांग, ज्यादा दिव्यांग होते हैं। तो उसके लिए टॉय बनाने के लिए मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ एनसीईआरटी से कि अगली बार टॉय फेयर हो तो इसके अंदर एक सुझाव मेरा है कि CWSN स्टूडेंट के लिए कैसे कैसे टॉयज बनाने कोई प्रावधान हो और इसके लिए प्रोत्साहित किया जाना चाहिए।
अच्छी बात है आपका सुझाव। हम चिल्ड्रंस यूनिवर्सिटी भी ध्यान में लेंगे और हमारी जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन जो बड़ी एक्टिव है इस क्षेत्र में काम करने के लिए, बहुत ही इंटरेस्ट है, वो आगे बढ़ रहे हैं. तो आई होप दे विल डेफिनेटली टेक योर सजेशन इनटू अकाउंट.
और आपने सर कल जो बात की थी, तोड़ो फोड़ो और जोड़ो, मैं आपके साथ पूरा सहमत हूँ कि ये कभी भी इसको अलग कर सकते हैं, फिर जोड़ सकते हैं और पूरा आनंद ले सकते हैं. और ये मेरा टॉय है, मैं यूनिवर्सिटी में आऊंगा और लैब के अंदर मैं रखने वाला हूँ. मैं गांधीनगर आऊंगा एक दिन.
आप आइए, आपका हार्दिक स्वागत होगा. यू कैन कम अलोंग विथ ऑल योर 23 people together and you visit our university and come with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, NCERT. Thank you, NCERT.
Namaskar. Now, it's a time to bring our fourth presentator, Shivani Vasishtha. Shivani.
Video.
Pardon? शिवानी जी को इनवाइट करते हैं. Shivani is there. Shivani is there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Shivani, I would like to introduce you. You are working as a senior research fellow in UGC Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Agra.
Yes.
और आगरा में आप एमएड पीएचडी परस्यूइंग है आपका, मगर फिर भी आपने बहुत अच्छा एक यूनिक कंसेप्ट से आप काम कर रही हैं, एंड दैट इज टू बी विथ नेचर. और ये बहुत बड़ी बात होती है, जो जब हम प्रकृति से दूर होते रहते हैं और प्रकृति से विमुख होते हैं तो हमारी संस्कृति से हम दूर भागते हैं, विकृति आती है. प्रकृति से नजदीक जाने से संस्कृति बढ़ती है, प्रकृति से दूर जाने से विकृति बढ़ती है. तो ये बहुत ही अच्छा एक कंसेप्ट, यूनिक कंसेप्ट लेकर के शिवानी आप आ रही हैं. आपका हार्दिक स्वागत है. You can start your presentation, Shivani.
Thank you, sir, for providing such a great chance to share my views at this international event. I also want to thank NCERT team for this chance. I show my warm greetings to our chairperson, Professor Harshad P. Shah, sir, our moderator, ma'am, Professor Suniti Sanwal, and my fellow presenters. Now I'll be sharing my screen with you all. Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible. It is visible.
Okay, sir. So the topic of my presentation is playing around nature, effect on working memory of preschoolers. Basically, we have undertaken this project as a part of my PhD thesis. It is a pilot study that we conducted before I started working as a research scholar. I did it with my supervisor, Professor Sona Ahuja, who is working as a Dean non-university institution. So to begin with, I would like to introduce what working memory is. Working memory is basically one of the core executive function. Executive function basically serve as an umbrella term to encompass a set of higher order cognitive abilities that are necessary to pursue and achieve a goal-oriented behavior. Basically, executive function consists of it consists of three core skills, namely working memory, inhibitory control, and cognitive skills. But in the present research, we are dealing with working memory and how it can be enhanced by making the child play in the natural environment using the natural material like soil, plants, small weeds of the plants, and small objects in the natural environment as a toy. So I would like to move further with what is working memory and why it is so important to enhance the working memory of the preschoolers. A working memory is the ability to hold and manipulate information in mind for a short period of time. It is a process of active storage, maintenance, and manipulation of information to be retrieved. It basically functions as a mental workspace that can be flexibly used to support everyday cognitive activities that require both processing and storage, such as mental arithmetic. For example, suppose suppose a child is in the classroom and he is given some homework in the class of English. So he or she has to keep it in mind till he reaches home and complete it. So this kind of information is kept in the working memory of the child. Working memory plays a key role in supporting children learning over the school years and beyond this into adulthood as well. It is crucially required to store information while other material is being mentally manipulated during the classroom learning activities. It also forms the foundation for the acquisition of complex skills and knowledge. Oliver in 2006 also stated that a child with a poor working memory capacity will struggle and often fail in activities like disrupting and delaying learning. Researchers also indicate that the working memory plays key role in the emergence of initial literacy among preschoolers and school-going children. There is also evidence that WM is a powerful predictor of future academic performance. Working memory is also found to be predictor of reading skills. It is found to be positively associated with mathematical achievement in children as well. Adams and Gathroll in 2002 and Gathroll et al. In 2005 did a closer examination of the relationship between language skills and working memory, and they found that working memory in preschoolers is significantly associated with phonological awareness, vocabulary development, and the development of reading comprehension. As it is being one of the important cognitive component, working memory of the child should be focused by the teacher as well as parents as early as possible. And why it should be focused during preschool period? So it is supported by the expanding body of research that has shown that executive function, including working memory, develops rapidly during the preschool years, with adult level performance being achieved during adolescence or later. And also the cognitive scientist has shown that the part of our brain that is the frontal lobe is more flexible during the preschool period as compared to other periods of the life. Hence, preschool period may be the most suitable time when the development of working memory of the child should be aimed. If we look into the previous literature, that various researchers have tried to find out the cognitive ways through which they try to enhance the working memory of the preschoolers, and they showed the mixed results, that is positive and no results as well of the cognitive training. But the question that came in the mind of the researchers was whether it is important to make them burden the child to enhance their working memory, or can there be other ways through which the working memory of the child can be enhanced? Is it possible to make them enjoy and play along with the development of their cognition? So we reviewed the literature, and the literature supported our hypothesis that playing around nature and being physically active is directly or indirectly found to be associated with better well-being. Dunley in 2016 also found that childhood inactivity shown to have unfavorable effect not only on children's physical and mental health, but possibly also on their cognitive and academic performance. Researchers indicate that participating in physical activity is associated with numerous benefits for children, including better physical, mental, and cognitive health. Maria Montessori also stated that when children come in contact with nature, they reveal their strengths. Subjective feelings of happiness and well-being were positively found to be correlated with natural activities such as gardening, animal feeding, bird watching, and bush walking. A survey conducted on children in Australia by Ross, Morgan, and Kifley revealed that school-age kids who participated in outdoor activities had better vision as compared to the kids, those who have not participated in the outdoor activities. By establishing a strong connection to nature, one can also stay away from stress, experience positivity and joy, and regain intrinsic motivation. Bratley, Daly, Levy, and Gross conducted a study and found that participants who walked in the green parkland showed increased attention and focus as compared to the participants who walked in closer urban streets. Nature walk and other outdoor activities also found to be related with attention and focus. A study at the University of Kansas found that spending more time outdoors and less time with our electronic devices can increase our problem-solving skills and improve creative abilities. So the question that aroused in the mind of the researcher was, how will being and playing within natural environment using natural material as a toy affect preschoolers' working memory? Will there be enhanced working memory, or will there be no effect? If a child is engaged in natural environment and playing with a natural material by making them as a toy, will there be any change in the working memory? So to answer this question, we took out an intervention. So this is the research design. We used quasi-experimental pre-test, post-test research design, and the population was preschoolers within the age range of 3 to 5 years. The initial sample size was 64 that we took, but finally only 54 preschoolers participated till the end phase of the study, which consisted of 26 in control group and 29 in experimental group. So our intervention basically focused on the visiting of the open fields, specifically agricultural fields of nearby area in Dalbagh, Agra. So the children of experimental group visited these fields with their parents during early morning and remain indulged in basic physical activities or games. Some of them are listed below, like running, walking and moving around, jumping, stretching of hands and legs, collection of beads around plants, cleaning of fields, collection of grass at a place, playing games like hidden objects, hide and seek in small groups, and self-defense exercise. Duration of the intervention were 12 weeks, and frequency was 2 hours daily during early morning. These were the activities in which the experimental group was engaged. But on the other hand, control group remained engaged in their regular everyday activities and did not take part in such activities. This is the collection of the real images of the intervention, where we can see that the child is is participating in the agricultural activities, and they are making natural material like some plants or twisted plants as their toy. They are playing with the soil. This picture shows that they are sitting in a group and enjoying. Also, social development can take place through these kind of activities. These are some of the other pictures that are showing that the child is playing with the soil as a toy. And in other, he has taken some small objects to play. So these are some of the pictures of the real images of the intervention that we undertook. So for the assessment purpose, we used backward word spent by Davis and Pratt to measure the working memory capacity of the preschoolers. In this task, children were shown pictures of familiar objects one at a time and were asked to recall them in backward order. Children completed 2 practice trials and then up to 9 experimental trials, 3 of each span length, and the number of trials correctly recalled in backward order were considered as the dependent variables to measure the working memory of the preschoolers. This is the group demographics at baseline. At baseline, we took the scores of both the groups for working memory, and the graph shows that we did not find any major difference, significant difference between the scores at the baseline. And we again, after the 12 months, took the working memory assessment at the post-test, and we found a significant difference between the working memory of both the groups at 0.0 level of significance. This is the graph showing the difference between both the groups. And we also compared the pre-test and post-test score of EG and also of CZ. And when comparing the working memory scores of experimental group, we we saw a significant difference between the pre-test and post-test of experimental group, whereas no significant difference between the pre-test and post-test of control group was seen. This graph showing the summary of the results. So to summarize, we can say that results showed the positive effect of playing around nature on working memory of preschoolers. A significant increment was found in the scores of working memory of experimental group from pre-test to post-test phase as a result of intervention of period of 12 weeks. Not only their working memory was found to be enhanced, in addition, we did subjective analysis that showed that experimental group children were reported to be more calmer and patient with less aggressive behavior as reported by their parents and teachers. So to conclude, we can say that being physically active within nature and playing with natural object is one of the great way to enhance the working memory of preschoolers, as this kind of training will improve their physical aspect along with cognitive one. Thus, the parents, teachers, and school administration should aim at providing such opportunities wherein the child can remain engaged in games within natural environment. The preschool curriculum should be designed in a way that it should have more focused on physical activity as per their age group along with cognitive one. It can help the child to enjoy her childhood along with the mental and physical development. So instead of making them burden with the cognitive training only, we can go for the physical games and natural games. So it is advisable for the parents, teachers, and policymakers that they should aim at involving the child in such kind of activities. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Is it over?
Yes, sir. I have one video. Can I share it?
How much time will it take?
Sir, it is of I think 10 seconds.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sir, it is the video of the intervention that we. This is the actual real video of the intervention that we undertook. In this video, we can see that the child is engaged with soil. He's making soil as his toy. So these kind of activities they are engaged in. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Shivani. And you had undertaken very good research and a very unique kind of subject you have established before the people. And उससे मुझे ऐसा लगता है, एक वाक्य कहने का मन होता है, प्रकृति ईश्वर की श्रेष्ठ कृति है।
Yes,
और ये नेचर के साथ जीने में जो आनंद है वो
कहीं नहीं है,
भी नहीं है। तो ये बच्चों को लाइव बनाएगा, बिल्कुल प्रफुल्लित बनाएगा, बच्चों को खेलने के लिए बड़ा मैदान मिलेगा और इतना अच्छा ये माहौल बन सकता है। और एक और मुझे बात याद आती है इस आपका ये प्रेजेंटेशन सुन करके कि हमारे ऋषियों ने ऐसा कहा है कि 8 साल के उम्र तक, बच्चे की 8 साल की उम्र तक चित्त जो है, मन का अति सूक्ष्म भाग जो है वो बड़ा एक्टिव होता है, बहुत क्रियाशील होता है। तो चित्त को क्रियाशील करने का बहुत ही अच्छा माध्यम ये है जिससे स्मृति और संस्कार दोनों पनपते हैं। और आपकी ये वर्किंग मेमोरी जो है वो तो लाइफ लॉन्ग काम में लगी। ये बहुत ही अच्छा
सर, ये एक्चुअली हमारी जो दयालबाग कम्युनिटी है, इट इज इनिशिएटिव ऑफ द दयालबाग कम्युनिटी एंड दे आर फोकसिंग ऑन फॉलोइंग द हिंदू aspect, Hinduism. So they are trying to make them indulge in these kind of activities.
Okay, so nice of you, Shivani.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Now, I would like to welcome our last speaker, Shri Sanjeev Kumar ji, who is a lecturer in District Institute of Education and Training, Shimla. और शिमला से अभी तो बहुत ठंड होगी शिमला में और उनके हिमाचल प्रदेश के वो जो बिल्कुल बढ़िया पहनावा है, जो परिवेश है, उसके अंदर सज्ज हमारे संजीव कुमार जी उपस्थित हैं। और संजीव कुमार जी is going to present before us very good subject of maths lab on wheels. A very unique concept, I think. Maths lab on wheels and toys for learning of mathematics at elementary school stage, जो कि हमारे लिए बहुत ही उपयोगी है। और जब हम बच्चों के सर्वांगीण विकास की बात करते हैं तो लर्निंग एक्टिविटी और मैथमेटिक्स तो जीवन का एक बिल्कुल अहम अंग है। और मैं चाहूंगा कि संजीव कुमार जी को हम सुने, उनका परिचय उनके कार्य से ही हम प्राप्त कर लें। धन्यवाद। आइए।
थैंक यू सर।
जी सर।
Our respected chairperson, Professor Harshad P. Shah, Children University, Gujarat, NCERT, Ministry of Education, हमारे कलीग्स जो जुड़े हैं यहाँ, जिन्होंने अभी प्रेजेंट किया है, और जो अभी देख रहे हैं, हमारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स, हमारे ऑफिसर्स, मैं सभी को प्रणाम करता हुआ अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन को शुरू करने जा रहा हूं। सर मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन दिख रही है सर?
यस, बिल्कुल दिख रही है सर।
हाँ जी सर, थैंक यू। तो आज का मेरा टॉपिक है इनोवेटिव टॉयज फॉर मैथमेटिक्स लर्निंग इन मैथ्स लैब ऑन व्हील्स अंडर राष्ट्रीय आविष्कार अभियान इन डिस्ट्रिक्ट शिमला। सर, राष्ट्रीय आविष्कार अभियान मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन का एक कंपोनेंट है, जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन की ओर से पूरे भारतवर्ष में ये अभियान चलाया जा रहा है। और इसका मुख्य उद्देश्य है टू पॉपुलराइज मैथमेटिक्स एंड साइंस एट स्कूल लेवल। The target group of this program is the students of age group 6 to 18 years। और इसका उद्देश्य है कि मैथमेटिक्स और साइंस लर्निंग को जॉयफुल बनाना, मीनिंगफुल बनाना, और एक ऐसा उत्साह भरना बच्चों में कि बच्चे स्वयं अट्रैक्ट हो जाएं, नेचुरली अट्रैक्ट हो साइंस और मैथमेटिक्स पढ़ने के लिए। और इस जो हिमाचल में ये एक्टिविटी की जा रही है, इसका मैंडेट है मैथमेटिक्स एग्जीबिशन, गेस्ट लेक्चर्स ऑन मैथमेटिशियंस एंड मैथमेटिकल कॉन्सेप्ट्स, मैथमेटिकल क्विज एंड एक्सपोजर विजिट्स। सर, ये जो आपने बोला अभी कि मैथ्स लैब ऑन व्हील है क्या, ये मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा सर। दिस लैब हैज बीन एस्टैब्लिश्ड विद द कोलैबोरेशन ऑफ हिमाचल प्रदेश स्टेट रामानुजन मैथ्स क्लब। It is a unit of All India Ramanujan Maths Club, and this lab has 75 instruments, toys जो मैं अभी आपको डेमोस्ट्रेट भी करूंगा। और ये टॉयज कक्षा 1 से लेके कक्षा 10 तक के बच्चों को गणित सिखा सकते हैं। इसका उद्देश्य है मैथमेटिक्स को प्रमोट करना, केवल बच्चों में ही नहीं, अध्यापकों में भी और कम्युनिटी में भी। तो ये इसका कॉन्सेप्ट है। और ये व्हील सर, ये लैब, इस लैब को, इन टॉयज को हम किसी भी बैग में, कैरी बैग में भर के अपनी आवश्यकता के अनुसार हम कहीं भी जा सकते हैं सर, बाई बस, बाई बाइसिकल, बाई मोटर बाइक, बाई कार। तो इसीलिए इसका नाम हमने रखा है मैथ्स लैब ऑन व्हील्स। ये सर इसका इनोग्रेशन है, हमने 2018 में इसका इनोग्रेशन डाइट शिमला में किया था। ये उसकी कुछ झलकियां हैं, डीएलएड के सारे प्रशिक्षु अध्यापकों के प्रेजेंस में हमने ये काम किया सर शुरू। प्रदेश की पहली मैथ्स लैब ऑन व्हील लैब शुरू, और 75 मॉडल हमने इसमें शुरू में किए थे। और अब सर ये मैं आपको एक ओवरव्यू देना चाहूंगा जिसका मैं डेमो करूंगा। ये एक मेकिंग नंबर्स टीचिंग एड है, ये एक खिलौना है जिससे हम नंबर बना सकते हैं। मैं अभी आपको दिखाऊंगा। मैं इस प्रेजेंटेशन पार्ट इज नॉट सो इम्पोर्टेंट, डेमोस्ट्रेशन पार्ट इज वेरी मच इम्पोर्टेंट। ये नेक्स्ट है मल्टीप्लिकेशन टेबल, जिससे हम खेल खेल में बच्चों को मल्टीप्लिकेशन सिखाते हैं। फिर अरेंजिंग सिस्टम है सर, कि बच्चे इंक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर और डिक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर को कैसे सीखते हैं। बड़ी संख्या और छोटी संख्या जब बच्चे सीख जाते हैं तो इंक्रीजिंग और डिक्रीजिंग ऑर्डर में उनको कैसे लाना है, ये हम इस टॉय के थ्रू बच्चों को सिखाते हैं। ये सर, ये है एडिशन एंड सब्ट्रैक्शन और एक्सपेंडेड फॉर्म ऑफ डिफरेंट नंबर्स। कैसे एक्सपेंडेड फॉर्म हम सिखाएंगे बच्चों को। ये है सर उन बच्चों के लिए, जैसे अभी हमारे प्रीवियस प्रेजेंटर ने कहा कि CWSN के बच्चों के लिए क्या हो, तो ये सर ऐसा विंडो बोर्ड है जिससे बच्चे एडिशन और सब्ट्रैक्शन करना खेल खेल में सीखते हैं। फिर नेक्स्ट है सर ये सीन स्ट्रिप्स हैं सर, इन स्ट्रिप्स से भी बच्चे एडिशन और सब्ट्रैक्शन करना सीखते हैं, ये मैं आपको डेमो में बताऊंगा सर। और ये है फैक्टर्स ऑफ नंबर्स अप टू 50, 1 से 50 तक सभी संख्याओं के फैक्टर बच्चा एक ही साथ बताएगा। ये भी देखिए आप देख पा रहे हैं, राष्ट्रीय आविष्कार अभियान, डाइट शिमला, श्यामला घाट। और फिर ये एक मैग्नेटिक गेम है, ये मैजिक गेम भी है, इसमें बच्चे प्राइम नंबर को सीखते हैं, प्राइम नंबर को आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं, खेल खेल में नेचुरली करते हैं सर, हमें ज्यादा उनको कॉन्सेप्ट बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ती, बच्चे स्वयं सीखते हैं इससे। और ये एक गेम है सर जिसमें बच्चे एडिशन और सब्ट्रैक्शन तो सीखते ही हैं, और ये हायर ऑर्डर की गेम है सीनियर बच्चों के लिए, जिसमें बच्चे वर्गमूल और वर्गमूलों का गुना, दशमलव का गुना वो भी सीख लेते हैं सर गेम के थ्रू। ये एक मैग्नेटिक स्टिक्स है सर, ये इतनी वंडरफुल स्टिक्स हैं कि वृत्त को छोड़कर सारी 2 डायमेंशनल ज्योमेट्री को बच्चा इससे सीख सकता है और अध्यापक आराम से सिखा सकता है। ये एक इलेक्ट्रोमेंटल मैथमेटिक्स टॉय है सर, इसमें जैसे आप देख पा रहे हैं कि इस बच्चे ने 52 + 13, ये एक प्रश्न है और इसका आंसर है 65, तो जो इसका आंसर होता है वही बल्ब ग्लो होता है, अदरवाइज किसी और होल में हम उसको टच करेंगे तो बल्ब ग्लो नहीं होगा। तो इससे बच्चे एग्जैक्टनेस सीखते हैं, तेजी से मैथमेटिक्स को करना सीखते हैं। ये इसकी कुछ और स्लाइड्स में आपको बता रहा हूं। तो अब सर मैं अपनी स्क्रीन को स्टॉप करता हूं और
Yes, what happened, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar? Hello.
Is it on? सर लगता है उसका डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया, पर उनका प्रेजेंटेशन हो ही गया था, तो हम आपका कमेंट ले सकते हैं। मीनवाइल अगर वो कनेक्ट हो जाएंगे तो फिर वी विल गेट बैक टू हिम।
ठीक है। तो ये जो है इनका डॉक्टर संजीव कुमार जी का जो प्रेजेंटेशन था वो मेरे ख्याल से
सर मैं कर रहा हूँ सर, मैं ज्वाइन हो गया सर दोबारा। एक्चुअली शिमला पता ही आपको सर, हिल स्टेशन में थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है, तो ये सर अध्यापक के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है कि अध्यापक इसको कैसे यूज करता है। हम बच्चों को एडिशन के लिए, हाँ भाई 2 संख्याएं बनाओ, फटाफट बनाओ, तो बच्चा फटाफट बनाता है, एक संख्या इसको पढ़ता है, हाँ अब दूसरा बच्चा इसको खेलेगा और दूसरी संख्या बनाएगा, तो ऐसे हम इसको टॉय को यूज करते रहते हैं। सर एक ये टॉय है जो मैंने आपको दिखाया था अभी, ये देखिए इसमें अभी 22 का हमने ये सारा बताया हुआ है कि कैसे बच्चा इसको फैक्टर, 22 के फैक्टर क्या है, 22, 11, 2 और 1। जब बच्चा व्हील को घुमाएगा अब 23 के, तो 23 का क्या है, 23 और 1, ये एक प्राइम नंबर है। ऐसे बच्चा किसी भी संख्या को घुमा सकता है। ये देखिए 38 का है 38, 19, 2 और 1, तो बच्चा अपने आप इसको व्हील को घुमा के और अलग अलग सभी संख्याओं के 1 से लेके 50 तक फैक्टर बच्चा कर लेता है। इसके बाद सर ये एक मैग्नेटिक गेम है, इस गेम के थ्रू बच्चे प्राइम नंबर को आइडेंटिफाई करना सर सीखते हैं। जैसे ये देख पा रहे हैं आप, ये बोर्ड है और ये चुंबक है सर, इसमें लिखा है प्राइम नंबर, ये उसी नंबर पे चिपकेगा जहां प्राइम नंबर होगा। जैसे 5 एक प्राइम नंबर है तो यहां ए अटैच हो जाता है अपने आप। 6 प्राइम नंबर नहीं है तो यहां से ये गिर जाएगा, ये देखिए 6 पे ये नहीं आएगा। जैसे 45 प्राइम नंबर नहीं है तो इसमें भी ये नहीं लगेगा सर। जैसे 41 प्राइम नंबर है तो इसमें दूर से चिपकेगा, ये देखिए 41 पे। तो जो प्राइम नंबर है उसी पे ये मैग्नेटिक हमने लगाया है और उसी से बच्चे इसको सीखते हैं सर। नेक्स्ट है हमारे पास ये बहुत वंडरफुल इंस्ट्रूमेंट है सर। ये है वो इलेक्ट्रोमेंटल मैथ्स। जैसे आप देख रहे हैं इसमें क्या है, विच इज बिगेस्ट नंबर, बड़ा नंबर कौन है। जैसे ये पहला प्रश्न है कि 23, 59 और 57, बड़ा नंबर कौन है। तो ये प्रश्न आ गया हमारा और आंसर क्या आएगा इसका 59। तो बच्चा और जगह इसको टच करेगा तो बल्ब ग्लो नहीं करेगा, लेकिन जब 59 आएगा तो बल्ब ग्लो करेगा सर। ये देखिए 59 पे, बाकी किसी होल पे नहीं करेगा। तो बच्चे एकदम से सीखते हैं। ये एक सीट नहीं है सर, इट हैज 20 सीट्स। ये पीछे भी देखिए आप, इसमें क्या है, फाइंड द नंबर इन बिटवीन, बीच में कौन सी संख्या, 43 फिर 45, इसके बीच में कौन सी संख्या आएगी 44। तो 44 पे ही बल्ब ग्लो करेगा, दूसरी संख्या पे नहीं करेगा। तो इससे बच्चे एक डिसिप्लिन मैनर में सर फास्ट गणित को सीखते हैं। जब थोड़ा हम बच्चों को कॉन्सेप्ट दे देते हैं और बच्चे इंटरेस्ट नहीं लेते आगे उसको कैरी ऑन करने का, तो ये ऐसे टॉयज हैं सर जिनसे हम बच्चों को प्रेरित करते हैं। एक खेल खेल में बच्चे बिल्कुल बिना किसी भय के, बिना किसी स्ट्रेस और स्ट्रेन के बच्चे गणित सीखें। और भी इसमें बहुत सारा गणित है सर। ये देखिए प्लस का मैंने आपको बताया, ये प्लस का है। फिर ये देखिए सर, ये भाग का है, डिवीजन का है। 16 को 4 से डिवाइड करेंगे क्या आएगा 4, तो 4 पे बल्ब ग्लो करेगा, दूसरे अंक पे बल्ब ग्लो नहीं करेगा। तो सर इस प्रकार हम इसको, ये हमने FLN जो फाउंडेशन लिटरेसी एंड न्यूमरेसी हमारा अभियान चला है मिनिस्ट्री की ओर से, उसको सक्सेसफुल करने के लिए
संजीव कुमार जी, यू हैव टू, संजीव कुमार जी बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है आपका, लेकिन आप 2 मिनट में प्लीज वाइंड करिए, हमको फिर आगे सेशन के लिए वी हैव टू बी ऑन टाइम।
ओके मैम, ओके डेफिनेटली। ये मैं आपको दिखाने वाला था, ये है क्रूसिंग गेम, ये है क्रूसिंग गेम। ये देखिए, तो हम इसको ऐसे, ये खाली बोर्ड आ जाता है, फिर मैंने एक स्ट्रिप उठाई और इसमें फिट कर दी। तो ये देखिए ये किसमें आ गए 8, ये 8 शो कर रही है। अब हमने इसमें 3 ऐड करना है, ये वाला 3 ऐड करना है हमने, तो हम इसको 3 ऐड कर देते हैं। जब ऐड कर देते हैं तो कितना आ गया 11। बच्चे खेल खेल में सीखते हैं। अब इसमें से सब्ट्रैक्ट करना है, हमने ये सब्ट्रैक्ट कर देना है। तो कितना सब्ट्रैक्ट किया 5, कितना बचा 3, 1 2 3, ये 3 बच गया। तो बच्चे खेल खेल में अपने आप गणित को सीखते हैं। इसके अलावा हमारे पास ये करेंसी है सर। इस करेंसी के थ्रू भी हम बच्चों को सबसे पहले करेंसी को आइडेंटिफाई करना और करेंसी से गणित सीखना। जैसे हमने 50 का नोट ले लिया और एक 100 का नोट ले लिया और एक 2000 का नोट ले लिया। हाँ बेटे, बच्चे बताओ कितना जोड़ होगा तीनों का। बच्चे फटाफट करते हैं, सीखते हैं और बच्चे इसको एंजॉय करते हैं। ऐसा ही हमारा पूरा लैब का दृश्य मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूं। ऐसी ही हमारी लैब है। ये देखिए सर, हमने कुछ एक इंस्ट्रूमेंट हमने यहाँ रखे हैं और ये सारा काम राष्ट्रीय आविष्कार अभियान की ओर से चलाया जाता है। ये देखिए सर, राष्ट्रीय आविष्कार अभियान और बिकनेट के क्लब की ओर से ये सारा चलाया जाता है। तो इस प्रकार हमारे बहुत सारे इंस्ट्रूमेंट हैं, जिन इंस्ट्रूमेंट के थ्रू हम खेल खेल में बच्चों को गणित कैसे सीखें, बच्चे खेल खेल में गणित कैसे सीखें, ये हम सिखाने का उनको प्रयत्न करते हैं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद संजीव कुमार जी। इट इज वेरी नाइस एंड वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग वन।
हाँ जी, ये अभियान सारा सर हमने ऐसे चलाया है शिमला डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, केवल शिमला में ही नहीं सर, पूरे हिमाचल में हम इसका प्रेजेंटेशन करते हैं और हम अध्यापकों को भी बताते हैं कि इस प्रकार के टॉयज आप भी बनवाइए, क्योंकि ये बनाए जा सकते हैं सर। ये लो कॉस्ट और लो कॉस्ट पे बनाए जा सकते हैं, ताकि गणित का जो फोबिया बच्चों के मन में है, टीचर के भी मन में है, अभिभावक के मन में है, उसको हम दूर करें। ये एक अभियान है सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर for giving me this wonderful opportunity sir. Thank you.
बहुत अच्छा अभियान है आपका और ये गणित तो जीवन का एक अनिवार्य अंग है और इसके लिए आपने बहुत ही सरल पद्धति से और ये कुछ उपक्रम बनाए हैं, आविष्कार किए हैं। आविष्कार अभियान को धन्यवाद, आपको धन्यवाद। और मुझे तो लगता है कि शिमला आना पड़ेगा ये देखने के लिए।
बिल्कुल, वेलकम सर, वेलकम एट एनी टाइम सर, एट एनी टाइम आई वेलकम यू सर।
सो नाइस ऑफ यू,
सो
नाइस ऑफ यू।
वेलकम यू सर।
हाँ संजीव कुमार जी, धन्यवाद। तो आज हमने ये जो पांचों विविध विषयों के जो हमने प्रेजेंटेशन देखे हैं, सुने हैं, उनकी बातें सुनी हैं, तो लगता है कि वी हैव गॉट ए लॉट ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज, वी हैव गॉट ए लॉट ऑफ टैलेंट इन अवर कंट्री, एंड दैट इज व्हाई we can do a lot if we, such kind of arranging webinars and by meeting personally, by meeting together, getting together or doing together, this will go a long way it seems. आज हमारे जो पांचों जो महानुभाव हैं, अरुण कुमार जी हैं, मुरली कृष्णा जी है, शिवानी जी है और हमारे ये संजीव कुमार जी हैं, इन सभी, ये राठौड़ साहब हैं, इन सभी ने जो बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन दिया है और एनलाइटन किया है हमारे दर्शकों को, हमारे रिव्यूअर्स को, तो इसके लिए मैं सभी का धन्यवाद करते हुए और आदरणीय सुनीति जी को अभी ये सौंपता हूँ कि ये आगे की बात वो बढ़ाएं। धन्यवाद सुनीति जी।
Thank you, Harshad Bhai, for your comments and for very interesting session. So I take this opportunity for thanking Harshad Bhai for chairing the session and the inputs that he gave in between after every presentation. And I thank all the presenters for extremely innovative presentations that you made. And as Harshad Bhai said, that we really need to collaborate and we need to know that what all is happening across the country. So, so it is time to wind up the technical session 4, and we will be going for a 10-minute break. But then very interesting 2 sessions. These are hands-on sessions that will be happening. We'll telecast these. So session 1 is on teacher, educator and school academic consultant internationally. So this is Dr. Miss Indira Subramaniam. She's a teacher, educator and school academic consultant, internationally certified trainer in serious play methods and materials, Singapore. So she will be taking up a hands-on session. So I welcome Indira ji to you. And then there'll be another session that is case study from Department of Curriculum, Pedagogy and Assessment, Institute of Education, University College of London. So stay tuned for these very interesting hands-on session. And I welcome you, Indira ji, and hand over the session to you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Harshad Bhai. Thank you all, to all the panelists.
आप सबका बहुत-बहुत आभार है, धन्यवाद।
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon to our various presenters and speakers, and thank you for having me here today. Today what I'm going to talk to you about is about play as going more than just entertainment or engagement, but play as being quite serious. So my session is called Playing to Learn and Learning to Play. Okay, so why is the power of making so powerful? Because research tells us that when we make something, particularly when we make something with our hands, what really happens is that we are encouraging the brain to work in a very different way, and we are asking the brain to operate from a new perspective. And what that really does is to unlock new learning and new ways of thinking. What really happens, therefore, in an engaging hands-on environment is that not only are you asking people to think differently, but you're also giving them the tools to express their knowledge differently because they are making something and presenting something to you. Now, this has great implications when it comes to neuroscience, because again, research shows us that this leads to some kind of cognitive reduction of workload. Because the moment we transfer what is there in our head to something which we have built in our hands, by our hands, which is all connected, what we're really doing is we are transferring a meaning which is invisible and which is not tangible into something which is visible and something which is tangible. And that's why the power of making is considered very powerful, making something with our hands. Now, how does this connect up with effective and meaningful learning? It connects up with effective and meaningful learning in 4 different ways. One is that it provides a connection to what you already know. The second is that it's constructivist. So it helps you to construct and build upon existing learning and in the process to develop new learning. It also helps you to contemplate on what you have done and how you have done it and how you can apply this learning. And of course, it helps you to continue to set new goals. So how can you extend this learning into newer areas and to new directions? So this brings me to what I call playful learning values. And playful learning is considered to be one of the 9 innovative pedagogies of 2019, according to the Open University. It is considered very powerful because learners are seen to develop critical thinking, problem solving, analytical, and communication skills. And I think all the speakers before me have highlighted this amply through their various presentations. And the role of the teacher over here is to design a learning environment in such a way that children have the freedom to explore and discover new things. The teacher then becomes an observer and a facilitator where she's directing the activity and asking children important questions, thought-provoking questions, which can help them to construct and connect and contemplate. So let's do a small activity, or let me do a small activity with you using the series play technique. I've got here 2 colors of bricks, black and green. And typically what you would do is you would ask the children to build a tower which is 2 colors. So the 2 colors could here be black and green. And you would give them 2 minutes to build this tower and then ask them to share what they have learned as a result. Okay, so let me just do that for you. Okay, so this is the model that I have built. And now typically what you would do is you would ask children to share what they have built and what meaning do they give to this model. So let me tell you a story about what I have built. Okay, so the base over here, which is black, it sort of, indicates the current state of the world that we are in, which is, we're all a bit, dismal. We're all in a state of despair because of the pandemic. It's all very challenging for us, and it's also very uncertain. So it seems very depressing, and we've got the new variant, so we are worried about it. But of course, the green represents hope. The green represents the vaccination progress. The green represents the efforts being taken by each and every community member and each and every frontline worker and teachers and doctors and all of us in order to deal with this rather depressing and dismal state of affairs that we are in. So this is the activity where we've asked you to build something using 2 colors, and then we ask you to share on it. And the next stage is therefore what did we learn from it. Now, what is the purpose of this activity? The purpose of this activity is just to get people to warm up, because sometimes when you play with things, not everybody is familiar with the process, and not everybody knows the expectations of the process. And so the idea is to keep it very simple and not, complicate things, but just to give everybody a feel of what is happening. In this step, the engagement is about the process and not the product. And what the teacher does is to go around observing and noticing how do children build their tower. So typically you would see some children will sort out everything and then pick out 2 colors. Some children will typically just pick out 1 brick at a time and then go about deciding how to go about building their tower. So all of this, in a sense, gives you clues and insights about what children are thinking, how do they behave, what is their personality, what is their profile like. Now comes the second part of the activity. Using the same model, we ask children to modify their model and with another piece, and to tell a story about a good day at school. Okay, so let me modify this, and I will add another brick. Okay, so here's my modified model. I've added a yellow brick to it, and now I'm going to tell you about a good day at school. Okay, so a good day at school is one which is one which is filled with a lot of activities. So the various bricks over here represent various colors, represent the different types of activities. Some of them are hard. So the black activities are those, the black bricks are those which represent the hard activities. And the yellow is the ones which are fun, like art and craft or play or music and dance. And the green are the ones which are also encouraging and positive, which you enjoy. Maybe it's my favorite subject in school. And a good day in school is also one where I get to meet a lot of friends. So that's why I'm happy, and that's why I have the yellow brick. It's also one where I get to spend a lot of time in nature, and that's what the green stands for. I get to see a lot of trees, I get to see a lot of flowers. And for me, that's a good day at school. Okay. Now, what have we done over here? The entire process involves 4 steps. The first step is the challenge. And this is where the teacher's responsibility comes in, where you're formulating a task which is critical to the whole exercise. And that's where the teacher comes in, where you formulate a challenge depending on the children's age and the children's abilities, and you ask them to tell you a story about what they have built. In the building phase, participants add meaning through metaphors, through narratives, and through storytelling. And the metaphors and narratives are brought about through the meaning that they ascribe to the various colors and the bricks.
Good morning, Indiraji. Actually, we have the next session which was due at 11:30, and
Yes.
people have logged in. If you can just wind up within a minute, that will be nice of you.
Yes,
Thank you.
I think I started late. I was
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, that's why we the other presentation which we had announced will be after the next session. So that's it. Okay, thank you. Thanks for
The third act is the act of sharing, which is the act of expressing and giving meaning. And finally, of course, you're going to reflect on what you have learned through your experience. So what happens? When we build something new, what we're really doing is we are unlocking new knowledge and meaning. And while adults prefer to follow instructions, with children it's free-flowing. And the metaphors that they attribute to it is the way they see their reality and the way they see the world around them. And the questions that you ask is really going to unlock new meaning. So you're going to ask them, what's the significance of the yellow? Why did you build this on black? What do you think is, why do you think the green portion is jutting out here? And these are the questions that you're going to ask them to develop and to spur on their thinking. So I'll conclude by talking about why the act of building is so important. That's because you see, humans are natural storytellers, and the act of play helps you to bring out the power of stories. Stories are also powerful because we remember stories, and stories help us to explore various possibilities. Not only this, we use this technique to explore the future and what we already know. And of course, this will vary for children of different age groups according to their various stages of development. But this converts the act of playing from from something being merely entertaining and engaging to something which is serious. So with that, I conclude because we've just been told that the next session is due. Thank you for your patience, and I do hope you explore serious play as a possibility to evoke new learning amongst your learners. Thank you.
Thank you, Indiraji. Thanks for a very lively presentation. And we now enter the next session because, you know, we had so much of response from people. Even yesterday's people were asking that we want to, but we have, you know, the limitation that we don't have many, I mean hours. So I'm really sorry. We are going to have a very important aspect to cover in the next session, and I welcome Professor Anupam Ahuja, who is the moderator of this session, and this is on the toys to address different societal needs. And our chairperson is Mr. Praveen Bhai Nahar from NID. He is the director of National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. So hand it over to Professor Ahuja for your session. All the best. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A very good morning again to everybody. I hope you all enjoyed a nice cup of tea. As my colleague has said, we are into session 5, and we're going to focus on toys to address different societal concerns. I am Anupam Ahuja, and I work to promote inclusive education. And currently I'm heading the International Relations Division. But I've spent my lifetime for children who, not by their fault, are often left behind and forgotten sometimes. So with this short introduction about myself, it's my duty to welcome our chairperson and all the participants who have logged in. As my colleague mentioned, we have the director of the National Institute with us, Institute of Design from Ahmedabad. Praveen Naharji needs no introduction at all. He's a person who lives his work, has spent a lifetime working in an area which is very close to his heart, and professionals all over the world and in our country line up to work and learn with his colleagues and him in his institution. So with this very brief introduction to him, I can go on about him till the cows come home, but that's not the intention. He is really a person who needs no introduction. So I hand over this session to the chairperson, and over to you, Praveen Naharji.
Yeah, thank you. You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So thanks, Professor Anupam, for a really short introduction. It is very important that it's short and we move on with the session. And happy to be part of this webinar, very important webinar, Toys and Games to Play, Make and Learn. And also I'm happy that our institute has been significantly contributed on setting up some of the sessions, the important seminar, and many of our graduates and faculty members are also part of the proceedings yesterday, and I see also some today. So I also saw that many important and insightful deliberations were held yesterday, and a lot more to come. This morning also it was very insightful, and I am happy to be chairing this important session today, which is centered around toys to address different societal concerns. So as I understand, the session is broadly centered around looking at different societal concerns, which will deliberate on inclusiveness, inclusion of differently abled, and many other perspectives of inclusiveness, I understand. We need to work towards more inclusive society, keeping in mind that the children, mind the needs of children with special needs, like special education aids, enabling environments, and assistive devices to enable learning, There are many individuals and institutions working over many, many years in this area, and there's a lot more work that needs to be done. At NID, our students and faculty colleagues have been working in this area for many years and have engaged with many projects in this area, with many local, national, and international organizations. And this also involves our wide spectrum of programs ranging from master's program in toy and game design, in product design. We have a program in Bangalore campus, which is centered around universal design and inclusiveness, and many other disciplines of NID. So for a child with special needs, toys can cater to specific areas of development or preference and serve also as therapy aids. There are many toys and games available that addresses specific needs of children of all abilities, and there is greater need for of auditing this from a special needs perspective, and also making them available while we design new toys and games through participatory processes with various stakeholders. So there are many types of toys. For example, there's a cause and effect toys like shape sorters, pop-up toys, which promote visual, motor, and grasping skills that are especially helpful for children with autism, as they provide the opportunity for hands-eye coordination, sensory explorations, and repetitive sequences. We have puzzles which help improve cognitive abilities. There are fidget toys that can effectively help with self-regulation, promote focus and concentration, decrease stress, and provide tactile awareness. There are oral motor simulators for children who crave chewing or struggle with oral motor difficulty. Many sensory toys for sensory response to help children calm down and focus their attention, and so on and so forth. So apart from the societal concerns related to special needs, I would also like to bring in a couple of other perspectives of societal concern. One is the societal concern related to affordability, and it is important that we provide educational play material at low cost and affordable, which are affordable and low cost. We need good designs for do-it-yourself toys, low-cost toys, and toys made from easily available local materials, so that children can learn not only from experiences of playing with them, but also making them. There are a lot of work done by our ex-professor of NID, Professor Darshan Khanna, on indigenous toys and do-it-yourself toys. The work done by Arvind Gupta ji and many such initiatives, which brings huge repository in this, and there is a lot of work, is potential. Secondly, I would say that societal concerns related to environment, it is very big concern. We need to look at local, eco-friendly materials and processes in design and distribution of toys, and many other strategies to address environmental issues, which also can come through, for example, sharing of toys and games, addressing the issues of circularity and circular economy. So India is a very rich country with natural material resources and indigenous toy craft traditions, and possibly will also play an important role in developing sustainable, environmental friendly toys. So coming back to the sessions, I see that there are 4 exciting sessions which are mostly focused on some of the concerns, especially towards special needs, inclusivity, and therapy. And I hope that we'll be able to address some of the larger questions through these sessions. For example, why do we need to work towards overall development and inclusivity? How can toys and playful experiences can help in this area? What are the various processes and approaches of design and development we need to adopt? And how can we also scale up, can help scaling up these efforts actually, so that all these experiences and efforts can reach out to as many people as possible, and what are the various ways forward in this endeavor. So with this, I will give it to the session moderator, Anupamji, to maybe invite.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for setting the tone for the session and raising very pertinent issues, which we hope our participants will address. We have, as you mentioned, 4 presentations, and we will be giving 20 minutes to each participant. I will come back knocking 2 minutes before 20 minutes end. And pardon me if I cut into what you are saying, but that's what the job that I've been asked to do, and I'll do it ruthlessly. Let me say that at the outset. And now I hand over the session to the speakers. We have 4 speakers. We have the first session will be taken up by Akash Johri, and the topic covered by will be toys for inclusion of children in the preschool years. We have the next session then follows by Nima Anil, and that is on inclusive toys for preschool education in our country, in India. And then we have an interesting talk on dexterity deck, inclusivity and dexterity for children with cerebral palsy. Please note, the title says children with cerebral palsy. They are first children, and nice to note that. This is by Aditi. And then we have using indigenous toys and games in play therapy for children by Himanshi Bhati. And they will follow one after the other. And we will keep a close watch on the chat box. We request all the participants to, of course, they are very keen listeners. We have seen that in yesterday and today. Put in your questions there. We will take a look at them and address a few. So over now to the participants. The first one, I go to Akashi. Over to you. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Akash. Please go on.
Okay. Thank you so much, Professor Ahuja, for the kind introduction. And thank you, Professor Nahaji. It's also nice to see you again.
Yes.
Very good morning to all the listeners. So my name is Akash Johri. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at Eindhoven University of Technology in the Netherlands. And I work in the domain of designing for play and learning experiences. And what I'll be doing today is I'll talk about some of my previous research working with children with special education needs, specifically focusing on their play behavior and looking at the topic of inclusion from that perspective. So let me quickly share my screen. Could you please confirm if you can see my screen?
Yes, we can see that.
Yes, okay. We can.
Thank you so much. So yeah, let me start with sort of an overview of my presentation. What I'll be doing is I'll start with a bit on my background, talk about where I come from and how my worldview is informed about this topic. And then I'll go through a very brief description of a group of studies that I did about in the period of 2012 to 2014, working with children with special education needs. I'll not really go into a lot of details about this, but I'll focus more on some of the interesting findings, talking about the play behavior of these children, how it may be similar or different from typical children, and what are the design implications because of that. And I'll try and summarize some key takeaways. So first of all, a bit of a background on me. I did start my education as a mechanical engineer. Then I did a master's in design, focusing on industrial design and user experience design. And then I did a PhD in design. So over a period of time, I've been really invested into the topic of designing for play. And that includes designing toys, games, but also playground spaces, playful media, and all kind of playful interventions. And because of the nature of my work, I have a key user group that I worked with very often, which is children. It's absolutely wonderful to be able to, do some interventions with children. And I worked with children of diverse age groups as well as diverse cultures. but also including children with special education needs, and I had some really interesting, work with them. Now, the reason I'm mentioning this is like back in the days when I started as a designer, as a design interventionist working with these children, one of the things which kind of got my attention was the fact that when I used to observe their play sessions, it always felt like there was more of a learning activity into it. And of course, learning is a very effective medium. Play is a very effective medium for learning, and especially for the people who have difficulties with the regular learning mechanisms. But at the same time, I just felt that I was not able to observe the same level of excitement or engagement or joy in the play activities, which you would refer as playfulness for the sessions. And which intrigued me, wondering about the fact that is it that these children have a different way of expressing playfulness, or is it to do with the design of the activities or artifacts that they were interacting with, whether it was not able to give the same kind of stimulation that was possible. So when you think about designing toys in the context of children with special education needs, there is a very strong discourse on the idea of accessibility. For example, assistive technologies and adaptive toys. And adaptive toys are like any standard toy which has been adapted specific to a particular population to help them, be able to engage and access it. So this is a typical example of an adaptive toy. They have added like big switches over here, which are easier to find, at the same time hold and interact with the toy. So this may include sometimes simplifying the interface. Sometimes it may include making things more graspable for instance, for people who might have fine motor limitations and so on. So with all these things existing, I think the idea of accessibility is definitely something which is very important. But another aspect to this same situation, which I was also interested was the experiential aspect of play, right? Even if something you are able to interact with, are you able to really get engaged into it? Are you able to derive joy out of it? So again, looking at playfulness as something which goes beyond accessibility was something I was intrigued about. So through this research, a question I was trying to ask was if and how design characteristics of play artifacts or activities affect the observed playfulness. And I was specifically, when I say children with special education needs, I was working with preschool children who had mild to moderate cognitive disability. Now, cognitive disability is a term which is used to refer to individuals who might have limitations with intellectual functions like reasoning, planning, comprehending, or they have limitations with their adaptive skills, like practical skills as well as social skills and so on. And their development is slightly delayed. So sometimes they have a different physical age and different mental or social age. So what I'll do now is I'll briefly describe a set of 3 studies that I did. And of course, I'm not going into the details, but these are all published. So if anyone is interested, I can refer you to them. So first one that we looked into was a study which was more to understand the existing state of play in a special school in a metro city in India. It was more about observing children's play behavior and learning behavior in different spaces in the school, as well as conducting semi-structured interviews with the school staff to try and understand their perspective about what play and learning is for these children. Then we did an interventional study specifically focusing on their social play. And we were more interested into the idea of cooperation and competition and how it grows with age. So we did sort of a controlled experiment with them where there will be pairs of children sitting and playing, engaging in constructive play with, let's say, Lego blocks. And we'll have 2 conditions. In one condition, there will be an idea of competition introduced. In the other condition, it will be completely free play. And we try to look at how their behavior changes in terms of interacting with material, interacting with each other, and their expression. Third study was also longitudinal, was interventional in nature, but this was more longitudinal. So what we did was we brought on experts on board, and we tried to bring in toys of all different kinds and all different play types like sensory play, pretend play, constructive play, challenge-based play, and so on. And we would let children have free play sessions, hour-long free play sessions with these toys, and just really capture data in terms of seeing the interactions with the material, with the toys, but also the play space, the facilitator, their verbal and gestural interactions, and so on. And we did like a grounded theory analysis on this whole data. So we really broke it down into individual actions to try and understand patterns where playfulness was seen and how that reflected in the qualities of the activities and artifacts that children were interacting with. Moving on to some interesting findings. So first of all, regarding the existing state of play in the special school that we were working with, one thing we realized was that there was very limited opportunities for free play or unstructured play. And most of the activities were very strongly associated with a sort of a learning outcome, like they were always given something through which they can learn something or develop, which is of course very important. But at the same time, if you think about typical children of the same age group, which is preschool 3 to 6 years, free play and unstructured play is a very strong component of childhood. And you also get to develop a lot through that. But that was something which we did not see was happening. Challenge-based play was a lot more prevalent than pretend play and constructive play. Now, as per theories, like for this particular group, age group, pretend play and constructive play are supposed to be more predominant, but we saw again like the activities were more around having like a challenge, for example, playing with the shape sorting sort of an activity or size sorting sort of an activity, which was more about the outcome than the process itself. Lastly, the social play opportunities were also quite limited for these children. And what was interesting was the fact that there was a facilitator which was always present in their play sessions, right? Like if you see children playing normally in that age group, they would be playing by themselves in a group, being able to interact a lot with each other. But here, facilitator was always present. And of course, there are reasons for it. Like when we discussed it with the staff, they explained the safety reasons and other concerns. But again, something which might be different than what you see for typical children in this age group. Then coming to toy design characteristics, also we found some very interesting insights. Especially the element of narrative was something which always led to high engagement for the children. So when they had the opportunity to interact with pretend play toys, for instance, they were really invested into creating their own stories and telling about them. And even if they had difficulty communicating, they will still try to do it. They'll try and engage the people around them and create some stories out of it. What was also interesting was that their pretend play or the use of narrative was repetitive in nature. It was not boring actually. Like even if they had opportunities to create diverse narratives or interact with different kind of pretend play toys, they would prefer to have certain narratives that they really like, and they would like to do it more often. But at the same time, they really would be engaged into it. And, so there was something quite unique, like looking at the repetition element of it, but at the same time, from the perspective of experience, they're finding it quite playful. For play affordance, another thing which we noticed was that these children really wanted to showcase the progress or the outcome of what they were building on or working on while playing. So sometimes they'll construct something and they'll go to the other classrooms to show their classmates or the teachers, or sometimes they'll ask to take a photo of it. And that was something which was quite interesting to see. Like this could be also an interesting affordance to build in the design of toys, for instance, or activities when the teachers are planning it. Multimodal interactive feedback definitely played a huge role in terms of children finding, lesser distractions and being more engaged in the activity. So again, we saw that if a child was trying to interact, especially with a challenge-based toy, like a puzzle, and if he made one or two consecutive errors to not be able to proceed, he will lose interest completely. And it was difficult to bring him back to the same play activity. But if there was some kind of feedback informing him about his actions and helping him, assisting him in the process, it definitely helped to sustain the engagement for much longer. Another interesting aspect about this was that the physical ergonomics was a important element that was a problem with the toys, because these children might have a different mental age and physical age. While the toys were suited for their mental age, they, for example, had a different force, different way of grabbing things, different size of their limbs. And that's why some of the toys were just not possible to, be accommodated. And that's something, again, from standard toys perspective or from an inclusion perspective, needs to be considered. How do we make the idea of physical ergonomics more flexible when we are designing for this kind of a inclusive purpose. Lastly, some insights on play behavior. We saw that there was clearly a preference for open-ended play and unstructured play activity in that school, even though there was hardly possible by the system. But when they had the opportunity, they showed higher instances of playfulness when interacting in open-ended play. Another thing which we saw, which was unique about these children, was that as their age increased, the normal tendency is supposed to be that children tend to become more competitive in nature, but in this case, they actually showed less competition as their age increased, and they preferred to engage more in social play in terms of cooperative and associative play. So that was also quite interesting to notice. And they had a preference for gross motor play. Coming to the key takeaways. So of course, this is something which I talked about, was really like making it short and giving you just a snapshot of what this looks like. Of course, there are a lot of details and I did not cover in this presentation because of the time limitation. But what I wanted to really highlight was the fact that one thing which we really felt while doing this research was that play for its own sake was something which was not really being addressed systematically, but I think that's also very important, especially from a childhood and child development perspective, which we need to again think about how do we integrate this from a policy perspective. We tried to also offer a counter perspective to a lot of research discourse, which focuses more on the play abilities of the children. And it is understandable, particularly for this population, that play abilities become an important aspect. But apart from play abilities, the idea of the play experience, the idea of playfulness, and the affective side of play is also important to look at, like the way we discussed here. And the role of facilitator emerged from a lot of insights as very important when you think about designing play for these children. So why not, for a designer perspective, think about already making these roles more explicit. Like when you're designing, what do you think about the facilitator's role is going to be? How he's going to make the play more engaging, or be a part of this whole magic circle of play for these children. So I would wrap up by saying that designing for inclusion, this is of course my perspective on it, requires approaching from both ends of the spectrum. What I mean by this is that, of course, there is one side of it which is very strongly about looking at accessibility and equity in terms of all the existing standard toys and spaces and making them accessible for these children, but also thinking about really diving deep into understanding the play and learning behavior of children with special education needs, trying to come up and understand what are these unique insights about their behavior that leads to them having a more joyful, engaging and playful experience, and then building from there to the other side, right? Like it does not need always to be from this side to the other side. So with that, I hope I was able to evoke some interesting thoughts through this presentation. Thank you so much for your patience listening.
Thank you very much for evoking lots of interest in this area through your research findings. I'm sure listeners will come back to you with more queries. And thank you also for keeping time. Okay, so I now would request, you can log out your presentation. I now request Nima Anil to make the presentation on inclusive toys for preschool education in India. Over to you, Nima.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're audible and visible.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I am Nima Anil, PhD research scholar from Gandhigram Rural Institute, deemed to the University Gandhigram, Dendigal, Tamil Nadu. So today I am going to present about inclusive toys for preschool education in India. So we all know about that education is a fundamental right of the child in India, and we know that in India primary education is compulsory and every child should get that. Coming to the point, that I am going to discuss about the preschool development disorders and inclusive toy in this review paper. So early education considered more significant for the human growth, development, emotional learning for all the children,
and children with the disabilities. Therefore, the preschool is not only for individual development, but also for development of the social equity and economic empowerment. Here I show some enrollment status of the child in preschool. Like 3-year-old, 65 to 75% are enrolled in preschool. 4-year age children in preschool are 75%, and 69% of child of 5-year-old, and 35% are 6-year-old registered in preschool in 2018 according to the SER report. So development disorder, we all know that development milestone is very important. According to the appropriate age, the child should achieve all the developmental milestones. Parents and professionals will give special attention to the child in the growing age, where they should show the development. Sometimes parents can find out the delay, even the teachers can find out the delay in this development. Through the preschooling, we can find out the delays in the students. Some of these impairment will come in a baby from its born or after the birth, just because of injury, infection, or other factors which damage the neurons. Also the bone, everything. So it's a complex factor. It's we can say that only one disorder will be there present in a child. It may be a complex one, and multiple disorders also there be in a children. So early intervention. Caesar in 1972, he defined early intervention as the introduction, deliberately the time and arranged to alter the anticipate or projected development. Early intervention is meant to be developed. The delay is crucial for enhancing their effect. And here the inclusive toys play a major role in early intervention centers and also for the developmental delayed children. The toys for inclusion create the segregation multi-generally play a space accessibility for all the children with or without the special needs. So these are the toys for all the students who have the disability and also who are not need any special attention. So the toy can develop each children who are not able, who are in development delay and who are not in. So toys are simply objects that provide playful activities that should complete their special needs and improve the development of children's motor, social, and cognitive skills. And next, the play and play material. So we all now gone through a presentation about the play and also about the toys. So we all know that play is a part of child growth. While we are in a child, we were in childhood, we also went through the playing. So toys, according to the play, we doesn't need a toy, but in toy, we can make child to develop motor, social, and economically, emotionally development. So according to the Article 31 of, United Nations Convention on the Right of Child, and also should provide the quality playing materials. And according to Indian Rights of Child, also mentioned the relax and play is a right under the subsection of right to the development. And also sustainable development goal of education, goal number 4, is also mentioning about disable the child education through the toys and also inclusive toys, inclusive class in the inclusive classroom. The importance of play contribute to the cognitive, physical, social, emotional well-being of the child with or without the need. It provides creativity in the child. Play helps child to adjust to the environment of the school. Use adaptive playing method will provide the developmental delay in the children. A child learns to develop the language, primary behavior characters like sharing, caring for each other. We can develop this through the play. Play helps child to learn efficiently like a number, colors, and the child become creative and attain the skill of problem solving through playing. These are the type of the play for preschool. And there is some toys appropriate for this play also. Onlooker play happen when the toddlers watch other children and learn how to play a game or use a toy. And second one, parallel play, will begin from the 18th month to the 2 years of a child who play alongside without any interaction with other child. Associative play, they interact with other child and they begin socialize, and it is also called loosely organized play. It improves the sharing and creative skill of the child. Social play, of course, we know that the child begin begin to develop the social skills with other students or other child who is playing with in a group. And motor physical plays where the child start running, jumping, it helps their motor development. In the case of development delay, especially the motor local development delay, some type of jumping and running in the group of students in the group of playing group of that child help in developing some type of locomotor delays. Constructive plays is where the child creates, think and play with it. It makes improvement in creative thinking and imagination skills. Expressive play, where the child expresses their feelings in drawing, play making, which make the child relieve their stress. Fantasy play, here the child behave like act like a role and play with the toy who is maybe he's like the toy, maybe a superhero or any Barbie like that. So the fantasy play help them to develop the language and also emotional attachment to the others and values and everything. So child stretch this imagination with the toy and play. Cooperative play, where child become a group with a leader and play any games that need the cooperation and team bond, which make them emotionally attached. So these are the type of plays we can see in the preschool. Toys that stimulate the development in the children with the developmental disorder. So toys are the tools that can be used for playing, developmental emotion, and social and building the skills in the students. So toys should be characterized essentially in the educational toys are like stimulate the skills of the child. It should satisfy all the functions, the benefits, train the child accuracy, parents and preservance. Education toys can be used to prepare the delicate motor nerves and the child creativity stimulator. All the teachers should choose which should be appropriate for the children according to the developmental delay, according to the individual needs. The child can understand the nature of world and learn about the world through playing. So there are two types of educational toys. Some are smart toys and some are traditional educational toys. These are the main traditional education toys used in Indian preschool education. Play-Doh for fine motor skills can use for teaching science and language. Is the benefit of Play-Doh. And in classroom, teachers use this Play-Doh like for improve the students' creativity and help to understand the color and combination. But we can add some more inclusive changes in the Play-Doh, like it should be a bright color and wonderful smell from that. Through that, the hearing and visual impairment students also can find out, okay, this smell is about that food. And this like low vision students can find out, okay, this color is this. Like that, the Play-Doh is having a bright color and a good smell, which help to educate the visual and hear impairment students. Geometrical shape, for the benefit of this toy is for improve the mathematical skills about the geometrical shapes and everything. Or where the teachers can create this toy as making it in a cardboard or a color panel. So we can add some more inclusive changes. The shape in a cardboard which can spell out the shape name and also the color of the shape which make both visually and hearing impairment, also the mental disorders children, like mentally development delays children to understand, oh, this is the spelling of this shape and this color. So it is easy to memorize it. So third one is flashcards. It is very traditional. We also use it from the starting of preschool implemented in India from till now. For the language lessons and math, we use flashcards. Teachers can use emotional cards as a toy to keep them understand the emotions and the empathy. If the flashcard have some three-dimensional figures or magnified letters or sound from that flashcard while touching or opening it, so it helps the students with hearing and visual impairment, also the developmental delays like mental development delays can help the child to find out what it is. So these are about the traditional educational toys. This is smart educational toys for inclusive classroom. We have 7 toys commonly used in preschool. Nursery mobile, which help the child to focus on the object and develop a attention span to it. So we can add some more inclusive changes on that, like interactive toy, interactive nursery mobile. Like if the child interacted to this mobile, it can talk back, or teachers can help them, like teach them shape, colors, and numbers to the nursery mobiles if we add some more technology on that. And all the preschools have a mirror to teach the students about their body parts and everything. So self-discovery will be held through mirror. So we can approximately mark the body parts over the mirror with magnifying letters or brain letters, which help the students to find out them, like the head is here, the approximate height, or approximately the eye will be here. Like visually and hearing impairment students also get a chance to understand about or self-explore their body. Rings stack help for holding and molding. It develops the fine motor skills and also recognize the color and counting. So while we adding some inclusive changes on that, if the stock can make sound and blink the colors, so it help the disabled child to find out the position of the stock to put the ring on them. And it's also help the motor skills of locomotorily disabled students also. Push-pull toys. These help to develop of muscular and balance while walking. So if we can add an inclusive change on this, the toy with sound and color lights help the child to recognize their activities. Like they are pulling or pushing, what they are doing, they can find out through the color change and also from the sound it's making. And the shape and sort of the toys, like puzzles, blocks, bucket, help the development of locomotion, mental development, and recognizing the capacity. If we add like friendly to visually disabled, like emphasis, like we can magnify the puzzles and we can make the size of the puzzles little more big. It will help the visually disabled students. Hard of hearing also help through by making some sound or bright colors. And multi-disabled child also can use this type of things if we make some big size or very attractive colors. So next, mechanical toys, knob, button, levers can also like encourage the fine motor skills in the child. We can add some inclusion, like toys can make sound if they succeed in the task and help by instructing them by sensing the body heat of the technology. So also the visually disabled students also can be used with mechanical toys. Last one is role play toys. The child play role with the doll and stuffed animals, encouraging their emotional and social development. So we can add some inclusion in that by talking back toys. we already have talking back toys and talking back animated games also. While role playing, the child should get, because all the toys not maybe interesting to the child. So interested character can talk back to them. It will be so happy, or we can make them very interested in educating, like by talking back toys. Bring colored and bright colored and detail specified 3D toys will help students to understand what the structure it is and what the color it is, and talking back toys will be help them. So these are the smart educational toys for inclusive classrooms. And we all know about the universal design for learning. It is a product or environmental program service used by the child with special needs to greatest extent without for adaptation or a special design. It is by UNCRPD. It is a framework of the teaching and learning transaction that individualizes the knowledge through learner center. So universal design for learning is a promising approach to effectively meet all the needs of the student with disabled. So most adaptive teaching strategy in an inclusive classroom with toys can be designed by the teacher, and also implement this universal design for the teaching in a classroom. So co-working team use assistive technology. Universal design and education is a traditional pedagogy that facilitates inclusive education. So now the parents of the preschoolers with the developmental disabled are facing so much of problems in India. The main factors which influence the parents to educate the child with disabilities are education qualification and their perception about the educating a disabled child in India. And also their awareness, lack of awareness in Indian laws, institution and policies for the child with development disorder. Transport facility to taking them to a care center or educational institution, especially the parents belongs to the rural area, are very suffering for the transport facilities, and that limit the child visit often to the educational institution and care center for the therapy. So it is also affecting the parents' interest towards the child playing with a toy also. The family economic status, education is free for all in India till 14. Still, these transport and also the disabled student should need some extra care and extra educational equipment for teaching them what it is. So this is also affect the family's economical status. Perception of parents towards the inclusive toys and education. The attitude of parents towards the toys are like unaffordable and dispensable luxury toys are most effective for the development of the child. So it is unaffordable for the parents. That's the main problem here. There are less aware of use of toys that can stimulate the child development, and skill to choose appropriate toys for the age. Appropriate age is also a problem, which maybe the parents are not aware about that, or sometimes the teachers also. Toys cannot use for all the development disorders in the children. Maybe the child having multiple disorder, we can't use all the toys for everyone, and because every disabled or development delay is different, so we can't use the same toy for everyone. The child will obsess with the toy more, or by using more. So the parents train them in reading and writing, but it's also difficult. So that the parents think playing with the toy is a waste of time. It is also a problem of perceptions of parents. The toys make the child aggressive and destructive. According to the toys, some toys are like weapons, and some toys of role characters, maybe in a negative role. So that also make affect emotionally to the child, like aggressive and disattractive. Digital toys are preferred more than other, but also not affordable. So these are the perceptions of parents and the factors influence the parents towards their toys. And toy industries in India. Toys are the part of early childhood life. So our toy, toy industries in India always develop the toys for 0 to 6 years, and there are 10 categories of domain in the toy market.
2 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So there are 10 toys for toy industries, commonly categorized in toy industries in India. So now we develop some, we having some latest development in the Indian toys, but it is also not very effective and effective for inclusive toys, and also it is expensive. We can see that the STEM toys also are going to implement in industries. It make a drastic change in developmental disability, but it must be an expensive toy, so it is not affordable by all the parents in India. And implement of robotics in the toys also, of course, we know it is also be expensive. So limitations in inclusive toy or limitation in the field of preschool by toy are some effective educational toys or development are expensive. Development toys are expensive. Lack of trained teachers and caregivers of the child with the disorder, and the transport facilities also very less in the rural area. Some of the rural areas in India, and social taboos and social attitude towards the child with the disability is significantly limited, and less aware of parents about the disability and how they should take care of their child with disability is also a limitation. So I suggest the preschools of India to adapt the toy should be a DAP, developmental appropriate toy. Toys should be soft and cuddly toys. Toys should develop motor skill according to the toys of manipulate or small motor skills developed by the toys and large motor skill toys. Role play or dramatic play through the toys which can influence their social and economic skills. Toys should help to learn any one skill at least from a toy. A shape of toy, size of the toy, and its attachment should not be dangerous for the child. It should not be toxic also. And the major suggestion is all Indian ECC, I mean early intervention centers, teachers should train for making some convenient toys which can help the development of child with disability. And my conclusion is, we all know that some of the inclusive toys in the market is very expensive. So this is making some limitation in a drastic change in SSA implemented in India. So there is progress in toy from the traditional toys to the digitalized toys that aim to develop the children with disorder, but it can be used in preschools and can't afford by a parent is very sad thing. So this is about my article. Thank you for my time. That's all.
Anil, I now request the next speaker going to make a presentation with Aditi and Dhriti, and they are practitioners from Anant National University. And
good afternoon. I'll be sharing my screen. Firstly, I'd like to start off this presentation by thanking our moderator for today, Anupam Ahuja ma'am, as well as Mr. Praveen Nahar, the chairperson of the session today. Thank you so much for having us. I will be taking you through the presentation today. I'm Ishita Chitturi. To tell you a little bit about myself, I am a design student at Anant National University. I'm also a design intern working for research and development at DU Labs, where I work on content development in the area of design education. So this role of mine sees the amalgamation of my passion and interest with relation to the intersection of design and education with the help of visual aid. I have also worked with organizations like Scarlet Udan, recognized by UN Women in terms of creating social impact through design intervention. Today, I'm here with my teammates Aditi Bhalekar and Dhriti Jain to present our paper and project, Dexterity Deck. This is basically a game design solution that we have come up with, which provides inclusivity as well as provides means to better the dexterity index of children with cerebral palsy. So through the several presentations that we have seen today, as well as yesterday on this webinar, we have realized just how important toys and games could be in the development of a child, especially in the early stages. And our group believes that it is all the more important for children who are differently abled as well, to be included, seen and heard, and also provided care for in the most optimal way possible. This is an overview of the topics that I will be taking you through today in my presentation. So firstly, it is imperative for us to understand the condition that is cerebral palsy, as well as what it entails for the children who are diagnosed with it. So when I say cerebral palsy, I essentially talk about an umbrella term which describes how brain damage during early development of a child's brain results in adverse effects being caused to the person's posture, movement, as well as balance. This condition usually shows symptoms that come with parallel disorders, such as those relevant to the child's perception, their communication patterns, as well as behavior patterns. This condition also is known to arise with secondary issues that relate to muscle jerkiness as well as muscle weakness, and also seizure-like symptoms which can come under epilepsy. This condition persists throughout one's lifetime, and the symptoms are shown throughout this duration. There is no cure as such, but there are several intervention methods that have been in place to treat this condition. So when we look at the categorization of CP, there are three main categories: mild CP, moderate CP, as well as severe CP. These categorizations are based on the ability of the child to ambulate, as in move around, and based on the level of assistance that they require. For this study, we have focused on children who are diagnosed with mild CP, who require almost no assistance in ambulation and moving about, essentially. If you look at the prevalence of this condition, in India specifically, there are about 3.3 per 1,000 children who are diagnosed with this condition. Based on our secondary research findings, we have found that medical practitioners place emphasis on early intervention for the child. This includes interventions that involve medical practitioners as well as rehabilitation professionals. Teachers and learning frameworks also play a major role in such kinds of interventions. There are two main spheres of interventions that are placed emphasis on. The first is education, which promotes the optimal development of the child in terms of their cognitive abilities as well as physical abilities. The other sphere, which is equally as important, is social intervention, which creates means for the child to have healthy interactions with the people in the environment around them, which helps create meaningful lives for the children themselves as well as their families. So one major aspect that is placed emphasis on by medical practitioners, caregivers, as well as teachers is improving the dexterity of a child. By this, I mean improving their fine motor skills as well as hand-eye coordination, which helps them have a sense of self-efficacy to carry out the tasks on their own. Through research, it has also been found that bringing about better levels of dexterity can be done through frameworks which delineate repetitive, intensive, as well as task-based exercises for these children to improve their neuroplasticity. So speaking of the rehabilitation methods that exist based on activity-based treatments, there are certain intervention methods, including occupational therapy, virtual rehabilitation, ludic strategies, and so on. We have come up with an intervention method that falls under the category of tangible games because we recognize that there was scope to implement games which are accessible, easy to use, affordable. And this kind of a therapy should essentially be more accessible to families with children who are diagnosed with CP. Also, looking at research, it has also been proven that children diagnosed with CP are passive communicators, and it's known that they tend to take a more submissive role in the dialogue and the interaction that revolves around their activities. So we recognize that there was scope to give the child more agency over such interactions as well. Giving them motivation as well as engagement throughout the rehabilitation programs is also very imperative to enhance their learning process. Based on our research, we identified certain scope, areas of scope to improve the therapy practices as well as activities revolving around dexterity. Some of them include teaching and developing useful sensory skills among the children and increasing mobility through broadening the range of motion to prevent secondary issues from developing. Another area was to strengthen weak muscles. And one important factor is to instill a sense of functional independence as well as self-confidence and efficacy in the child. One key takeaway that we had found through research was that when it comes to activity-based treatments, children require leisure-like activities without a sense of competition, pressure, or any kind of external stress factors to better enjoy their activities as well as better engage in them more actively. So this is the game design that we have come up with. It's called Dexterity Tech. In its development stages, we had one primary point of research, which was the Sadhana Institute for the Mentally Challenged, which is located in Hyderabad. This institute works as a residential center as well as a daycare center that teaches and provides care for children with mental disabilities, including those with cerebral palsy. One striking feature of this institute, and the reason why we chose it, was that it follows the conductive mode of education. The conductive mode of education is usually used to teach children with CP. Some of its features include teaching children in clusters so that promotes their social wellness as well as improves their interaction with their peers. The second one is that they have instructors assigned to them who give them particular framework-based activities to enhance their dexterity. And another important thing is that a whole lot of emphasis is placed on the independent skills of a child. So at this institute, basically a plain paper assessment during the admission of the child into the institute dictates a framework that is created for them to improve their dexterity based on their current specific levels of dexterity. And as we know, cerebral palsy is a broad term which delineates that the patients have their own very unique set of symptoms as well as abilities. So keeping that in mind is also very important. So at this institute, certain physical tasks are assigned, such as jumping on the spot, passing the ball, etc. And in terms of social interactions, greeting each other with gesticulation and so on is encouraged. The teachers at this institute, through observation, found that teaching learning materials are also exceptionally effective in improving the spatial awareness of children, as well as improving their cognitive associations that they have between tangible objects and their features such as color, texture, size, and so on. So based on all of our research, we came up with certain design objectives that we wanted to see in motion when it comes to the design of the game. The first one was that we wanted to ensure that both parties involved, the teacher, the caregiver, as well as the student, is spontaneous as well as actively involved in the game. The second was that we wanted to improve the dexterity levels in the child to ensure physical wellness. The third was to provide a steady as well as authentic medium of communication between the teacher and the student, so that the child's needs could be better understood, as well as more agency could be given to the child in the interaction. This is an overview of the game design. So firstly, the game revolves around a game that is relevant to cards. So there is a deck of cards, which includes 12 cards. 10 of them are assigned tasks to them already. These are repetitive, intensive tasks that are assigned along with the duration of time that they must be performed for, as well as the number of times that they must be performed for. So there are 3 levels that the tasks are divided into: easy, medium, and hard. Once the easy deck of cards are completed by the child, once these activities are completed by the child to a satisfactory level, they are given a reward which boosts their self-morale and motivation. Through research into the Sadhana Institute, we also found that the reward system is exceptionally effective in boosting the sense of self-efficacy among the child. It was noted that when a child is rewarded with a token of achievement, they like to put it on showcase, and they like to have it for keepsake to remind them of their physical wellness progress. So there are 2 additional cards, which are custom cards. These cards could be assigned tasks on by the instructor themselves based on the motivation levels that the child has, or the interest or inclination that they have towards a particular kind of activity. So essentially, this game enhances motor skill activity as well as develops visual interpretation aptitude among the children. It also helps them understand the nuances of a game and understand the technical aspects of it in terms of completion and reward system. It also decreases some of the communication gap between the instructor and the child. This game is easy to use, and it comes with an instruction manual in the box itself. It's a cost-effective solution which is made from materials that are easily available. And it's a whole package that is all wrapped up in one simple box, which has all the tools you require to conduct these activities, including the rewards. So this is the list of the tasks that we have come up with for each segregation level of the game. These tasks have been assigned through research analysis as well as extrapolation on the current practices that happen already at this institute. And essentially, the easy and medium deck include smaller tasks which help limb movement as well as increase dexterity. The hard ones could be considered as the easier ones compounded on top of each other, as well as providing means for the child to connect with objects in their environment and understand the tangible aspects of the elements around them, such as water in the second task of the hard pile. On the right, you can see this is an illustration of the deck of cards that shows the activities to be performed. And on the other side of the card, the activity is delineated along with specifications. This is a close look at the box itself. So there is 2 piles of cards that are included. One is the to-do pile, which has all the cards of the deck in it from the beginning of the game. And once the child finishes the task, they can move it on to the done pile. What this does is it gives the teacher an easy way of keeping track of the child's progress. And the instruction manual gives the teacher a good understanding of how to conduct the game and clearly delineates the process. There are 5 rewards for each set. And this game has been designed to be played by children individually. But once they are done with clearing all the levels of the cards, a child could pass it on to another child in their own learning cluster. So 5 children can use this game effectively. This is a closer look at the game instruction manual. It has been designed to clearly delineate the tasks for the teacher or the caregiver to conduct the activities. Visually, green has been used as a part of the design to promote cerebral palsy awareness and the impact it has on children as well. This is an overview of the impact potential of our game design. As mentioned before, it combines learning, achievement, and communication optimally in one package for a child with mild cerebral palsy. It makes it easy for the teacher to keep track of the child's dexterity milestones. It is also an authentic tool that enhances the bond between the child and caretaker in an organic manner. And one of the most important things that we recognize this game doing is creating inclusivity for differently abled children. We really believe that pushing such ideas and innovations forward in this sector would help recognize the unique requirements and needs that differently abled children have. And we hope that such endeavors could really help us address these in a much better manner going forward. This is some of the application and future scope for our product. So we envision it to be used at institutions as well as...
You have 2 minutes.
All right, ma'am, got it.
To go. 2 minutes more.
All right. So we envision this to be used at schools as well as institutes such as therapy centers, which provide care for children with CP, as well as engage in educating them and improving their physical wellness. Currently, pilot tests are being planned involving children so that we can gauge their experience as well as tap into the full potential of this product. Again, in terms of inclusivity, we recognize that widespread accessibility would be a great way to push the envelope and kind of create space for conversations as well as deliberation around providing inclusivity for children with CP and also children with other children who are differently abled, essentially. So with that, we bring this presentation to a close, and that would be my deck. Thank you so much for having us. It's been a pleasure.
It's time now to move to the next presentation, which is on using indigenous toys and games in play therapy for children. Over to you, Himanshi Bhati.
You have to unmute Himanshi.
Yeah.
Himanshi, you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you so much, ma'am, and sir, to give. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible now. Yeah. Please go on.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for giving us this opportunity to discuss about our ideas. So I'm Himanshi, and I'm along with my co-author Tanmay. We work in CIT NCRT. The title of our paper is Using Indigenous Toys and Games in Play Therapy for Children. So this is going to be a broad framework for our today's presentation. We will be starting with our introduction, followed by a short review of literature and historical background. We will be also discussing the silent features, and after that we will be discussing about the mainstay of our paper, use of indigenous toys and games in play therapy, and we will be ending with our concluding remarks. Play therapy is understood as a form of psychotherapy involving use of play as a medium of expression, and is very effective for helping children, especially through their emotional and mental issues. So when we talk about traditional toys and game, they are considered as remedial techniques for children with special need in play therapy, as they are multimodal, multi-sensory, and they, most importantly, they are inexpensive and are also binded with the geographical and cultural backdrop of the child. So the current research that we are holding attempt to evaluate the utility and relevance of native built toys in the area of psychotherapy and play therapy, and theoretical foundation and its clinical utility in the Indian context. So going through this review of literature, there are works done by Anna Freud and Melanie Klein in the early 90s, which talk about the use of dream analysis and nightmares for the child. But Client work engage significantly understanding of especially dreams, whereas it gave entryway to the child to act in an unway the child required. Nonetheless, as Anna Freud, who disagreed to the extent that the idea of the play is manageable, but the translation is always problematic because the child play could likewise be a cognizant and it may be a reflective of its day-to-day activities. Whereas Carl Rogers in the first 20th century posted a hands-off approach while dealing with the several repressed emotions of the children. Their work was on humanistic concept and a person-centered therapy. Then came with the book of Virginia. Her book Death in the Search itself was chronicalized on the series of play therapy session over a period of 1 year. Which summoned the idea of play therapy in the importance of expressing the remedial grounds that gives a self connection between the child and the grown up. So, going through the historical background, uh, going through the in-depth into historical background of play therapy, play has always been seen as a critical since the hours of Plato, who took note that you will find more about a child in an hour of play than an year of over a period of discussion. So, in the 18th century, a lot of researchers pointed out that as a vehicle to look into the child's psyche, play therapy plays a very important role. So, there is a foundation of association of play therapy, which in 1982 was made a significant headway in the field of play therapy on the utilization of toys, was made numerous formulative, social, and preventive and emotional aspects. So, if we talk about the features of the play therapy, we can categorize them into like four different parts: purposefulness, creativity, emotional connect, and the most important, communication. So, going through the purposefulness of the play therapy, it gives a direct activity to the child toward the representation of what is the outcome of the like complete session. And talking about the creativity, it provides an opportunity movement for the child to use the creative aspect and promote tracking problems through imagination. And when we discuss about the emotional connect, it gives a play to tend to most to live behind a binding effect upon child because it gives them the understanding of loss and gain through the complete sessions. And the most important, as I said earlier, communication. Play builds an alternative world for a child, and it gives a chance for the parent, guardian, or in fact the therapist to become a part of the world inwardly through mutual relationships. And the thought and behavior of the child may be better examined when we go into the play therapy. And it become very clear for our understanding that the major aim of the play therapy is to assist the child in going through psychological and emotional well-being, and also to dwell into the peer-to-peer learning. And as we can see in this slide, these are the various processes that undergo through that can be utilized in a play therapy session. Uh, Now we can discuss about the use of indigenous toys and games in the play therapy. For this, I would request my co-author Tanmay to take over and explain us the further parts.
Thank you very much, Manshi. I hope I'm audible to all.
Yes, you're audible.
Thank you so much. So carrying forward, thank you for the brief introduction of the paper that we have presented. I'll be carrying forward from here on the use of indigenous toys and games in play therapy. Next slide, please. Educational relevance of toys, especially the indigenous toys, is both economical and cultural. The exposure of these toys and games in a formal setting brings cultural awareness, enhances cultural expression, and opens multiple avenues for the revival and promotion of traditional toys and games. Toys such as top, which is popularly known as lattu, firki, kites, dugdugi, firni, pinwheel, etc. are some of the examples which are a delightful play. Paper mache toys and clay toys are another variety of toys which are found across the Indian pantheon. Indian dolls and puppets also have an interesting range of toys which are as diverse as our culture and have a potential to address most of the cultural needs of at the school level. Kandheri Jatra, another toy festival organized in Odisha, is a very clear example of how toys have been integrated in our cultural system setting. And it is very interesting to know that how toys can actually give a sort of independence to a child when he or she actually indulges in them. Next slide, please. Role of toys and games in developmental needs of the learners is threefold, as you can see on the screen. Number one, cognitive skills. They can help students in fostering specific intellectual abilities better. For instance, memory skills, both long-term and short-term memory skills, and logical thinking. Number two, socio-emotional skills. Toys and games help children in fostering specific socio-emotional abilities, for example, mindfulness, self-administration, relationship abilities, and capable autonomous direction. Number three, physical skills. Toys and games can help learners in creating real abilities like working on fine coordinated abilities and gross motor skills, geospatial cognition, body balance, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. As you can see, there are a number of techniques of play therapy. These are a few, and I would be giving a one-line brief about each of them. The first being psychoanalytical play therapy. That play unwounds a child's oblivious struggles and wants, and the use of psychoanalysis here is very much important. Number two, release or structured play therapy, zeroing in on the play treatment that is organized and works within the bounds of cutoff points. And these cutoff points are set by the limitations of the play materials used, play situations, and therapist's direction, the direction that a therapist provides. Client-centered play therapy, as the name suggests, this method adopts a tailored approach to suit the specific child's specific needs, a mentality of acknowledging the child's needs rather than rushing through the directions as adopted here. Family play therapy, as the name suggests, is a diverse strategy joining components from play and family treatments, the techniques for grown-up training. Cognitive behavioral play therapy, or CBDT, incorporates theoretical frameworks based on CBT principle and integrates them in a developmentally sensitive way. And lastly, sand tray therapy allows to venture a more profound understanding into the goals and scopes, issues like profound resentment, miseries, sorrows, etc. Academically and more so practically, these therapeutic manners have been utilized. Next slide, please. Now, coming on to the evaluation of play therapy in India, it is very much pertinent for us to understand how play therapy has been evaluated within India. In the Indian setting, at the organizational level, we have organizations like Play Therapy India and NAPT, which stands for National Association for Play Therapy. These are emerging trends and incorporate a structured approach to promote and progress the cause of play therapy in India. At the educational level, certificate courses and training programs, diploma programs, both for parents and professionals, have been integrated. At the therapeutic level, incorporation of play therapy on schools, awareness programs in professional settings are very much in vogue. However, these are very much limited in scope and have much more potential to grow. Next slide, please. As a conclusion, I would want to draw your attention towards a budding concept called flow time play therapy. As the name suggests, it is a relationship-based therapy, and the interventionist called so as the parents or therapists actually get down on the floor with the child to play and interact with the child at their level. And it is very important, metaphorically speaking, that a level difference also creates an environment of comfort or discomfort for the child to share his or her thoughts or express. Creating, correlating, and confiding with a child or someone seeking mental health professional becomes comparatively easier to pursue. Play therapy is one such component and convenient methodology adopted through the use of toys and games. In one line, if I would want to say that it would be appropriate to claim that such a role is no child's play. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yes, indeed, it is no child's play. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for your presentation. I would prefer if you don't say bye, because I think we are connecting, and saying bye-bye may not be really appropriate. Well, that's on a lighter note. We've come to the end of the presentations, and thank you, all of you, for keeping time and making very interesting interventions for the differently able. I would now request the chairperson to conclude and make his remarks. Over to you for your remarks. Naharji.
Yeah, thank you, Anupam. Thanks for all the wonderful presentations with such a diverse perspectives and experiences. You all shared, and for such an important topic of inclusiveness and inclusive play, and and there is a lot of interesting way forward for all of us, and I think all of us who are listening to all of you. I think where Akash talked about inclusive play and how we go about design process for inclusive play, and he also shared a case study and emphasized on designing for inclusion requires approaches at both ends of the spectrum, and it has to be very participatory and broad, and I think there is a lot to learn from the wider perspective of this this one. Whereas Nima Anil, through wonderful presentations, she showcased the importance of inclusive toys and their role in the holistic development of children with special needs, with many examples and possibilities being explored around the world, and what we can adopt in India. She also proposed teaching strategies that can be adopted in preschool using inclusive toys, which also includes smart educational toys. Is a very important perspective of inclusive universal design for learning, which is becoming very important, and how we sort of bring in those concepts here in the schools. In role of parents and factor influencing role of parents, which is very important in this particular case, because parents' role, I think, is very, very important in the as caregivers, as participatory in the participatory process to take this take these issues forward. And a very important thing I think she talked about is how in all early education centers, teachers should be oriented and trained in inclusive education, and the methods and tools to propose that. Ishita, Aditi, and Riti, I think congratulations to all of you to do a wonderful presentation around game design solution which improves dexterity index for the children with cerebral palsy. And it was a wonderful design process you adopted and shared, and how education and social intervention can help improving the situation, more scope for communication and participation. As I said, there is a wonderful process of finding insights to design this deck of dexterity which you presented, which included design of various tasks from easy, medium, and hard levels of engagement. It also showed a lot of impact and potential, and I think it is wonderful to see, I think not only for designers but also teachers and all participants to understand the process of development for such toolkits, which are which I think we all have to adopt in our development of teaching learning toolkits in such situations. I hope that you all will continue inspiring and keep doing such wonderful interventions in times to come. And lastly, Himanshi and Tanmay for sharing wonderful ideas about how indigenous toys and games in play therapy, can be used in play therapy for children, and how non-expensive, ways, which can be more relatable to children in their own socio-cultural and socio-geographical context, could be used for play therapy for developing cognitive, socio-emotional skills as well as play skills. And I think these are all wonderful, insights, and you all had brought into the table, and I hope that everybody has benefited out of it. I would ask Anupam ji if there are any questions for the audience.
I have been looking at the chat box. I think people are in the reflection mode.
Yeah.
They haven't put in many some food for thought yet, but I'm sure there'll be more to come. Thank you for the summary, and I think if there is any question that you would like to put across to them, that's also your.
Yeah. So I would.
It's over to you if you would like.
So I would go back to my initial questions which we've put out, and I think I would ask maybe each of you to maybe give us some ideas about how can we scale up such efforts, and what do you suggest actually, if there are any way forwards in these endeavors actually for to work towards overall development and inclusivity in overall sense. So maybe each speaker can give maybe half of 30-40 seconds remark on this.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe we can start with
Akash.
Akash, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, no, I think I completely agree. I think this is a very potent and relevant domain to get into, and with the background like in design and being involved, also being a part of NID for 2 years. I think we were working in the toy and game design department over there to do a lot of collaborative activities. So I think collaboration is the keyword from my perspective. I think this is a domain, especially for if you come from as a designer or as a interventionist, there's so much knowledge and so much expertise, also tacit knowledge out there in the field, right? We need to find ways to build collaborations together, bring people and different stakeholders and experts on board, and maybe design those kind of projects which are possible to, which we are actually put into the real life context and are able to acknowledge the challenges and constraints that are out there, and come up with these kind of interesting interventions, right? Like we saw in the presentation, for example, in a game design. So there's so much opportunity that is out there. I would really put this word and say, like, we should, people who are into it and are inspired by it or are interested into it, definitely there's so much we can do together by building more of collaborative systems as well as, mechanisms to work together in this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think there are a lot of collaborative co-creation participatory processes which we need to possibly bring in with all stakeholders so that everybody kind of empowered and move up in this direction. So maybe Nima, you would like to come in?
Yes, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please go on.
So my presentation was about inclusive toy, and I suggest that if okay, sorry. I mean, if we have less of not expensive toys, it will be helpful for teaching students with the developmental disorder. So if central government is taking initiative for promoting inclusive toy making industries, or SmartUp is promoting something for come up with inclusive education toys will be helpful. And of course, training the early intervention teachers and inclusive teachers, it will be helpful through Samasya Shiksha Abhiyan. So it is not easy to conduct a training from the central level. If it is going through Samasya Shiksha Abhiyan, it will be easy to assess all the teachers in the area, even in the rural areas too. So I suggest this too. That's also. Thank you.
I think this is a wonderful thought. I think there is a lot of potential for auditing the existing toys which can be used for inclusive purposes. So we need to develop these audit frameworks which all of us adopt and include that into a toy library for inclusive education. But at the same time, how design approaches could be adopted so that any new toy development are also inclusive and universally in nature, so that though they can be adopted. And I think and especially if required, there are inclusive toy making industries to be set up under new this toy development framework, national toy action plan. If so this can become a very important part of this. And I'm sure Samagra Shiksha framework, which is education department is trying to push, I think will have this integral part so that the training and deployment of this goes easily. So thanks for your, I think, inputs. We can bring in Ishita, Aditi, and Riti, maybe.
Yes, sir. Firstly, I would like to say that just creating awareness as well as creating conversations around this topic regarding inclusivity for differently abled children is a major milestone in taking deliberate actions to kind of see things in motion. And I feel like as a young designer, I personally have the opportunity to kind of have that voice to reach out as well as promote activities regarding this. And as another panelist mentioned as well, I feel like collaboration is something that has been the joy of at the center of designing for such an intervention. And we are here in collaboration as well along with each other. And again, going back to creating platforms and increasing reach as well as accessibility to such interventions, I think is very important, and creating more forums and more deliberate action in that way. Another thing is that I feel like the design process, when it is integrated and in the sense that when we really bring in the stakeholders in the equation into the process and really make them a part of this holistic, development process, I feel like we can work that much more efficiently as well as effectively in whatever it is that we're doing. So I would say that is my 2 cents on this.
Yeah, thanks for that. We'll then go to last remarks from Himanshi and Tanmay.
Sure, sir. If I may, final remarks. So as my previous speaker also rightly said, that there is a need for a conversation to begin. And this platform that we are at, this is truly a way that we can progress through into taking toy-based and play-based therapeutic or pedagogical activities. In fact, our course structure at NCERT and CBSE, and even the Nishtha training modules that are being created, there is a certain level of toy-based pedagogy involved. And this all points out that there is a need identified that something like this has to be taken forward. And I really appreciate the people involved in this, because this is, as rightly said, a conversation starter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anupamji. Over to you.
Yes. Thank you very much. It's indeed a pleasure to see youngsters in today's presentations and taking forward this idea. Indeed, inclusion is here to stay, and equity is something that we all need to work towards. It cannot be handed over. It has to be, as all of you have said, we need to work on it together. So it's my pleasure to thank the chairperson for his role and his time, and all the presenters for their valuable thoughts they shared on working. That's the message that the webinar gives to each and everyone, including those who have logged in. We have to work together to make inclusive societies. And inclusive learning settings will give us inclusive. We dream about them. So thank you very much, all of you. And I will close the session by saying that there are hands-on Ahmedabad, emotional health of adolescents, and children of the last session with on presentations. And I now hand over to Jyotsna. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you to all the participants for that informative and engaging session. Next up, we have Professor Kim Inslee to walk us through how toys, and in this case, a basket, can be used to aid children's learning and creativity. And in continuation of our theme of inclusive and accessible education, we will also have a look at the video presentation prepared by 4 undergraduate students from NID Ahmedabad, who will take us through their mobile education center that makes education for children with special needs more accessible, convenient, and affordable. This would be followed by Tanya Prasad, who highlights the importance of emotional health education for adolescents through her venture Out of Syllabus, and Tejas Gopalan and Akhil K, who will take us through their project PlayPal, which aims to introduce interactive and relatable elements through gamified toys to help foster learning among children with special needs. Stay tuned.
Hello, and welcome to my short presentation on the Discovery Basket, using toys to support learning. Toys is in inverted commas in my heading, because play and discovery can come from any type of materials, and learning is best kept open-ended. Toys which are too limited in what they do are not conducive to learning. So my name is Kim Inslee, and I am an Associate Professor of Teaching at UCL, Institute of Education, the IOE in London. The IOE has been #1 in the world for education research and has been that for the last 8 years. It is the education faculty of UCL, University College London. I began my professional career as a teacher in primary schools, and I have done research in them and special schools. I am a teacher educator and have worked in international teacher education, including India, working with teachers in Dehradun, Delhi, Lucknow, and Missouri in particular. Eleanor Goldschmidt was an educational psychologist who developed treasure baskets, originally to help occupy babies around 9 months, like in this picture, while she talked to their mothers. Sylvia Lucas recreated the treasure basket in the 1970s when she was teaching children in nurture groups, a provision which helps older children who need to revisit early experiences they have missed out on. This picture is her own discovery basket, and we use this for training courses on understanding the theory and practice of nurture groups at the IOE in the 1990s. The picture is taken from a book we wrote with another colleague, Jill, on curriculum guidelines for nurture groups. You can find out more about nurture group provision from Nurture International, and the link is there. But unfortunately, our book has run out of editions. There's no print left, and we are revising it in the near future. So the Discovery Basket can be used in any classroom. It is easily created at very little cost, and it doesn't have to be a basket, but allows focus for children's engagement, imagination, playing together, sharing, exploring, understanding, indeed necessary elements for learning. Before I knew about Sylvia's Discovery Basket, or even Eleanor Goldschmidt's The Treasure Basket, I had a teacher's basket in my classroom, and I used it for a number of activities. Children would bring in things to show and tell, but to manage this, I would have them put them in an empty basket, and every day, different children would tell the class what they had brought in. With older children, I had a drama basket which included different clothes for dressing up in and becoming another character. Boys and girls loved getting into role and being different people. One week it was different hats, crowns, nurses' hats, fairy hat, bobble hat, scarf. Another week shoes were added, and then handbags and other clothes. Another activity I would do is put some things in and slowly reveal them, to getting the children to guess what we were going to talk about and how we were going to do this, through which subject, such as science, maths, music, etc. And here we have my basket. What's inside? Let's explore. So, welcome to my office here in London. It's actually in my home. And here it is, my basket. I'm going to just pull the screen down a little so that you can see it. I've collected similar items as in Sylvia's basket that I talked about just earlier from around my home here. But first, let me show you something that is very special to me. I'm going to open the basket. Here we are. This is a dibber. And I don't know if you know what it is for. If I were working with both children and adults, I'd say to them, talk to the person next to you and see if you can guess what this is for. Yes, it's a bit dirty on the bottom. It clearly might be able to be hung up somewhere. Any ideas? Perhaps I'll give you a bit more information about it. Because you can't actually feel it, I'll tell you, it is made from wood, although you can see quite clearly the wood grain in it. The dibber actually belonged to my mother. A little bit more information. And she used to use it regularly, particularly in the springtime. There's some more information for you. And it was always used outside. Any ideas? No? Well, a dibber is for planting seeds, by hand, of course. And it's got marks on the side of it, which show how deep you push the dibber into the ground, and that means you know how deep your seed is being planted. Because, of course, different seeds need to go in at a different depth. So that's my dibber. It's very special to me because I actually hang it in my kitchen, and it just reminds me of my mother. And I used it last spring to plant some seeds out in the garden. Very much an activity my mother did all the time. Okay, let's go back to this. Before I put this back in the discussion we've just had together, you can see that I've talked about emotions. It reminds me of my mother. And sometimes we find when children bring show and tell and they want to share something, it does give them an opportunity of sharing their emotions, their feelings. And these are very important in the education of all children and adults. It's science, biology, linking to that. In planting, you could have a huge discussion about different plants. You could make your own dibbers. You could do your own planting. So let me open the basket. And I'm going to tip it forward and hope that you can see that there's lots of different things in there. I can't tip it much further, it will all fall out. So let me take some things out. I collected a load of pans That's a little frying pan. That's my son's favourite pan because he can fry one egg in it. So another pan here with a nice lid. There we are. So pan and a lid. I've got as well, to go with these, lots of things from the kitchen. These are wooden spoons. I have, oh, it's lost its, a meat for flattening meat and making a tenderizer, it's called. Again, that's made of wood. The pans, of course, are made of metal. I've got a sieve. Any other? Oh, yes, I've got a baking dish. One's quite flat, and the other one isn't as flat. A pie dish, I would call that one. Now, you can do lots of things. Oh, sorry, I've got a whisk. That's a lovely, it's a very nice sounding word as well, whisk, isn't it? It's onomatopoeic. It sounds like it does. And I've got a brush, which actually is for cleaning out the coffee grinds, but can be used for lots of other things. And last piece of kitchen equipment is a little wooden trowel, which I use for the sugar. Oh no, there's one other look at this. You know what that is? Yes, it's a little teapot, but it would be pretty useless for pouring tea because the spout actually doesn't have a hole in it. It has these holes at the outside, and it's for brewing 1 mug or cup of loose tea. Tea is very important, of course, in India. So there's a little teapot. So one of the beauties of all of these things that I've taken out that are all to do with the kitchen, let me push that down a little so that you can see all of the things there. The pan, the sieve, the wooden spoons, dishes, and the whisk. Is children really enjoy just playing with them. So they can start off by doing make-believe things. That is like making, cooking, doing cooking things. They can play with sand and water, sieving things. You could, of course, because they're real materials, you could actually use them to make something. But children just love playing with them. And their play means that they find out about them. They find out about the materials they're made from. So metal, what does metal do? What does it feel like? It's much colder than the wooden things. These feel warm, warmer than does the metal. So there we're looking at science in a number of ways. We're looking at cooking and the way different things change. We're looking at the materials themselves, so science and materials, chemical changes, so when you heat, you change things, a whole range of different things. We're also can then link it to other things, because young children often take these objects and use them for totally different things. If you've ever given pots and pans to a baby, they like to bang on them and make noises. And so you're introducing now sound and music, and you can do rhythms. So you could take and play a rhythm. The children can copy it, all doing that sort of thing. You often find that children will do this with each other. So one will play and then the other can copy it. And there's quite a different sound. And you can talk about the quality of that sound, depending on the age of the children, of course, and how the sound is created and how we can hear it. Certainly, looking at the materials, with older children, you can talk about the fact that actually you can see through this sieve, but it does strain. It would not allow larger particles through it. And you can use language like translucent, transparent, opaque, and so on. Can you see through the lid? No, it's opaque. That's more translucent because it distorts what you can see when you look through it. If I do that, you will see that there is a distortion of the image of me. Going on from that, you can put things in these, and children really enjoy doing that, filling and emptying. It's a very early stage of learning and of doing. Babies often do it, but if they've missed the opportunity to do it, you'll often find children enjoy it. And when I opened this pan, I don't know if you glimpsed earlier, I've got some corks in it. And of course, cork is another natural substance. All of these things are made from natural. There's no plastic here. There's another cork here. So when you then start adding things like that, you can add how many have I got, talking about them. How many are in there? Can you see at a glance? Now you can, because you've developed a spatial awareness. So you can see that there's 3 and 3, that's 6. You can do that. Younger children may have to count them. Younger children may not even be able to do the 1-to-1 counting. It's all relative. So pots and pans, important aspect to go in. Let's have a look at something else, some other things I've got. I need to move the pan so that we can get into the things. I enjoy picking up things that I find around. And going to the beach, I was in Mauritius and I picked up things like this. Do you know what this is? Coral, yes? Now, lots of discussion can come out of this because in terms of science, why is it white? And talking about coral in its natural is a living thing, and how global warming is changing our Great Barrier Reef, for example, around Australia, changing it white, killing the coral. So this is dead coral. We've got shells. And again, talking about what might have come from this, using words as another one. These are bifold shells, so they would have been bifold mollusk, that having 2 shells together. And look at this beautiful shell. We've got some others in there like this. This is a gorgeous spiral colour, spiral. And you can look at that spiral and we actually see a great deal of spirals in nature and talk about that. Oh, I have found the other bifold. There we are, where they come together. And I have a number of nice big stones. They're nice and big. If you haven't got lots of manipulatives in mathematics, getting lots of stones is great for counting, for children to count them and see how many they've got. And if they're nice and big, they can easily get hold of them when they're very young children. You can put a whole load into an object and ask them to guess how many are in there. Great opportunity. I love this stone. This was bought for me by my husband. It's got a gorgeous, you probably can't see the colours. It's blues and greens in there. And who would know, seeing that, the outside of it just what was inside. And again, geology, talking to the children about how these things came about and why. You can talk about the change, how materials change. You can talk about a whole range of science activities with those. Then we've got others. This came from my mother-in-law, who went with her husband to Africa. And it's made of ebony. It's a beautiful wood. Came from Africa. And when I went, I bought a crocodile made of the same wood. But here we're talking about different countries. So suddenly we could reorganize these things into the different countries that they've come from. Finally, a bit of history. This is very culturally situated, certainly in this country. It's a wooden carved plaque I picked up, and it's for printing. You paint on the front and you print on material, but it's probably from quite a long time ago, certainly pre-industrial, because we don't print in that way anymore. What you can do, though, is you can look at the history of the object, you can look even at the geography, whereabouts it has come from, but then you can also make your own and get the children to make their own art, printing things and print with them. Perhaps using plasticine. I avoid using food in printing because that food is precious to us all and we shouldn't waste it. So that's my basket. Oh, I found another shell. Another beautiful shell, look. That's my basket. I hope you can see that the discussion, the areas that I've whisked through in these 8 minutes or so, give lots of opportunity for different subjects with the children. Music, art, science, mathematics, massive amounts of language, whether it be in first language, and of course English is my first language, or in a second language. And for some of children that you're working with, English will be a second language for them. You can talk, the descriptions you have to use can then talk about, so what is that word we're using? Is it an adjective? Is it a noun? Naming things, is it nouns, of course, and so on. I hope you've enjoyed this, and thank you very much for listening. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone. We are a group of 4. Hello everyone. We are a group of 4 budding designers who would like to share a project we did for children with special needs. The project Last Mile. In this presentation, we will walk you through our entire process from the field study where we identified this opportunity area to our secondary research, then our design proposal, and finally the concepts that we came up with. We visited 3 locations to understand the context that we were designing for, including Health and Care Foundation, Blind People's Association, and Prabhat Foundation. We understood that occupational therapy helps the child become more independent with their daily living activities, And we also found out that because of the COVID situation and no occupational rooms in the outskirts of Ahmedabad, children who need this therapy don't get their sessions, and this is a very big loss for the children. During our secondary research, we tried to understand the different therapies that exist, like behavioral therapy, speech therapy, occupational therapy, music therapy, and sensory integration therapy. We understood the importance of these in a child's life, and we wanted to include all of these in the solution that we come up with. While working with the Prabhat Foundation, the unavailability of dedicated spaces for these various therapies was identified. The NGO had no space of their own. Also, kids and parents living in remote areas found it difficult to travel to these care centers due to physical and economic hurdles. Our proposal talks about a mobility solution that will provide space for the NGO to run all the required therapy sessions for the kids in various remote areas and localities in India. This solution is affordable, convenient, and accessible for different people. We kept various factors in mind while designing this solution. We studied the activities and planned the space in a way that we could cover more activities in a lesser amount of space. We organized each activity based on which category of therapy it belongs to and in the order of simplest to hardest for making it easy to understand for parents, teachers, and students. We tried to make the activities as inclusive as possible so that the van becomes a medium where differently abled and typical children are integrated. We tried to reimagine these activities so that they become more fun and engaging for the children and they enjoy the experience more. And finally, we tried to make the activities as intuitive and easy to understand for children. These are the concepts that we came up with. This is a view of what the interior of the van would look like. And this is how we imagined people interacting with the space of the van. We came up with a system where the van would be operational 6 days a week, catering to 3 localities, visiting them twice a week, providing therapy to up to 20 children in each locality. To visualize the activities in the van even further in a 3D space, we tried to build a 1:1 model in a 3D CAD software. This gave us the freedom to iterate and reorganize the components of the van in different plans and settings. We created a sensory integration wall to cover a large amount of activities in a small space. This includes a texture wall which has 8 animal shapes with various textures, a sound wall which has sound making objects and instruments, a basic learning wall which contains colors, shapes, numbers, sizes and weights of objects, a sensory simulation wall containing colorful lights, a grip wall with a range of grip related exercises, a daily object wall to get them accustomed to day-to-day objects, and finally an exercise wall which would help them exercise their arms. To perceive the space, we decided to make a mock-up area in the studio with things that were available around us, and we also made a small 1:10 prototype. And this brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you for your time.
Hi, This is Tanya Prasad, and today I will be presenting my graduation project done at National Institute of Design as a case study on the topic of emotional health education for adolescents. The project was guided by Dr. Gayatri Menon and sponsored by the Ford Foundation grant. The project focuses on the emotional health education as a preventive approach among the adolescents of age group 14 to 19 years of age in the context of urban and semi-urban schools. As part of the project, secondary study was done to understand the different frameworks and initiatives implemented in India as part of the Mental Health Education Initiative, with much focus to the happiness curriculum implemented in Delhi. The study of different stages of development in a person helped narrow down the age group to adolescence as the starting and immediate bracket for implementation. This bracket was also chosen due to the major growth spurt identified which was prominent at this age. Primary research was done focusing on different schools across different syllabuses and interacting with students through a semi-structured interview. This opportunity was also used to spread awareness among students about the importance of mental health. The survey conducted among adults showed a high number of people who were not exposed to any kind of mental health education as part of the school curriculum, even though there was a huge demand and need for the same. The common sentences used in our day-to-day lives were captured in a qualitative research to reflect upon the casual uses that lay our foundation to the approach of understanding and expressing our emotions. The interactive survey done with students brought out an overall feeling of loneliness, misunderstanding, and sadness that prevailed among the students. What also emerged out of this study was the focus on the support system surrounding any protagonist and the symbiotic relations between the protagonist and the support. The following map shows the major link between the adolescent, school, and the family. The red links in the map highlight the missing links which would have led for a better understanding and exchange of mental health initiatives. The above-mentioned study can be summarized into the following insights. The school counselor was seen as an alien figure with absolutely no or less interaction between the children and the counselor, leading him to an alien figure. There was a confusion among parents as how to express and introduce topics to the children. There was lack of storytelling due to the nuclear family structure. There was a feeling of loneliness among children and a state of confusion and vagueness, and lack of vocabulary to articulate their emotions to themselves and the people around. The following points were laid down as the concepts for any design in this intervention. The solutions had to have a personalized approach with a space for growth and expandability, ease of implementation, high frequency in exposure. The ideas had to be chosen and not forced. There needed to be an anonymity among the students for a safe and comfort expression. There was a joy of discovery, curious nature, and questioning. The ABCs of emotional health were laid down for easy remembrance and recollecting. A for acceptance stood for understanding one's emotion. B for bonding symbolized connecting with yourself and with the people around. C for communicating with yourself what you were feeling through self-talk. A framework of 12 steps were laid down as an easy guide for anyone starting out in the journey for emotional well-being. To easily navigate between the stages of emotional health and track your progress, 4 stages were designed in the familiar structure of the metamorphosis of a butterfly. A conversational kit was also designed which helped the child easily navigate through questions to reach a point of safe conversations with their parents about various topics through a game. The Junto's emotional wheel was converted into a jigsaw to help gamify and develop a better vocabulary about different emotions, their associations, and their meanings. It also helped a person to easily understand how to navigate between the emotions. A similar work was proposed as an installation in schools and parks that would invite children to play and learn a new word each day. Redesigning of the notebooks for a continuous and different exposure to the topic was another intervention design. This helped in creating a variety while maintaining a constant exposure to the topic. Finally, a magazine was also promoted to create a common platform to invite students to address various topics. Through articles, posters, and games, students were invited to share their opinions and talk about different topics. It aims to normalize talking about different topics, creating a new vocabulary, and thus developing a healthier understanding among students about the different topics as they grow up. Hope we all stay healthy physically and mentally. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Tejas Gopalan and I'm honored to be presenting to you our project Playpal done by Akhil K and I. This project was done under the guidance of Dr. Gayatri Menon at the National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad during our 3-week course Design for Special Needs. Playpal is a set of 2 products aimed to aid the learning of important pre-educational skills for children with disabilities using digital and physical methods. A staggering 75% of children with disabilities find it difficult to attend schools because of their inaccessibilities to learn due to their lack of essential skills such as writing, listening, and participating. Occupational therapy toys are largely helpful in improving essential skills such as hand-eye coordination, attentiveness, and motor skill development. To take a further look into this, we visited the Health and Care Center in Paldi, Ahmedabad, to study children facing various disabilities and their involvement with these toys. After a few visits and time spent with the children, we found 3 to be facing similar problems with their toys due to lack of attention and weak motor skills. Sadin, Jidal, and Devraj were diagnosed with ADHD and cerebral palsy and visit the Health and Care Center for therapy frequently. Here are some of the observations we recorded. We noticed that they were highly distracted from the objective of the game and were highly dependent on their caretakers for motivation to complete the task in hand. We wrote down some of the insights we received from our observations. The children needed more relatable, curated content to interact with their toys. We noticed that the children loved and responded strongly to lights and sounds. They also felt more motivated to complete their tasks when they were rewarded by their caretakers and their parents. On speaking to the children's parents, we learned that they face difficulty with essential activities that require specific hand movements such as brushing their teeth. Keeping these insights in mind, we worked on a project as 2 different mediums: physical toys and digital games. As for the physical games, we looked at how we could improve grip and attention span through interactive toys and puzzles. To do this, we used different design methods to find out various solutions for various problems, such as lack of attention and lack of eye-hand coordination. Our goal was to introduce challenges that matches with their skill sets, to make them use relatable and interactive concepts to feel rewarding. To help them train essential skills such as writing, we developed mock-ups to give the child a pinch-like experience while holding an object. To do this, we developed various iterations using thermocol to see what would best give the child a writing-like experience. We developed various mock-ups of the puzzle to try out different patterns and see what would work best with the child. To further test our concepts, we took our products to the health and care center to test and see what we could improve on and what the children would respond to. Here is what we observed.
Good, catch him. Dia am pasula itu, jidan. Ini am mukne. Am pasula itu am pasula ini am. Karena am kar, pakad. Pasula ja, pasula ja. हाँ मैंने
But the grip should work, right?
Very good.
Using the feedback we received with the testing, we developed a conceptual model by adding speakers which would produce relatable sounds and by adding lights around the edges, which would shine every time the child completes the task, hence giving them the sense of reward. Here is the final model we developed. We brought in various interactive elements in the form of lights, toothbrushes, and also brought relatable experiences through customizable handles which would give the child a sense of joy. For the digital aspect of this project, we looked at how we could improve hand-eye coordination and bring attentiveness to the children by using digital games. We also wanted to look at how we could improve hand skills by using gestures which would help them bring the necessary strength which would require them to improve their grip. To do this, we looked at how children could see reactions to the actions that they created using sound visualizers. On using this, we developed a storyboard for our game. First, the user would place the device on the table and begin to tap their hands on the platform. The app would listen to the tap and the character on the screen would accordingly move to the taps, making the user in control of the character. With every beat produced by the hand, the character moves. Faster the beat produced, faster the movement, essentially keeping the user in control. The sound input would be recognized through inbuilt microphones. We developed this game into a version suitable that children would like by using the monkey as a character and keeping the objective as finding the banana. By using responsive visual and audio feedback when the child did the right move, this would encourage the child to achieve their goal better. Here is the interface of the screen. On the right hand side, the child is prompted to put their hand down, which would accordingly move the character to the objective of the game. On the right top corner, there is visual feedback every time the child achieves their goal. Here is the final version of the game, usable on various platforms. The child is given various difficulties levels to help challenge their skills. This brings us to the end of our presentation. The goal of the project was to facilitate pre-education skills by bringing attentiveness in class and by helping them develop hand skills to improve writing and for other users. Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Tej.
Namaskar. Welcome to this session of international webinar on toys, make, play and learn. And in this session, the theme of the present session is innovative toys and technology. I welcome all the participants and the panelists, esteemed panelists. Before welcoming the esteemed panelist and the chairperson, I would really thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity of moderating. And please allow me to quote one of the statement of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore related to the involvement of toys in the whole process of teaching and learning. And the quote goes like this, I quote, "When I was a child, I had the freedom to make my own toys out of trifle and create my own games for imagination. In my happiness, my playmates had their full share. In fact, the complete enjoyment of my game depended upon their taking part in them. One day, in this paradise of childhood entered a temptation from the market. The world of the adult, a toy brought from an English shop was given to one of my companions. It was perfect, big and wonderfully lifelike. He became proud of the toy, less mindful of the game. We kept that expensive thing carefully away from us, glorifying in the exclusive possession of it, feeling himself superior to his playmates whose toys were cheap. I am sure if he could have used the modern language of history, he would have said that he was more civilized than ourselves to the extent of his owning that ridiculously perfect toy. One thing he failed to realize in his excitement, a fact which at the moment seemed to be insignificant. That is, the temptation obscured something a great deal more perfect than his toy, the revelation of perfect child. The toy merely expressed his wealth, but not the child's creative spirit, not the child's generous joy to enjoy in his play, his open invitation to all who were his compressed to his play world." This is a quote which has been mentioned in the National Curriculum Framework 2005 as well. So the importance of toy in the whole process of teaching learning is clearly explained by this. So I will not take much of the time because today's session is on innovative toys technology. The chair of today's session is Dr. Abhay Jere. Let me introduce Dr. Abhay Jere. Namaskar, sir. Namaskar. Dr. Abhay Jere is the Chief Innovation Officer, Ministry of Human Resource Development. Now it is Ministry of Education, Government of India. And before joining Ministry of Education, Dr. Jere was Chief Scientist, Life Sciences and Research and Development Head for Persistent System Limited. As Chief Innovation Officer, Dr. Jere is responsible for promoting all innovation-related initiatives in higher education institution, and he is also the brain and driving force behind the Ministry of Education Smart India Hackathon initiative, which is now recognized as the world's biggest open innovation model with participation from thousands of education institutions. His credentials are very long. If I will really go reading the entire one, it will take a very long time. So without wasting any time, I am now taking the opportunity of inviting Dr. Abhay Jere to please take the charge as the chairperson of the session, and I'll be here to moderate the entire session, sir. So Dr. Abhay Jere, sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dinesh ji. Dinesh ji, am I audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. So first, I would really like to congratulate NCERT and Ministry of Education, especially School Education Department, that they have conceptualized this international webinar on toys, games, to play, make, and learn them. This is a tectonic shift which we are trying to achieve, where Ministry of Education, through the new education policy, is trying to push toy-based pedagogy in big way. Some of the panelists which are here are quite relevant faces in this area. And I am very privileged to chair this session. So before getting into the panel discussion and how it's going to create impact, how innovative toys could be developed, I would like to highlight the importance of this sector. I don't know how many of you will be aware, but toy market in India is more than $1.5 billion annually. It means that we are actually having a market of more than 10,000 crores. And we can safely say that 85% of these toys are currently imported. We are sourcing them from different countries. And if you really look at global toy market, then it is somewhere between 95 to $100 billion. It's huge. And our contribution to that market, or our ability to capture the currently what we are doing to capture that market, or our presence in that market, is minuscule. So this innovation, especially in toy sector, is extremely critical. And hence, when our Honorable Prime Minister gave the clarion call of Atmanirbhar Bharat, this sector was included in one of the sectors. And now you know that there is a Toy Story entire mission is going on, where more than 5-6 different ministries are actually collaborating to ensure we actually reclaim this toy market. When we are just looking at this toy market, we are just not focusing on the economics part of it. But toy market or toys has a huge social angle to it. Because if you currently look at the toys in Indian market, they have come from Western world based on Western ethos, their culture, their superheroes. So if you ask any one of our kids, they know superheroes of Marvel, they know superheroes of Disney. They don't know about our heroes. We have more than 5,000 years of our culture. But our young, impressionable minds of our kids are captured by Supermans and Spider-Mans and Doraemons. We hardly have our characters of our own. So, if we have to really capture this market, then we have to come up with concepts based on our ethos, our civilization. And when we are talking about capturing market, I'm not just talking about capturing Indian market, I'm talking about capturing global market. And for that, innovation is extremely critical. So last year, we organized first hackathon for toys, which was called as Toycathon. And we reached out to all schools and colleges across India and challenged them to actually go ahead and come up with concepts which are native to us. And this toycathon was extremely successful. Even Prime Minister attended this toycathon, spoke to some of the students, appreciated the concepts. Like, toys were built on Indian Constitution. Very interesting concept. We have played a Monopoly, when we were kids, where we used to buy cities and lands and, and build houses or hotels on top of it. Monopoly. We have all played it. But when we saw some of the concepts from toycathon, a monopoly built on Ayurveda, 1 acre of farm growing ashwagandha will have a very different value than 1 acre of farm growing shatavari. And instead of hotels and houses, you build pharmacies, you build production units. Very interesting concept. So students can learn about Ayurveda. Students understand which are the herbs, which are critical, which has medicinal value. They also have fun. They learn toy based on Chakravyu, where students actually combined Chakravyu with Mahabharata, that concept of Chakravyu, and Vedic mathematics. Very, very interesting concepts came. And Ministry of Commerce was so thrilled with this concept that we felt that we should pitch these concepts to toy manufacturers. And about a couple of weeks back, we went ahead and organized what we are calling as Toy Business League, where we had more than 40 manufacturers, 48 manufacturers were there, to be very precise. And about 100 winning teams from this toycathon. We had submission from 17,000 teams. We eventually had toycathon, we had 117 winners, out of which about 100 teams pitched their ideas directly to the manufacturers. And I am very, very happy to share with you that more than 46 ideas are already accepted. So 46 MOUs are going to happen between directly a kid and a manufacturer. And we are engaging, we are exploring more than 65 more engagements, where one kid will end up selling his idea to 2 or 3 different manufacturers. So such 65 engagements are expected. So this innovation part is extremely critical. And I have with me really good panelists. And we will go to the panel discussion. So I will request Dinesh to go ahead, introduce other panel members, and then I will request each panel member to make an opening remark of 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Abhay Jareji, for your wonderful chairperson's remark on the significance of toy. As you have suggested, let me call the first panelist today. And before calling the first panelist, I would like to inform all the panelists that the overall time which is assigned to each of the panelists will be 15 minutes altogether. So, I'm sorry, I've been informed that it is 7 to 8 minutes and this will be followed by some discussion. So, I would request all the panelists to please stick to the time which has been specified by the organizer. So, the first panelist today is Dr. Gayatri Menon. She is the principal faculty from National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. About Gayatri Menon, let me tell a few words about her before calling her to take her session. Dr. Gayatri Menon is an alumnus of National Institute of Design and is a principal faculty of the NID with more than 20 years of experience in design education, research and practice. She is currently lead of Design Foundation Studies at NID. Her interests include design thinking, creativity, play and learning, design research, design for social concern, system approach and innovation. She has been a founding faculty member for the PG Toy and Game Design program at NID. As a design faculty at NID, she has worked as a project head and designer consultant for several industries, UNIDO project on capability development of toy industry, public sector design, institution building, craft heritage and society relevant projects. She has been a board member of International Toy Research Association, IRTA, and part of expert committee of NCERT India for introducing design and creativity in school education, and has contributed to the new educational policy as well. So with this, I am requesting Dr. Gayatri Menon to please start your discussion on the aspect of toy and technology. Over to Gayatri Menon, madam.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's an honor and privilege to be here. I don't have a presentation. Many of my students have presented their projects as part of the hands-on session, but I would just like to emphasize a few points and which we can take further during the discussion. It is very encouraging that, after a long time now we are discussing about toy pedagogy in education, integrated education as part of our education policy. And there are a lot of many interesting ideas and for education and how we can revive and rejuvenate education and make it contextual for the current times. But it is also a huge challenge. Yeah, so my first point is that, we have this huge vision about how our education should be, how children from different stratas of society can actually learn through multiple means. Yeah, so currently not just through reading and writing, but they could also learn through play, they could learn through bodily experiences, they could learn from music. So there are many ways for learning, and how do we open this whole thing up through play? That is something which is very interesting and challenging to work with. So that is one part of the vision. The other part of the vision is when we talk about integrated education, we talk about learning different subjects together instead of just, keeping them in silos. So if you have science, humanities, literature, culture, instead of separate inputs, how can you combine and teach together? Now, toys are also excellent means of doing integrated education because a child learns not only through the experience of play, but also combines the principles of science through culture, for example, or through storytelling, which again indirectly benefits language learning. So this sort of integrated learning can also happen very well through toys. So this is the vision we have, but if we have to make this vision into a reality, then we really need to work towards I would say in a more planned manner to make this vision into a reality. So one suggestion I would have is to look at design innovation as a way of, or as an approach to dealing with it, where one should be able to look at the requirement, which is very contextual, very Indian in nature, and what do we want to achieve, short term, medium term, long term, and then have a very concrete plan and a framework and move towards it while we do our projects. So the entire approach, which is more process oriented, right from the user study to understanding the needs of the user, to building on those needs, making up rough models and then trying it with them and then making the final one and then sort of applying it at a mass level. So this entire process is very important and very significant. Otherwise, from our experience, we have seen that some ideas seem to be very interesting and they work, but then it's a trial and error, right? And this sort of unplanned approach can actually create more problems than benefits. So I would sort of advocate for a planned, designerly way of, taking up innovation at a large scale. The third point which I would like to make is to say that we also had this very interesting idea about can we have a toy library in each school. So the way you have a book library, you also have a toy library, because what happens is that the minute we make it compulsory that children should play and learn with toys, then it is no longer toys, it becomes educational aids. Yeah, so how do we sort of encourage children, not force them to learn through toys, but encourage them, and for that we facilitate and provide something like a toy library in each school, so that children, and we give time for the child, so that in a school they can go there, they can play with games, and a lot of indirect learning can happen through that. So for example, we all know that, chess is a game where it challenges our brain functions, the cognitive development happens when we play games which demand that sort of strategic thinking. Yes, and a lot of interesting principles can be learned through games. So developing intelligence, it need not be memorizing or rote learning knowledge, but the emphasis on actually developing capabilities can happen through this toy library in a very indirect and in a very beautiful way. Yeah, where children in that period can go over there, can play with games, do strategies, play with physical games, develop their body functions, understand about healthy lifestyle patterns. Yeah, play games which include storytelling aspects, learn about our culture, heritage. Yeah, so there could, all of these things could play a very important role. So that is my next point. And my last point I would like to say is that we are very, it's very fortunate that in India we still have this great tradition of performing arts and crafts, and which is also slowly disappearing. So a lot of crafts which we saw 20-25 years back are slowly sort of reducing, and mainly because of the plastic toys which have come into the market. So we also need a very directed approach towards reviving those crafts. And many of this in the craft sector, they have not really looked at toys as a way of learning. So if we can make an intervention in a very directed way and say that how can we develop traditional crafts and make educational toys which could then be given to schools. So if designers work with craftsmen, we could really come up with very nice craft innovations which can directly be useful for school education systems. So last year, one of my students, Suraj, he developed this interesting puppets from, in Kerala, we have a tradition of Pava Kathakali. So he developed the puppet and then he made an entire story about the 10th standard civics, what they teach in 10th standard civics. And then the puppet actually narrates and performs the entire story. So it is writing of the script, the story, and how the whole thing is narrated. You also saw a few examples of how our alumni are working in Benares, working with the traditional craftsmen and reviving it. Yeah, so these are some of the very good examples of how one could actually promote both performing arts as well as traditional crafts. And we also need to look at sustainability and environment when we talk about the future, which is also a part of our education policy. So some games like Sharaya Nayak, one of my students, had come up with how to sensitize students at this stage through a game on which consumer goods are more friendly and which consumer goods are less environment friendly, so that when they grow up, they become consumers who are knowledgeable about environmental issues. Yeah, so these things which are not directly a part of our education currently, but which are very much required for future citizens, these are also some of the areas which we can cover very nicely and beautifully using toys and playway methods. Yeah, thank you.
So, thank you very much, Dr. Gayatri Menon, for a wonderful ideas related to the relating toys to the schools, and especially when you have mentioned about the identification of different traditional craft and developing toys based on that. It's really a wonderful idea, and it will not only bring the indigenous technology to the education system, it will also sensitize our school children to various crafts and other things to the whole teaching learning process. So thank you so much. And now, before taking the questions, we'll take the questions later on. I would take the opportunity to invite the other panelist. He is Siegfried Joel. He is the Managing Director, Fordern Dutch Spielmittel, Berlin, Germany. So let me introduce him. Siegfried Joel is a co-founder and currently board member of the non-profit association Fordern Dutch Spielmittel EV Toy for Children Rehabilitation. He did his master's in education and in cultural sciences. He has worked as social worker in a hospital of children with disabilities in Germany. Later, he worked as a scientific employee at the Board of Industrial Design, GDR, German Democratic Republic, as a freelancer on the field of design and rehabilitation. After the peaceful revolution in East Germany, he provided his services as deputy mayor with the responsibility for family, youth and sports in an urban district of Berlin during 1990 to 1992, building up very new and democratic structure in administration. He has an experience of managing of international and interdisciplinary UNESCO Creativity Workshop, toy design and inclusive play for designers, architect, educationist, and therapist in various European countries, Mexico, India, China, etc., based on the unique methodology anchored on learning from people with special needs. Developed by him in the 1980s, he has experience in education, building motivation in children, and in projects planning, leadership, governance of state-run structures in restructuring programs. He has built toy libraries, projects for sustainable development, workshops in which people with special needs find out and develop their own creativity. He has also developed a small enterprise where people with and without disabilities train together to produce together for market. In 2007 to 9, he was Charles Eames Emeritus Fellow for the National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, India. So with this brief introduction, I request Siegfried Joel to please take charge for his panel discussion.
Thank you so much for inviting me for this session. The main aspect we had done such toy libraries, but the main aspect of today is how to improve the industrialization and to find out innovative solutions for Indian toy industry and toy production and so on. And my recommendation is try to compress the broad experience you have and turn it into reality more quickly. Secondly, use your own traditions and employ these in the products or in the area of what you achieve. Thirdly, set yourselves towards innovation through concentration on the consumer's needs. So we had done it in the field of UNESCO creativity workshops that we try to find out innovative solutions for toys. My recommendation, analyze the market you would like to go on. It's not right to find every time a new toy, a new changing and so on, but try to use your own tradition and the traditions of the market. So I have, for instance, one example of, I hope it works. Old, you can see it?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh, it would be difficult. Then I continue. So to try to find out traditions of the markets. In the past, there are so many interesting toys you find It was developed by many people, and then the other thing is to find out, use your own creativity, your own traditions. From me, it's a very interesting toy. This one, oh, I hope so. So you can find out, moment here, traditions, old traditions of Indian toys, and develop it further in innovative toys for industrial production, like that one or that one. You know that it's a little bit difficult to show without my and develop creativity to find out new innovative solutions by taking seriously the opinions of the end consumer. More than 40 years ago, we began organizing workshops with the subject Toys for Children's Rehabilitation. We learned very quickly it is not necessary to develop special toys for special users, but rather then we had to learn from the user, the children with special needs, and from their abilities. The basis for good toys is to be immersive. I hope I can open my Bildschirm. Excuse me one moment. You could see, oh yes,
visible.
now it starts.
It is visible. Mr.
Yes,
Joel,
it's
it is visible.
Okay. Oh, it's good. Says, the toy is, in our opinion, a toy. It's an item. It's with everyone on the world could be an expert. Children and adults with special needs have some or many abilities. We have only to discover them and to find out on that way new innovations. People with special needs require the highest demands on the object, especially on toys. The basis for a good toy is to be immersive, stimulating, challenging, and enabling fantasy, communication, and concentration. If they fulfill therapeutically effects, then so much the better. It's the same experience we had with learning resources. If we have to learn something, the learning tools are often very frustrating. But if it's a toy and has a big demanding character, then it's nearly impossible to stop playing it. A toy has to be a toy, and it should be motivate the child to use it.
तीन, ओके, तो तीन में क्या जाएगा? है? तो जाएगा पहला जाएगा कि मिनिस्ट्री
Yeah, Mr. Joel, please continue. Please continue.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, please continue.
Everything else emanates from play experience, and so from this, the development of the brain. So 300, 400 years ago, Jan Amos Comenius told anything that makes learning fun supports the development of the brain. And as Mr. Hüter of today, enthusiasm is fertilizer for the brain. So perhaps some aspects on it. I hope I can close it again.
Yeah, the screen has gone. The screen is not visible now, Mr. Joels.
Yeah. Very nice. Okay, this is what I would like to recommend, and for if it is possible, then I would like to show you some interesting toy. It was developed in East Germany in former time, but now it's not on the market. You can see it?
Yeah, it is visible. It is visible, sir.
Oh, it's visible. Very nice. And so in the market for a longer time, then it was not possible to produce anymore because new things came out. So my recommendation is to study these traditions and to transfer it in the new production. And these toys are toys, they are motivating, they are interesting for children, and the children shouldn't find out the opportunities of the toys, for instance, in toy libraries, for instance, in other places. So it could be very interesting for the Indian market also. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Joels, for a wonderful presentation, and especially what you have mentioned that through toys one need to really identify the tradition, and toys must reflect the traditions of a respective country or area. So thank you so much for a wonderful idea and your presentation. Now it's a time to invite the next panelist. She is Ms. Kanak Anant. She is the director of Maniam's Coimbatore. Let me introduce Dr. Kanak Anant. I hope that I am pronouncing her name correctly. Ms. Kanak Anant is the director of Maniam's Marketing Services Private Limited. Studio Maniam's a design studio based in Coimbatore. She is an architect and an industrial designer, toy designer from the first batch of toy design, National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. She has been a design educator and has more than 15 years of work experience, spanning which she has mentored more than 500 design students. She has been a board of advisor of Child Magazine, which is a part of Trans-Asia Group USA. She has previously worked with companies such as Creative Educational Aids Private Limited, Delhi, Fun School India Limited, Chennai, etc. She has numerous games to her credit, such as Fast Track, Amazing Me. She is one among the 40 women shortlisted across India for the Google DG Pivot 2021 with ISB. She is the board of advisor of PSG College of Technology. She has done large number of corporate training programs for entrepreneurs, schools, colleges and industries across India. Currently, she has launched her own brand of toys, Maniam's Toys, inspired from Indian culture and elements at All India Toy Fair. Her brand went on to win the All India Toycathon 2021. So with these brief introduction, I am now taking the opportunity to invite and request Ms. Kanak Anant to please go ahead with her session. Ms. Kanak, yeah.
Yeah, you can see my screen?
Yes, your screen is visible. We are not able to see you.
Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. And I completely agree with what Abhay sir said about innovation in toys, and also about what Gayatri was talking about, how we need to use artisans, and how Zigrid was talking about how we can actually use our Indian culture. So I just want to share my work, because that really talks about what we are trying to do. So as a designer, I've worked in the industry for many years, developing a lot of products. And then I became a design educator where I mentored product design and toys as well. And during all this while, I was really, happy when Prime Minister Narendra Modi talked about toys and gave importance to it, because for 20 years as a toy designer, nobody talked about toys at all. And that's when I always had this question that, if you see the toy industry in India, mostly everybody is just copying the same old product. Like if you take the product like Jenga, everybody is giving it different names and, different colors and, having it in the market. Secondly, you have artisans who are just replicating the exact way. So, and there's this big void in the market wherein the artisans have such amazing skills in India, and they are really not being used to the best level. So, looking at all these questions in my mind, I actually did a complete research to understand about toys, and understood how most of the toys are actually mostly focused on the left brain, which is about analytical reasoning and more about science, maths. And there is a right brain, which is the actual brain which is actually into creativity, imagination. So it's about art, music, craft, and we really need toys which will enhance this creative thinking. And we wanted to basically look at using Indian culture elements as our inspiration, using our artisans across India, and really looking at this vocal for local and handmade in India. And like Gayatri was talking about sustainability and environmental friendly, and we wanted to be a brand that is looked up to in all the Indian homes. So this led us to actually develop our first product, which was called Crazy Kolam, which is completely inspired by our Indian culture, which is kolam, which is part of so many homes in our daily lives. And we actually went on to basically simplifying kolam and actually make endless possibilities of kolam with it. And this can actually help in children understanding spatial thinking, spatial reasoning, visualization ability, which is very important in their overall learning. And this also went on to helping even children with special needs, even seniors who have dementia, because they actually, brain enhancement happens when they work with actually puzzles. And we are happy to say that we actually won the Toycathon award for this particular product. And we didn't stop with only patterns. We went on to creating a type with kolam, and then actually started using kolam motifs to teach children alphabets, numbers, shapes. And so it becomes a learning aid. So children start with patterns and move on to learning languages with our Indian cultural element. So this is another product we developed where we took Rangoli as an element which is part of our culture, and used it to create motifs, and you can make like endless possibilities of compositions with these patterns. And if you can see on the right, you can see an image of a patient who suffering from dementia using our product, and he really came out of depression because of using these kind of puzzles in his day-to-day life. And like this is another product we developed where we took the rock art form of India, and we it's the beauty of our Indian culture is how Varli art and all the rock art forms, actually we have storytelling part of our culture since so many years. And now we have come to a big circle where we are using emojis and icons. So we wanted to use this motifs and took inspiration and made a complete series which can be used as a learning aid to teach children storytelling, communication. So you can see how this pieces actually move on to, a child is making Diwali out of it, Republic Day or Independence Day with it. They're talking about Raksha Bandhan and, about sharing. And you can see one image on the right where this product was used by a customer and they started learning Hindi using these shapes. And like I showed you the dexterity game, and we wanted to make our own Indian element of dexterity. So we took Indian Jali patterns, which is very interesting, which is part of our Mughal architecture and most of our monuments. And we made a product called Trikona. And these pieces actually can be all are handmade by artisans. That's the beauty of our Indian artisan skill level. And here you are learning about negative and positive shape, and you are actually using it as a dexterity to understand, space. And now, like so talking about Indian culture, I mean, how many of us know why do we wear bangles? Why do we break a coconut? Why do we actually wear a kumkum? Somebody sitting in North doesn't know why do we celebrate Onam in South. Somebody sitting in South, we don't know why you celebrate Karwa Chauth in the North. So we tie mango leaves in our homes during all our festivals. So we wanted to take these riddles and make a game where children actually understand the true meaning about all this. So that led to us developing Paheli, which we called it as connecting with our roots. And here actually we took the whole journey of Ramayana, and the child actually goes through this journey looking for Sita, and through the game they actually learn about our Indian culture. So the whole, if you see, our whole campaign is so much Indian. If you look at Onam, you look at Gandhi Jayanti, or Ganesh Chaturthi, and you can see how we have reached Indian homes where you have children making these Akar puzzles and making invitations of Happy Onam, and you have a child sitting in UK who's an Indian playing with our Indian kolam puzzles. And you can see how it's Golu is a very integral part of our culture, and parents have started using our puzzles part of their festivity. And here you have on the right how Krishna Jayanti is celebrated, and people are using our kolam patterns. So you can see how we have become a part of our Indian culture, taking the Indian cultural theme. And the beauty about all our products is it is not something that only Indians can buy. Even somebody living abroad, because it's geometry, they can easily relate, and it can be a global product from India. And so what I would like to say is that, I mean, if we have good design and with good skills, we can actually do amazing stuff. And I think some key points I would like to say is how design should be integral part of school level learning. It should be a subject not only for 11th and 12th, but from smaller levels, because abroad, if you take Sweden and all these countries, they actually have design in school level itself. Secondly, I think BA courses should have design, because then only the teachers will start thinking creatively, innovatively. And like Gayatri was talking, we are actually not integrating subjects. So like, you have to bring art and maths together. When we used to take training program for art teachers, they will say that nobody values us in a school. Or a sports teacher says that, they will remove the sports subject because they have to complete the curriculum of the science subjects. But sports can teach you physics. It can teach you so many things. So I think bringing teachers together in subjects, and I think in school level where you can have and work with artisans, children products will also help bring innovative products in the market. And I think every school in a city, we have so many amazing artisans. So if a school ties up with artisans and works with them, can also bring in a lot of creative work. And so that's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Dr. Kanak Anant, a very innovative ideas and innovative toys you have really showcased, and especially based on Indian traditions, especially the net or the jali work which is found in many part of our country, and also various innovative shapes which you have shown is really going to provide a wonderful idea. And the idea which you have really you are trying to promote, that the aspect of design has to be there in the whole process of teacher preparation, as well as in the teaching learning process of the children in the school. So with this, I really take the opportunity to thank you for a wonderful presentation on the subject. Now it's the time to introduce the last panelist of today's session, and the last panelist is Mr. Christer Svensson. He is from Sweden. So let me introduce Mr. Christer Svensson. He is from Play Design, Sweden. Christer Svensson is an independent researcher on toys, play and child-related legislation. He initiated the master program Child Culture Design at Gothenburg University 10 years ago. He is the owner of a Play Design Sweden. AB conducting projects with focus on children materialized world as toys and playgrounds. He is chairman of the Swedish branch of International Play Association, IPA World. As author of books and articles, he participates in bringing new aspects on play material into the understanding of relation between the child and their environment. So with this brief and impressive introduction, I would take the opportunity to invite Mr. Christer Svensson to take the session as the last panelist in this particular session on innovative toys and technology. Over to Mr. Christer Svensson.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm very honored to be invited by the National Council of Education Research and Training and NID, who has been connecting me on this topic. Listening to these 2 days of presentations, I've learned that so much is happening, and exciting thing is happening in India. And I really congratulate you to these initiatives and look forward to what would come out of it. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Let's take away this. I think we should stay here, start here. I would try to use my 7 minutes the best way I can. And I will, in my presentation, I will turn to both toy developers and designers, as well as teachers who are going to use this in the school and in interaction with children in the future. And my approach is to turn a bit on some of the concepts to understand more, from my point of view at least, what it takes to develop and innovate toys.
Mr. Svensson, may I request you to make your presentation full screen? Please make it in a slideshow.
I can see it as a full screen here, but obviously you can't.
There is an icon just on the top toolbar. You can see slideshow would be there. Yeah.
Okay. Can you see it now?
The screen is visible, but it's not full screen. It is.
Okay. I don't know where.
And it is written in German, so.
In German?
At the bottom, you have the icon.
He's doing that.
I don't know what's happened, but I stopped it. Can you see this?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay.
Because it's written in German, the red line, the top toolbar is there. Below that, there must be some sign for slideshow, or you can use the lowest bar where the screen is visible. Yeah, you click that. You click that. Yeah, it will be in the presentation.
Can you see it now?
I think you need to stop sharing the screen, make it full screen, and then share it.
Okay. Sorry. You tell me if you can see it. This was not what we expected, was it?
You please share first.
Is this? Do you see it at all?
Yes, we can see. It's fine.
Now?
Okay, you please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay.
Just change the slides one after another. We are able to see.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Just a few remarks to start with. A young child said once, "To play makes me grow up slowly." And I think that is important in the time where we are pushing and have big expectations on children to become a lot of different things that we want them to be. But play gives some time, some space in life where you actually can take it more easy at the same time as you're extremely active in playing, for instance. It's also important to know that play is in its own right when we talk about play and education, we usually make play a facilitator of learning, while play actually should also understood as something that is in its own right, which children do without planning anything, but just becoming players. So utilizing play is an issue that should be addressed in this situation. Connected with the play environment and the play material and the play friends, we have to identify the play signal. What opens up for play activity, and what does that mean for the development and the activity for the child? And we have to remember that play, real play, need time and space. So we have to plan for that when we implement play in learning and educational settings. Now, play-based pedagogy and toy-based pedagogy, which is the core issue here in this project in the future in India, is that pedagogy is to bring someone from point A to point B. And historically, we were doing that within education settings. And education settings are following curriculums or syllabus, where we organize this everyday life in school in a special plan, where we go from one step to another to reach B. On the other hand, that is education. On the other hand, we have play and learning, which is more plastic and more spherical. So if education is organized into strategies, into models, play is open-ended, where you go about learning from any direction. They open up any possible way into knowledge. For instance, you never see a child reading a manual for using a computer. They start using it, so they find out how to get into that, and they use their peers, for instance, to help them. In the same way, it's with learning. So learning and play is basically two sides of the same coin. Learning is the process which is enjoyable as well as play is. And if you learn, you're not following the syllabus in the way that's planned by the textbook, but you approach the learning in the way that you are capable. So the right line, the line you see between A and B, are in the learning process for the individual child, more plastic, more movable around the way to get from A to B. So if I compare the train you see here, so if everyone is supposed to go by train from A to B, those who are flying or go by bicycle or car or walking, they won't find out about the train track. So you have to modify the way of teaching if you're going to introduce play and toys into the learning setting, the education setting. So a book is a linear text which open up for multimodal thinking once you get the text into your brain, into your understanding, while toys are multimodal texts. They're also a text. Someone has brought into this object a story or a meaning, and you have the object, and then you have to interpret what's the meaning of this toy to use it to create meaning. So multimodal theory suggests that the child develops its creation of meaning and critical thinking in contact with the functions of different features. Play and learning is a social interaction and communication. So you could say that when you talk about educational toys, I have to comment on that and say that a toy as such is not educational, but any prop and toys are useful in educational settings or learning settings. So you can't just leave a toy with a child and something specific will come out of that. So it's connected with communication and interaction with others. Usually in a school setting or preschool setting is communication with the grown-up and the teachers who put words into the object and help the child to create language around the object. And children do not play because they want to learn. Children learn when they play, but we can't control what they learn. So opening up for toys in learning sessions and schools means that we have to accept to try to find out what the child makes out of it. and to feed into that communication and language, which makes it possible for children to describe what they are experiencing. So our thinking is integrated in artifacts, and human knowledge is embedded in artifacts described through language. Everything we know is embedded in artifacts, actually, or materials around us. So everything is described through language, and we can't refer to a tree in the wood unless, if we're not there, so we can point, this is a tree, unless we have a language. And before it's called a tree, the child doesn't know what it is. So thinking is an activity that uses artifacts. And to compare some of these aspects of materiality is the open-ended play material, as the bamboo, for instance, or the open-ended brick of Lego, where you can create thousands of things with this Lego brick and thousands of things with this bamboo, while the contextualized toys point in a direction which lead the child into using these toys in that context, even if they can transform that and put these figures in other situations or call them other things, is still conditioning the play activity. So if you have a toy, we have to look for the function and the meaning and how it's experienced and how it's understood. So for a toy designer, for instance, by analyzing a toy from these aspects, what can you experience? What functions are there? What meaning can be created? How can this be understood? With help of what? That can give us an idea of what a growing child and a growing brain and a growing sensor system are asking for. So going into toy design, or as a teacher going into learning related to play, then you have to ask those questions when you confront them with material as play material. So the creativity activity through fantasy is directly dependent on the richness and ambiguity in humans' early experiences, as these experiences contain the material by which fantasy constructions are built on. So creativity is a highlighted thing in the Western society, at least, and we have to be creative. Basically, that is about the ability to have so much experiences that you can combine one object with another to create a third. That is what the creativity basically is about. The more a child has seen, heard, or experienced, the more she knows and acquired, the more content picked up from reality around her, the more important and productive her fantasy. So our brain is the central issue here, and that is connected with our sensor systems, who decode our environment, including social environment. And this dialogue between these three creates then the understanding and the development in the brain. Thank you. So last comment on this is that we need, in a sense, to rethink design and teaching to make it possible for toys to become a part and play to become a part of educational systems. And to take new point of departures is, for instance, for the designers to go deeper into a child development and the sensor system and to try to respond to those areas of development. For teaching, we have to rethink the way of us teaching them through a book and instead pick up what they do with the toys and put meaning to that and words to that and sentences to that. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Mr. Stevenson. Very rightly said that children do not want to play to learn, rather children learn when they play. So, this was the last panel discussion of the today's session. Before taking any question, I would request the chairperson of the session, Dr. Abhay Jere, to please, Dr. Abhay Jere.
Yeah, I'm here.
So, yeah, I would request you to have your remark on the four presentations given by Yeah, sir.
So it was really a very interesting presentations from all three. And I have a question for Gayatri. When I was listening to her presentation, especially when it comes to NID, where they are working on national. So Gayatri, when we are looking at toys, especially for a scale like for a country like India, which has such a huge scale, there is a focus on no cost, low cost kind of toys, you know. But when we are looking at low cost, no cost kind of toys, many of those toys are based on some basic cardboards or sticks, you know, those kind of things, which Professor Arvind Gupta usually does that. But when we speak to large number of youngsters now, they don't appreciate these toys. You know, they say it's an old generation toy sense. You know, so what we can do, because you are part of NID, what should be the strategy so that we come up with really cool state of art toys, you know, which are again no cost, low cost, and which will appeal to some of the younger generation, you know. So this is a very difficult problem to solve, but I would like to have your thoughts in that regard.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Dr. Abhay. I will sort of answer it very quickly in two parts. Yeah, one, like what you rightly said, that often these toys, especially the ones which explain science principles, are very basic. They're not just low cost, but they just explain the principle, right? Now, students who like science will like those toys also, yeah, because they like the principle. But we want students who don't like science to like these toys, which they will not like because they're very basic and they just explain the principle. So if you're able to add some sort of a storytelling element, some characters, some fantasy along with the scientific principle and make it more relatable. So not only in terms of the look and the finish, but also in terms of the overall experience of it, then children who are not interested in science may also start liking it. Like you have in puppets. The movement of puppets is mechanism. Yeah, but the puppet itself is a character and there could be a story related to 2-3 characters. So that is one example. The other thing I feel is that when we talk of low cost, no cost toys, I think the idea is the most important thing. What is the concept and what is the experience you are giving? Yeah, you are able to give an experience through a no cost toy made from waste material. The same toy, the same concept, yeah, you can convert it into a wooden toy, which can be made in a batch production. And the same concept, you can also translate it into a plastic toy with a mass manufacturing. So once you have a concept, I think as designers, we need to be very good at understanding the concept, you know, how strong the concept is, how it relates with the child, and then have enough understanding of technology to translate it in whichever medium is necessary for different type of context and different type of target group.
Yeah, I agree with you on some of the things, but yeah, as I said, it's not very easy problem to solve, you know, because these kids are always craving for new things, you know, and their interest in a toy is just for a few minutes, you know. If it is not appealing, they just throw away. So I will go to Mr. Joel. When you are looking at toy-based pedagogy within Germany, you know, so what kind of toys are currently utilized there, and to what percentage of those toys which are currently utilized there are digital toys, means using mobiles or tablets or, you know, those kind utilized, or more of them are physical toys? Would like to throw some light on what happens in your part of the world.
I am not from the toy industry, and so I have not.
No, I am talking it from a pedagogy perspective, not toy industry.
And so I think many toys are in the field of not mechanical, but computer toys and so on. But the most important is to give the children the opportunity to learn by simple things, and not only to give them always handy and other mechanical things, but it should be a balance between and to find out the elementary aspects with the help of toys. They are emotional, they are helpful in the service, interesting, and so it is helping in research and to find out solutions by the own toys and motivate. This is the most important. But generally speaking, the toy industry is in the problem always to change every second year the production, and not only to continue with the experienced and with the good toys. This is perhaps the problem, to motivate in that direction.
Mr. Kristen, I would also like, because you are also coming from Nordic region, I would also like to have your thoughts on this question, that what percentage of education within Sweden or within these Nordic countries are through toy-based pedagogy, and are students still get excited by these simple toys, or now more the influence of digital toys is taking over, and it becomes very, very difficult in your part of the world also to excite students with the conventional toys? Kristen, you are on mute.
Okay. Now, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you for the question. I think it's interesting to see a couple of things. That the toy development throughout history, and I've seen it from presentations from India now, that you have a long tradition within the arts of toys, thousands of years ago and up to now. And what it's always been doing, toys, is reflecting the contemporary society. And that is also what goes for Sweden and the Nordic countries at the moment. And the contemporary society is very much surrounded by the digital world, by platforms, mobile phones, and so forth. So we have got them in schools today. We have got them in earlier and earlier ages. And the general development is that people have such expectations on children using these technologies because we are using them as adults. So they are all over the place. And what's happening is that the toy industry has a more narrow window of coming up with physical toys for children in general. And that means that they are, since years back, repeating themselves on the products they are coming up with. And the innovative part of their development is not so strong because most of the money is going to the digital toy material. So if you go to schools, for instance, primary school, secondary school, you don't find practical material as toys at all, I would say. In preschools, however, you still have the toys as a main material for use when it comes to child development, learning, and so forth. So what is happening now is actually that you can see it in higher education for engineers, for instance, that they need to not only use the computer and the digital world to understand constructions of buildings, for instance. So they have to experience physically what it means when something breaks or one thing is stable. So we need the holistic human being and all our senses to understand our environment and to convey that and to communicate that. So I think that when we make projects, letting children play with building automatic toys with the Lego brainstorm, for instance, and offering them balloons, sticks, strings, and so forth. And afterwards, when we talk to them about what was most enjoyable, they refer to the strings, the sticks, and the stones, because the mechanical toys provide them with some few options, while the stick can become anything. So a stone can become a computer, but it's very seldom that a child have a computer that they transform to a stone when they play. So going back to this basic material where children actually are using all their capacities is coming also in our society, because children needs it and they open up for their fantasy.
So, Cousin, do you think that there is a scope for a wiki of toys, or a digital repository of toys, which could be actually used globally? Whether such repository exists, where we actually, it could be a global project where people actually come together and put good toys in open source way, and good concepts, and it actually emerges as wiki of toys and it can have a repository to explain a very, very fundamental concept for a kindergarten to maybe a student of engineering actually doing together. Now you can get it discreetly on YouTube or somewhere, but there is no systematic wiki of toys. So can we think of these things?
Can I comment on this?
Yeah.
I think the toy industry hasn't. That's why I started this program, Child Culture Design, a master for designers in Gothenburg 10 years ago, because the designers in the toy industry doesn't have any knowledge about children, except for if they have children themselves, so they come across children. But the real knowledge about children is not there. So they keep repeating themselves and try to squeeze something out of this, what they already have. So they try to make a variation of already established toys. I made a project for a big toy company some years ago when they said they wanted cutting-edge knowledge about cutting-edge products for early child's ages. And we came up with a design process where we started actually in the fertilization, and then we followed the child, how it developed all the way into a society and so forth. And we came up with 35 new products, totally new products. And the toy company said, well, I don't think we can sell these because no one recognizes them. And I think this is a core formulation when it comes to innovation. We have to address other aspects of culture and child development and so forth if we're going to come up with innovations. And once you do that, if you give yourself time and develop industry in that direction, you can actually foresee the world, provide the world with new products altogether, which can reach other potentials with the children.
Thank you. So moving to Kanaka. Kanaka, I was very impressed with your presentation and the kind of toys which you are doing, wooden-based toys. Can you hear me?
Ms. Kanak, are you there? Ms. Kanak, are you there?
No, I think Kanak.
And if she's not there, Abhijit, there are a few questions with me as well.
Let's move back to Gayatri. Gayatri, see, when I was also going through this entire Toycathon process, and if you currently look at the toy-based pedagogy or basic toy learning which happens, or learning through toys which happens, is more for coding purpose, where students actually try developing games, through programs like Scratch, which is an open source tool from MIT. And now you see Scratch competitions happening at different city level and other places. The question is, even if you look at Scratch, the kind of characters which you have, the kind of elements which they have integrated within the Scratch are based on, Western ethos kind of a thing. So, do you think that NID or can come up something like an open source kind of a platform, or whether we can actually explore the possibility of jointly doing, where a Scratch-like platform is there for Indian schools, developed by ministry or through NID, and actually made available to all the schools and colleges, and like Scratch, it will be no cost, kind of a thing. So, whether any work or anything of that sort is currently on NID's radar or that sort?
Yeah, actually ours is a project-based education. Yeah, so which is an advantage. But again, since it's a project-based, either it is hypothetical classroom-based project, which we do with local institutions. But if there is a project format, for example, when I was working on the UNIDO project for toy industry, students from different departments were involved in the project. Yeah, so this type of project enables students and faculty to work together, and that should be possible. And in fact, our advantage is that we are multidisciplinary. So like we have toy and game design, we also have a digital game design program in Bangalore, we also have animation design, we have film and video, because all these different inputs are required when we talk about digital games. So that is one of the advantages we have. And I also feel when we talk about digital game, like we talked about Marvel, and we talked about Hollywood inspired games and so on, but one can see that how Japan has really done it very nicely, that they took inspiration from their culture, their stories, their characters, and developed their own language and a family of products and games. Yeah, so I mean, we have a huge possibility of doing the same thing for our Indian context as well.
And more importantly, we also need to ensure when we are looking at that, we give enough emphasis on our local languages, even within cultures, within the diversity, different states, and those are, because toys which we can develop within our country, just for India itself, will have a huge implication when it comes to unification, understanding the diversity. Sometime the program like Ek Bharat Shresh Bharat, where you understand cultures and traditions of different states, so a lot of these toys could be really helpful, even connecting within the country also. So when we are looking at toy-based pedagogy, we also really need to have emphasis on these aspects, considering our long-term vision. I think Kanaka has joined. So Kanaka, I was very keen on asking you that when you showed in your presentation, it was a very good presentation. You showed a lot of good wooden toys, and those kind of. But yes, when you look at those presentations, those toys are more for privileged kids, So how we can democratize these concepts, how we can take these concepts to grassroots, so that a small child in Eklavya school, has access to these kind of toys, or can make these kind of toys by themselves.
Yeah, I think material is a core thing. Like if you take our products, we have tried to use wood because we want it to be sustainable, and wood is a material which is, a little expensive. But if we move to like using plastic, we have technologies like laser cutting and all that now, and we can actually bring down the cost very much, and make it more less in terms of cost, and actually make it for the children. And like the column and all, actually we can even make it with like cardboard based material and bring the cost down. So, but we consciously as a brand wanted to work on sustainable and I think one thing we say low cost, but then I think durability and is also a very important element, right? So if you buy a wooden toy, it will last for a generation in the school. It will not break up within the first year and you have to again buy. So somewhere I think investing in good quality toys so that they sustain for for all the years to come, because it's going to, every year you're going to have a primary kid coming in and they can continue to use it. So I think that's the beauty of wood as a material, that it can be, sustainable and be there for years to come.
There are two aspects of it.
Yeah.
Kanaka, there are two aspects of it. One is the toy which you have manufactured, which students will go ahead and play. The second is do it yourself kind of thing. So can we come up with a mechanism, the kind of toys which you are doing, very interesting toys, actually put out some of these designs as part of open source, so that students, based on their availability of material in their vicinity, can go out and actually develop these toys based on the open source design. And the design actually has acknowledges the kind of contribution which you people are making. So whether that kind of a model we can think about, because at the end of the day, sustainability is key, durability is key. Durable when they can buy the first kit, but if some of the schools are not capable of even buying first kit or the first piece itself, then everything else comes later, gets thrown out of the window. So what can we do as a country? Because some of the concepts were very, very interesting concepts. So can we put out these designs as part of open source?
Yeah, we can do, and there are many people doing it abroad also, wherein, they, with 3D printing and all that, if the 3D files are already put, step files are there, people are using it with their, already 3D printer is there, part of the Arthal innovation centers and labs, and they can actually download it and, print them and use them also. So there are a lot of possibilities. If we start thinking in that way, I'm sure we can actually innovate in that way so that it's DIY. And I think other thing I want to point out is about activity-based teaching. Like we are so much stuck on toy, but I think if you think of the brief itself given to a child as an activity-based, you can actually learn so much. Like for example, there's a wonderful example about teaching geography, like create your own country. And, ask the child to find out what will be the latitude, longitude, what will be the flag's design of your country, what will be the ethnicity, what will happen to the body temperature, so what will be the skin color, what will be the language they'll speak. So, I mean, even an activity, if we teach our teachers to think creatively, you don't even need a toy, because you can actually, based on the activity, create so many learning experiences by play. So, I think we can also look at activity-based approaches to teaching.
I think we are at the end of the session.
Abhayji, there are a few questions which we have also received in the chat box. So you please allow me to just raise some of the questions, especially one question will go to all the panelists. However, it will specifically, I consider Mr. Joyles to respond. Mr. Ankit Yadav is asking a question: why should a child be imposed with traditional toys in the age of so smart and innovative toys? The choice has to be given to child only. So this is one question Mr. Ankit Yadav has asked, and I would really request very quickly and in brief to be responded by Mr. Joyles. So Joyles, are you there?
Yeah. I don't understand right the question.
The question is, one person is asking, maybe he may be a student, and since you focused on the aspect of linking the toys with the tradition of any country or area, so he is asking, why should a child be imposed with traditional toys in the age of such smart and innovative toys? And he wants to know whether the choice is to be left with children only.
Yes, I think this is a tradition of, or it's a history, not only the traditional toys, but also the today toys are very important in all the things. And so it's not necessary to only to give traditional toys, but to find out the broad experience of traditional and the today toys. And tradition toys, it gives only one aspect of the toy, generally speaking.
Okay.
I would say, if I understood the question.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
So I would like to actually jump in here to answer this question, if allowed. Dinesh
Yes, sir, please.
So I would like to answer this question to this kid in a very interesting way. I would like to tell him that traditional toy and contemporary digital toy concepts may not be orthogonal or need not be orthogonal. You know, you can have a very state of art and very appealing toy, which is based on Indian culture. So, for example, as you know, large number of students like Doraemon. Large number of youngsters also like Chota Bheem. You know, so we cannot say that Doraemon is better than Chota Bheem and vice versa.
Yes.
You know, at the end of the day, the choice will be with the consumer. Okay, and we cannot push. And if somebody is saying that one should be pushed, no, it will never happen. The market forces are going to actually decide the choices and the way things will move. What we have to do as innovators is that create cool toys, very cool toys, based on our culture and ethos if we can.
Yes.
So that we actually deliver both the messages, you know.
Okay. And at the end, now I would just read out one of the suggestions given by Mukta Kulsrestha, that NEP should include and consider design as a subject in a school curriculum. And of course, a brief question was asked by Mr. Ratan Kumar as to how can toys and games be used in schools where administration gives a fixed timetable and method for teaching. So regarding this, as a faculty in NCERT, I consider that ample scope and freedom is given to the teachers in the school for really innovating as far as the whole process of teaching learning is there, and toy and games is one of that. So I think that there is no limitation about use of toys and games and various pedagogies and methodologies in the whole teaching learning process. So with this, with the permission of the chair, I am taking the opportunity to end the session, and before ending the session.
So yes. I would like to add 1 minute here,
yes, sir,
just
please,
half a minute
please,
or 1 minute,
please,
not more than that.
Please.
Because NCERT is there, and I would like to actually explore the possibility, because these panel discussions happen. People listen, people don't listen, that's okay. But some concrete recommendations should move forward, so that these recommendations could be used for actually conceptualizing new projects. Okay? So that is what I would actually like to achieve, something tangible out of it.
Yes.
So I would like to explore, or I would like to request NCERT to explore the possibility of collaborating with manufacturers like Categorization, you know, to explore whether some of the designs of these cool toys which are there in market could be put as an open source.
Okay.
And we create actually a wiki where these designs are available. So we work with, if possible, work with at least 5-10 manufacturers to explore what kind of designs could be put as part of open source. That's one.
Okay.
That's the first recommendation which we should explore. The second thing is what I was talking to Gayatri ji also, is that when we are looking at now toy-based pedagogy, large number of students are moving in direction of digital toys. Okay, and still currently, if you go to schools, programs or platforms like Scratch are still dominant, which is the MIT version. So can we think of a similar open source tool design, game design platform, which is coming from our side, for students to actually go and use, similar to Scratch, where the characters within those games, it's a plug and play kind of a model. I will request all of you to look at Scratch, which is there, based on Indian ethos. Okay, and similar competitions can be actually organized as the way Scratch competitions are organized. Okay, so that is going to be the second recommendation. Third thing, as digital is again going to be a big thing, people are moving towards metaverse, holographs and metaverse especially. And if you really listen to what Mark Zuckerberg or Satya Nadella are talking about, the future of education is going to metaverse. And when we are talking about metaverse, it's that we actually get integrated within internet or within social media, and you have a lot of holographic images surrounding around it. Now, metaverse is going to be mainstream in next 4-5 years. And if you don't start thinking on that aspect, on how we are going to use metaverse technologies or concept of metaverse for pedagogy, then again we will lose the battle, because we will again have a lot of solutions coming from Western world based on metaverse concepts, which our students will either download it as maybe open source or will pay for it. So these are 2 or 3 areas which are very, very critical. And I would request NCERT to explore the further deliberations on these 3 aspects and take them internally, so that some concrete outcome can come out of from this discussion.
Yes, very correctly you have said, sir, that some recommendations should come out of this entire deliberation on this webinar, and more strategies are to be really planned. So with this, I take the opportunity to very quickly thank all the panelists, and especially Dr. Abhay Jere to chair the session and invoking a wonderful discussion among the panelists. The entire discussions and deliberations related to the toy and technology would really go a long way as far as integration in the school education. I take the opportunity to thank Dr. Gayatri Menon also for her wonderful deliberations, and which was followed by a very interesting discussion on various aspects related to toy pedagogy. It is my privilege to thank Dr. Siegfried Joels also for his deliberation on the use of traditional toys and its contextualization, and especially use of toys for children with special needs. My thanks are also due to Dr. Kanak Anant for her presentation on toys related, which is reflecting the Indian culture. So that deliberation was also really very interesting for the children and all the presenters. And last but not the least, the presentation made by Christer Svensson from Sweden about and especially what he said, that children learn when they play. So that that is a take-home message, that we have to really work very methodically on the aspect of integrating the entire educational process with toys and activities. So with this, I thank the chairperson as well as all the panelists for having a wonderful discussion on this session. I also take the opportunity to thank all the technical persons who have supported this webinar to be webcasted in a seamless way to all the viewers. So with this, I take the opportunity to thank each one of the each and every one who has contributed in making this session a successful one. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all the panelists for that informative session. Let us now move on to the last leg of our video presentations. First up is Lalan, who has investigated ways of introducing creative thinking and skills to children through case studies based on his experiences while working with digital media, and to answer the question as to how we can promote making creative things through online content. And by Anirudh Chaturvedi, who speaks of his skills in designing Smart City Sagar as a sports city by optimally utilizing space and resources in order to make India into a playing country. This would be followed by Sharaya Nayak's work on the promotion of conscious consumerism through educational games, and Darpan Trivedi's work on assisting kids in building emotional resilience.
Hi, in this research study, I am investigating ways of introducing creative thinking and skills to children through case studies based on my experiences while working with digital media. Children today are not very exposed to developing hand skills. In my case studies, I will be exploring how children can develop skills through making toys. Playing with toys is fun, but making things can be even greater fun. How can we promote making things through online content? In the first case study, I will talk about my experience of anchoring the art room show for ZQ. Let's see a glimpse of it.
Whoa! हम चीजों को अमेजिंग बनाए, आइडियाज की दुकान लगाए, बड़े बड़े आइडियाज करेंगे लॉन्च, एक्साइटमेंट से कटेगी मेरी होंगे शाहरुख सलमान। दोस्तों चलो बनाते हैं छोटी सी रेसिंग कार। कार्डबोर्ड रोल, माउंट बोर्ड और थिक व्हाइट पेपर, बोर्ड पिन, ईयरबड। पहले ये पेपर रोल को हम काटेंगे, कटने के बाद ऐसे फोल्ड करें। अब हम एक स्टीयरिंग बनाते हैं। अब हम इनके टायर्स बनाते हैं। ये बन गई रेसिंग कार। तो बच्चों सब चीजें तैयार। चीजों को अमेजिंग बनाए, आइडियाज की दुकान लगाए, बड़े बड़े आइडियाज करेंगे लॉन्च, एक्साइटमेंट से कटेगी मेरी फॉर्म। मैं हूँ लालोन और हम बनाएंगे प्लेन्स, ट्रेन्स एंड सो मच मोर इन द आर्ट रूम।
I worked on making content child friendly. The unique aspect was that the entire DIY was made live in the show. Easily available low-cost material was used. The show was targeted towards smaller towns and villages. As an anchor, I learned that it is better to be a friend than a teacher with the children. I was an explorer rather than an expert. This was the core approach. In the next case study, I would like to look at my experience of developing creative content for children. Along with Gigit Studio, we developed a show called Lalon and Q to nurture curiosity and creativity in children through storytelling. The stories could be a mix of folk stories and modern stories. Now, let's see its pitch video.
Lalon and Q, the show is about a smart and geeky kid named Q having the correct factual answers to everything on his fingertips. But he's baffled by his frolicsome toy from Storyland named Lalon. Lalon takes Q on a trip of creative and imaginative stories with a whimsical take on life. This is an outcome of a well thought out design process involving an extensive interviewing of kids and their parents across 17 cities of India and the Indian diaspora abroad. A lot of us tend to confuse skills with being creative. The kid is good at drawing or sings well is surely her extraordinary skills. However, creativity is training your brain to come up with new ideas, out of the box thinking. It is something they can apply all their lives, whether they decide to become a carpenter, a musician, a doctor, or maybe a corporate leader. Some really talented animators from the topmost art and design schools of India are working on the story segment of each episode. And every story is being developed with a fresh art style. So each and every episode of Lalon and Q is going to be a surprise treat for the audience.
Here, the learning was to cultivate creativity through storytelling. In this process, we realized that product, toy, and storytelling are not separate but interlinked with each other. So I started working on DIY, which emphasized storytelling, culture and tradition. In the third case study, I would like to explore the rich craft tradition of India. Online media can be used to create awareness. It can also be used by schools to expose children to integrated learning through craft and develop appreciation for craftsmanship. Here, I want to share a sneak peek of a video I conceptualized and produced. कहते हैं भगवान ने अपने हाथों से इस दुनिया को बनाया है, अपने हाथों से इंसान को बनाया है और इंसान भी अपने हाथों से बहुत कुछ बनाया है जो रोजमर्रे की जिंदगी में हमारे आसपास दिख जाता है। ये देखने में तो काफी सिंपल से हैं, लेकिन इसके बनाने के पीछे एक कहानी है, एक सफर है और इसके पीछे है एक उस्ताद। तो चलो चलते हैं एक सफर में और सुनते हैं वो कहानी उस्तादों की जुबानी। मान गए उस्ताद, ऑर्डिनरी जीनियस ऑफ इंडिया। In conclusion, I feel that learning is changing so much because of technology and future demand. Online video content could be a great medium to reach out to the masses. With easy access to smartphone cameras, creating content has become more democratic. Anybody can create content. But creating unique, relevant content still requires a design approach. Thank you.
Hello everyone, myself Anirudh Chaturvedi. Hello everyone, myself Anirudh Chaturvedi. Hello everyone, myself Anirudh Chaturvedi. I am from Toy and Game Design, NID 2009 batch. I'll give you my brief introduction. I am from New Delhi. I have done Bachelor's of Architecture, post-graduation in Toy and Game Design from NID, and currently I am the owner of ACID, which is Anirudh Chaturvedi Innovations and Designs. It's an architectural firm. I'm passionate about sports, and my vision is to transform India into a playing nation. At NID, I was strongly inclined towards designing anything related to sports and play. The wall cricket was one of my best design. It was a design project whose guide was Mrs. Gayatri Menon. It was also appreciated by Shri Hamid Ansari at NID's 50th convocation. And then came the game changer, my diploma project, customized bats for categorized Indian player profile. My guide was Mrs. Gayatri Menon and the sponsor was SG Meerut. I'll give you a brief background. I applied throughout the world for DIB project including BCCI, Cricket Kenya, Cricket Pakistan, Cricket Canada, etc. My aim was to develop product which can interconnect with the playing space. I got a call from SG Meerut, world's largest cricket manufacturer of cricket products, and SG gave me a brief to design cricket bats which look thick and are light in weight. When I came to my guide at NID, I conveyed the same brief for my DIB project. My brief was scrapped off and I was strictly told to study the user. And this was the time when I really enjoyed my love for cricket, my love for sports, and my love for design processes. I studied hundreds of players, did explorations on bats, studied videos of my favorite cricketers while having lunch at office desk, and tested the bats of different international players. You can also see the same in the photographs. While analyzing the video of Mr. Sehwag by looking at the flow of the bat, it seemed that he got jerks in his shoulder and back. I conveyed the same to him, to which he was amazed, and we had a discussion about design process. He asked me to provide bats as soon as possible as IPL was approaching. I was able to give him bats with which not only he did not get jerks, but also he became the highest scorer in the IPL. After which I also designed bats for many star cricketers including Sachin Tendulkar, MS Dhoni, and normal regular players in the academies. Just after the convocation, my career started. I felt confident and bagged many projects of architecture because I always researched around the users of that particular project. I was able to deliver more smart designs which includes stadiums, residences, factories, banquet halls, schools. I made use of every inch of dead and open spaces in the schools to convert them into highly interactive play areas. So this is one of our recent project, Sagar Smart City Limited, Madhya Pradesh. Recently, we designed Sagar Smart City as a sports city, which will also generate jobs, which in turn will inspire more kids to play sports. We'll also distribute books and board games in schools to educate the kids about rules of sports, which would encourage them to go outdoor and play. This is because while doing a research, it was observed that kids don't play any sport until and unless they understand their rules. Would educate them about correct diet, which is locally available. We are also spending more funds on sports where kids are into drugs and intoxication. The most important thing in Sagar's design is that we have actually given more weightage to splattered sports facilities that would be designed in the city, which can cater a greater number of players and coaches instead of designing only big stadiums which can train only 300 to 500 players. After looking at our research, the Smart City decided to put this whole project under a flagship mission, hashtag Sport City Sagar, because now it was not only about infrastructure, it was about more things. The project started in 2021, which includes high quality infrastructure, Olympic level facilities, standardization of sports, and it also includes splattered sports facilities throughout the city. So basically, none of the kid will have to travel a long distance to play any particular sport. So this is the facade of one of the stadium that we are designing at Sagar Smart City. So basically this is a low cost iconic structure because without the central part there's not much in the building, and we have used our character design skills here. So similar to the Sagar Smart City, we are proposing a system design to Aam Aadmi Party to convert Delhi into a sports city or a fitness center where Mr. Virender Sehwag will be our mentor. And we are not proposing a 500 crore stadium where only 300 kids can play, but we are proposing to convert Delhi into a sports city by converting small areas into sports zones and play areas, where the cost will be much lesser than what it takes to build a stadium. So this is a summary and a brief of my experiences. Education is not limited to books and exams only. Design teaches us that one would be more educative with more experiences and observations. To me, play and observation is the pivot of all the education. Each innovation leads to observing new problems, and new problems requires innovation to get solved. As per my experience, to get results from any mission or project, we should be open to plan 5 to 7 sequence of projects. It depends that what we are observing and at which scale, how zoomed out we are. Each product influences the space, and each space is a product which will influence a larger space. For example, a bat and a ball are product which is used by players on the field, but a slight change in their design can lead to change in the standard of the boundary line. Or the design of the stadium will also depend on the size of the ball. By how far can you observe a 2.5-inch cricket ball? And last but not the least, do you know that we have different schedule of rates in the country which comes under CPWD or state PWD? These are called SORs, which basically decide the items of any of the project. None of them have research in their item list. So if it's not a special case, research will not be included in any of the projects. Visions are decided in a closed room. We are doing our bit to change it. Thank you. Hello everyone.
Hello, my name is Shreya Naik. Hello, my name is Shreya Naik. Today, I'll be presenting my graduation project done at Hello, my name is Shreya Naik. Today, I'll be presenting my graduation project done at National Institute of Design as a case study on the topic of promoting conscious consumerism through educational games. This project was done under guidance of Dr. Gayatri Menon and sponsored by Ford Foundation grant. The initial question while starting this project was how might we promote sustainability and bring back Indian values while practical knowledge? As to investigate the fading out values like Indian jugaduness, this study was done to introduce those values of sustainability and emotional durability to the youth of India, focusing on educational spaces like educational institutes, environmental camps, workshops, etc., for which a secondary research approach along with the primary experimental research was done, in which sets of questions were made like set A and B giving quantitative data looking at the participants' connection with the environment and choice of approach towards consumption was done. Set C and D, which were a qualitative data questions and activities like discussions and a photo diary to understand the later use of product at a house level. After looking at the patterns and analyzing the data, there was a change in behavior noticed from the past and present consumption patterns, where factors like availability of products, financial stability, or easy access of finance, social status created from the media influence, and experience of ownership were the main reasons for this change, whereas values which were fading out were refusing, reusing, reducing, refurbishing. The insights were to make the touch points of the products visible, help the children link and zoom out to a bigger picture, and to look at the cause and consequences of their actions, lack of information, lack of concern towards environment, and lastly, changing the attitude. The design directions for this were to change the attitude, use the approach of social rewards while dealing with issues like sustainability and climate change, to remove the individual's fear and guilt, removing misconceptions about sustainability, and generating awareness and making participation easier. The gamification as an outcome was finalized. Initially, a workshop was proposed where, with the help of a facilitator, students will be given a narrative where they will role play as an adult who is purchasing products for the new house they have purchased. After conducting a few workshops, iterations were done, after which facilitator was translated to a board game. The board game is a semi-reality role-based game where students are the carbon creators and have bought their first house, where they have to purchase mandatory and optional products for their house and earn stars to win the game. The one with the maximum number of stars at the end of the game becomes the master of carbon. The house has mainly two types of products, mandatory products and optional products. There will be 12 rounds representing 12 months of the year and a salary that they get at each month end to purchase the products. The players have to make a decision in purchasing the products, either a red product which is a non-sustainable product or a blue product which is a sustainable and environmentally friendly product. This game of carbon box will help them to visualize the touch points and self-evaluate their consumption choices. The second game is based on introducing the students to services that can help them in developing sustainable choices. Focused on values like role-playing and taking responsibilities, developing decision-making skills, visualizing bigger picture, and introduction to alternative sustainable choices. Initially, the players were given the roles of farmer, government, industrialists, and so on for their gameplay and goals to achieve to win the game. But from the context of stakeholders, that is, students which are from the urban settlements, the roles were shifted to the urban industrialists taking decisions while building the industries. The narrative formed for this game was a role play based, where students are the industrialists who get to build their own economy by making decisions on building their source of industry, services, and earn respect cards to win the game. The first to build 3 industry wins the game. The roles for the students were as energy officer, goods officer, automobile officer, and so on. The game board is a linear play where they roll the dice and move forward. And actions like procure, produce, distribute help them in buying elements, converting them to services, and building it into an industry. And actions like world crisis, swash cards, introduce and help them link their actions to climate crisis. This game of tradeonomy helps in developing the responsive decision making to reach their end goals, understanding and zooming out to link their actions to consequences. These board games are designed in a way to facilitate the needs of space and can expand the board or decrease the size of the board by simply attaching or removing the boards present in the kit. This is to facilitate the variable number of students playing in these educational spaces. Apart from this, a third outcome is proposed. Due to pandemic and the second wave, this was not explored with participants. This outcome is a workshop that these spaces can conduct, where the students brings the product which are not used, broken, or are not desired anymore. The facilitator, using the framework of probes provided in the kit, helps in brainstorming along with the students and ideates and generates curiosity among the students. The activity starts from students looking at the products and saying, I see XYZ, and using the craft materials provided, they make their own product from their needs. This workshop ends with the students putting up an exhibition and discussion of what they have made. This will help in building emotional durability and celebration of upcycling, which will help in developing values of repurposing. This framework can be designed from the curation of the workshops and help in brainstorming. Thank you.
Namaskar, Namaste, and a very warm welcome in the valedictory session of this international webinar on toys and games to play, make and learn. Let's begin this session with the hope to know about the fruitful outcome of this 2-day long webinar and our commitment to deliver the responsibility in the field of toys and games. So I would like to invite respected Professor Sridhar Srivastav, sir, Director NCERT, for the welcome address. Please. Respected sir.
Thank you. Namaskar. We have reached to the concluding milestone of this 2 days webinar. Honorable Minister of State, Education, Government of India, Dr. Subhash Sarkarji, who is chief guest for this occasion, Dr. Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman AICT. We will be listening to Sir's valedictory remark today. Sir, I welcome you all to this session. I also welcome Joint Secretary, School Education and Literacy, Madam L.S. Changshan ji, Ministry of Education, all the 6 chairpersons of the various technical sessions, paper presenter, panelists, presenters from other fields, practitioners, senior officials from different organizations of Ministry of Education, officers of the various autonomous organizations, teachers, teacher educators, scholars, parents, faculty members, Professor Amrendra Prasad Behra, Joint Director CIT, who was involved in the program with his technical team. I welcome you all. I also welcome various members of the committees, advisory committee, and the organizing committee who shaped up this seminar, this webinar, and they decided about the themes, they decided about the papers to be selected for presentation. The technical team from Central Institute of Education Technology, social media friends, and the friends from the press, and my dear colleagues from NCERT. I welcome you all to this valedictory session. We all know that this webinar is a step ahead of our efforts as an institution under the aegis of Ministry of Education for making the learning very joyful, very happy for the children studying in the schools in all the stages of school education. And in this 2 days webinar, we had 4 technical sessions, we had 2 panel discussion, we had about 13 presentation from practitioners and the case studies, and a good number of presentation, and more than 1,000 where participants, delegates were tuned to this virtual celebration, I would say, because we are at the stage of enacting national curriculum framework, and we consider that what has come out and what has transpired in these 2 days will surely guide us to make the learning very joyful. So with these words, I welcome you all again on this valedictory occasion, and then we will be seeing different sessions. Namaskar. And we will be getting a report on these 2 days deliberations also. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you very much, sir. As you rightly mentioned, this is the virtual celebrations in the field of toys and games. Many thank you. Time to know about the report of this webinar and the way we have tried to carve for the future in the last 2 days. So I would like to invite respected Professor Anupam Ahuja, Head Division of International Relations, NCERT, for the report. Please.
Thank you very much. It's a good opportunity for me, and I thank all for inviting me. I'm reminded right at the outset, when I think of the 2 days that have gone by 2 lines of a poet. Poets have a way of saying things, And here John Mesfield says, the days that make us happy make us wise. Well, I think the last 2 days, we've all been happy. We've been happy because we've been able to delve into our own childhood, think of the toys and games we played with and how we made toys. And more importantly, as was just mentioned by Director NCRT, it was a festival of kinds where we very closely looked at children and what they really want from us in the school systems, learning settings nowadays in hybrid mode, and how we can make learning fun for them. So with this, we had the involvement of many important dignitaries during these 2 days, professors, teachers, scholars, administrators, and above all, as was just mentioned, more than 1,000 teachers and teacher educators were with us for making this such a rich experience. I think the webinar highlighted the NEP 2020's focus, the definitive shift towards toy-based pedagogy, and making fun-based learning for all, which is something that both MOE and NCRT deeply believe in. The webinar had a special message from the Minister of State for Education. It had an address by the Secretary of School Education and Literacy, MOE. It had a keynote from the Vice Chancellor for Children's University, Gandhinagar, and technical sessions and hands-on presentations, and many papers were presented. Let's just think of a few questions. Are they just playing or are they learning? What can I teach with a toy? Can a boy play with a doll? How can a child with disability also learn from a toy? And that too with other children. Excuse me. Can making toy be a project activity in a class? Playful learning for adults, does that make any sense? Well, these were some questions that we pondered over, and many such more. And with pride, I take this opportunity of taking the congratulations given to us by the Minister of State for Education when he said that this initiative has been very useful. He highlighted that toy-based pedagogy is in alignment with NEP 2020 and Honorable PM's campaign, Vocal for Local. Toys as teaching learning resources have a potential to transform pedagogy. The Secretary of School Education also mentioned, the role of the Prime Minister in introducing toy-based pedagogy, and so did many participants who said we never really thought of toys in such a big way. She raised in her address concerns about games such as Shatranj losing hold, and Indian children, despite having been discovered in India, it's losing hold on Indian children. She called attention to the importance of toys and games in the Indian tradition and as part of daily life. She also mentioned other aspects of NEP 2020, such as using puzzles and games for teaching mathematics, rooting curriculum and pedagogy in ethos of Indian culture, bringing unique potentials of every child, and helping children make toys and exercise their own innovative minds into the task. And she talked about how there is a readiness module that has been developed. With pride, she said that India would be the first country to introduce toy-based pedagogy, not just for the foundational years, but from class 1 to 12, and even in higher education. In his keynote address, the Vice Chancellor talked about how, of University of Gandhinagar, talked about how toys help in developing skills, logical thinking, and other necessary skills in children. This was something that was brought up right in the beginning of the webinar. He shared the present practices in his university and innovative initiatives such as the Toy Innovation Lab, the 3D printing, and toy library, etc. The technical sessions brought him a lot of takeaways, and it's very difficult really to summarize the panel discussions and the technical sessions. However, I attempt to do that, and I just would be highlighting just some key points from each presentation without really going into the name of the speaker or the presentation title. A few takeaways that came through was that the joy and amusement have been inseparable from toys, and this is visible in our historical visual arts as well. It highlighted that toys, mind games, are part of us from the cradle to the old age, and life for entire life for us. And traditional toys in different states give us a rich repertoire of learning. We have the Kaved from Rajasthan, for example, provide insights into the culture. And in nowadays, we had a presenter show how the same process is being used to convey the message of COVID norms. We had participants and presenters talking about how Cocoon, Kushti, have become an international game. How Pittu is something that children can learn so much from. And in the chat box, a teacher from Tamil Nadu said, well, we call it 7 C's in our state. Gulli Danda, the old the participant said, perhaps is an old version of baseball and cricket. And we also got to see a live process in place in Varanasi where toys were being worked, manufactured, and the sharing of challenges by generations of people and artists engaged in toy making for children. There was a teacher, educator, who talked about how the Indus Valley civilization and toys gives us so much of valuable learning, how the famous psychologist devoted a whole chapter to the toys of India. She also brought out how we need to work on pre-service teachers' minds during their internship period and make them have fun with toys and make them understand that toys are indeed very important part of learning material. And when you as adults can enjoy, children surely can enjoy much more. We also accentuated the ideas of games as learning systems and its challenges, and how we can even use that for assessing children during the pandemic times, which was also very useful learning. How scientific concepts can be taught using handcrafted toys. Well, a presenter brought in so beautifully that a balloon can be just another object when it's outside a classroom. But when it's brought into the learning setting, the teaching aid can be full of fun and joy. And it can teach so many concepts in physics, chemistry, and biology. And during COVID pandemic, it can be real source of learning for children as well. Who will forget how we also talked about how games can be effective way to help students learn mathematics. And that was something that I think we will dwell on for many years to come, some key learnings from there. The role of toys in teaching Hindi in primary classes. How we went on to the next technical session and we talked about this of toys is very, very important to think about, and how we should do it collectively. Games and toys, structured and unstructured play both promote learning. Importance of games and play in the context of adult educators was also brought in. It was not just children, it's how we also can learn so much more from it. The visual of Chor Ko Pakdo for executives and CEOs of companies, which was shown, will remain with us for a long time to come. Game-based learning and developing metacognitive abilities was brought up. We also emphasize that we need to orient teachers. This was said a number of times. We need to make them understand that we need to adopt toy-based pedagogy, and first they need to experience it themselves so that then they can use it with children. There was a need felt for creating synergies and adopting a reflective approach. hands-on experiences in the class. The sessions gave a lot to practitioners, and that was something that was part of every session that we had. We also talked about toys to play and make and learn. In this session, the participants understood how a cocoon, a finger puppet, a bamboo toy, a sound canister, all these can form a critical imprint on children's minds as they grow. There was also a researcher's voice that we heard a number of times during the presentations, where they said, when we are close to nature, a child learns much more and gives vent to his emotions. And children who are taught in this manner, if they play and are connected with nature, it shows that they are less aggressive as compared to others. Addition, subtraction, fractions, prime numbers, all that and much more can be taught through the maths lab on wheels. That's what we also heard from a state. We had interesting sessions where young presenters made us go through a lot of learning for inclusive settings for children during the early years. They highlighted how a design makes a big difference for including a child or excluding. How simply an interface between the child and the toy, if it is designed properly, what difference it can make. The importance of early intervention. Impressive in its presentation was the resource person who talked about how developmental delays, play and toys can help to delay them and tackle them and stimulate children. Game design solutions were thought of. Accessibility issues were talked of. How conductive education, where children learn in clusters and together, is very, very important. We had an excellent panel discussion where so much food for thought was something just preceding this valedictory, where we also felt the need to think of how digital technology is probably making children think that toys in the physical form are not really that important. And how school systems in many parts of the world are seeing physical toys only in the preschool years. How do we connect ourselves in creating designs that are still not thought of as things of the past and boring? We need to take a good look at toys and to see that good designs reach the grassroots level. And this and much more is something I have quickly summarized from the 2 days, but this was truly a walk into the clear woods, which helped us gather many thoughts, which I'm sure all those teachers from the Kendriya Vidyalayas, the Navodayas, the parents, the teacher educators who joined us will think of for a long time to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the detailed report of this webinar, Professor Ahuja. Thank you very much, madam. Now I would request our guest of honor, respected Ms. L.S. Changsan, madam, Joint Secretary, Institutions, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, Government of India, to share the toy-based pedagogy and learnings initiatives of the Ministry of Education and the way forward.
Thank you very much. A very good evening to all the participants in this 2-day international webinar on toy-based pedagogy, toys and games to play, make, learn, organized by NCERT under the Ministry of Education. I'm really glad to be here, to have been with you all the last 2 days. I have been listening to the wonderful presentations by different participants, including scholars, including practitioners, teachers, designers, people who are involved with toys in learning across different genres, across different sectors. And it's been really very, very eye-opening and interesting, I would say. Honorable Minister of State Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar sir is also here with us. My very good evening to you, sir. And thank you so much for giving us time for this valedictory session of the international webinar. In fact, I dare say that this webinar has been a unique, one-of-a-kind webinar on this concept of toy pedagogy. As elaborated by Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy in the opening session yesterday, this whole concept of toy-based pedagogy was initiated by none other than the Honorable Prime Minister. And he had spoken about this elaborately in the Man Ki Baat session in 2020. And since then, the Ministry of Education, along with several other ministries in the government of India, have been working towards this. And many of you would have been even a part of various initiatives like the Toy Fair, the International India Toy Fair, and then the Toy-Kathon, in which many of our schools took part, and very innovative and creative ideas had come forth during those events. Now, we have been working towards creating a toy-based pedagogy, and in fact, an expert group has been at work since the past 1 year, over a year, and they have come up with a draft document on toy-based pedagogy. And in that, not only the theoretical part, but an extensive study and attempt has been made at mapping concepts and learning outcomes to age-appropriate toys. We in the Ministry of Education would like to look at toys as a learning resource, right from preschool to secondary stages. Even as the new education policy 2020 suggests, we are keen that age-appropriate toys be part of the curriculum across various classes. I do believe that this 2 days international webinar has thrown up a lot of eye-opening insights and inputs, which would contribute to the making of this document on toy-based pedagogy. And I am very hopeful that very soon we will be able to launch this document along with the mapping of toys to the concepts and learning outcomes. And it would definitely become part of the national curriculum framework that is under preparation as per the new education policy 2020. I'm also hopeful that this would go into the preparation of textbooks, that it will not just remain as a document or as a concept, but it will help us in framing syllabus, in framing our textbooks, in training our teachers, forming part of the teacher education curriculum as well, so that right from preschool onwards, from early childhood education to secondary stage, we will be able to transact toy-based pedagogy in the classrooms. 2 days of the wonderful presentations in this seminar have shown the innovative ways in which very simple do-it-yourself or even day-to-day objects like balloons and like little objects, toys around you can be used to teach deep concepts of maths, of physics, sciences, which would make things very interesting and attractive to learners who would otherwise may not be very keen to study those subjects or may not be in a position to understand those subjects. I really appreciate those scholars and those practitioners, those teachers who have already deployed or who have been employing these toys as means of teaching in the classrooms, and the vast documentation that's been made evident is really commendable. The presentations have brought out very clearly that we can use toys to teach a whole range of subjects, and starting from maths and science, social sciences, right across to music, to yoga, and also human and social values and qualities which can be ingrained by use of these toys. I would really like to compliment the each and every one of the presenters who have taken part in this session, the chairpersons of the various technical sessions, the moderators who have guided, and each and every participant in this webinar who have posed very interesting questions and very thought-provoking questions, which I'm sure has made us all learn further. It is our hope in the ministry that India would be the leader and one of the experts in taking toy-based pedagogy as a huge force in teaching and learning process, as a huge part of the curriculum. And we would be able to showcase this to various other countries, various other educational fora. And I'm sure that this innovative, this novel concept of toy-based pedagogy would go a long way in helping learners and bringing joy into the classroom, in bringing in the play, the child in each one of us again, be it the teachers, be it the parents, and all the children who are associated with this. I thank the NCERT for organizing this international webinar. It was long awaited, and I'm so thrilled that it has come to fruition. And I would really, again, congratulate all the participants and everyone who has made this webinar very meaningful. I would hope that we have all learned a lot, and we would be able to apply all that we have gleaned from these sessions into taking toy-based pedagogy forward. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, respected madam. Moving ahead in this session, so I would be very happy to invite our special guest, respected Anil D. Sahasrabudhe sir, Chairman AICTE, for the keynote address of this session, please.
Namaskar, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkarji. Pranam, namaskar. Ms. Changson, who just now spoke, she was a guest of honor, but has spent full 2 days in this particular 2 days international conference. Dr. Sridhar Srivastav, Director NCERT, who managed all the show. Professor Anupam Ahuja, who mentioned about the entire progress of the 2 days workshop. Dr. Jyotsna Tiwari, and all other eminent academicians, researchers, enthusiasts who had been participating in this 2 days event. We are now at the concluding session. Honorable Minister is going to speak afterwards, and therefore I would like to limit on few aspects which everyone has already mentioned, but it is a sort of reiteration. I think Swami Vivekananda had rightly said education is the manifestation of excellence already in man. And taking cue from that, in our NEP 2020, in the education policy also, the very first statement talks about exploring full human potential. And how is it done, or how can it be done? That starts from family at home and then immediately in the schools. And the entire school education system is being transformed from the present 10+2 system to 5+3+3+4. So instead of 12 years of education, we are talking about 15 years of education, and the starting point is at the age of 3 itself. So when the child comes to the school at the age of 3, you may call it by whatever name, but we talk it as a preschool education. Earlier we were calling Balwadi, Anganwadi, nursery, upper KG, whatever we name, you give it. But essentially at the age of 3, when a child comes, it understands only the mother tongue. How can we start educating a child in its own language? That is the most fundamental thing. Therefore, language becomes the priority. But along with that, the child has to learn multiple languages. And therefore, how during those formative years, through stories, through games, through toys, we can teach language. This is a very fundamental and very important thing. We have a language formula, but in fact, during that age, one can learn as many as 5-6 languages very easily. Where if you tell a story in the mother tongue first, and then tell the same story in another language of India, child will understand, because 60-70% of the words, in some cases 90% of the words are same. Only the grammar may be different and some small changes here and there, and it will pick up those words very easily. So it starts with languages through the stories to make our children understand our culture, which has so much of great civilizational value. Probably no culture in the world is continuing for more than 10,000 years as the Bharatiya traditions and Bharatiya culture, or Indian ethos, Indian values, and how through the school education itself, these values are imbibed in the minds of students. And this has to be done in a manner that it is tension-free, it is joyful, and this can only be done through the use of toys, games, plays, all of that. And this is what this particular 2 days seminar or conference has proved, that it is possible. Well, you all talked about teaching of science, teaching of mathematics through the toys. Absolutely true. It is not just because of the new education policy, but I have 2 concrete examples who have done more than 30 to 40 years of work, one person and another person for about 10 years, in a system where such kind of toys, which are absolutely from out of the waste, are prepared for teaching the principles of science and mathematics. One name is Arvind Gupta, who is a IIT Kanpur graduate. He left the job of telco. Now it is called Tata Motors, then called Telco, and in Pune established, and whole life he has given. Last year he was awarded Padma Shri. So he is the one who has created toys out of, as you said, balloon, tire, tube, or the left out chappals, slippers which we throw out to give the concept of concavity, convexity, etc. So the principles of science on one side, principles of mathematics and calculations on the other side, very easily can be taught through the use of toys. Another gentleman, again from Kanpur IIT, is Manish Jain, who is right now in IIT Gandhinagar as a professor, and he is teaching students use of mathematics and manufacturing. He creates toys using 3D printing. They're all mathematical in nature, making students understand the concepts of geometry, your algebra, all of that in one way. And that's why this teaching of science, teaching of mathematics through the toys has been happening. But it was not formally in our education sector, only those who are interested were doing. Now when we are talking about in the new education policy, toy-based pedagogy, it is all the more important that it is not just the science and maths, which many people assume that it is difficult and that's why required. But I think many students even don't understand history, don't understand civics, they don't understand geography, don't understand social sciences. And therefore, toys which can depict all of that is also important. If you have to teach history of Shivaji Maharaj or some other hero of our times, then probably if you create a play or a game, whether it is hard or soft-based, software-based, using augmented reality, virtual reality, I think students will capture the essence very easily. Therefore, as much as possible, using technology and imbibing that for making our students understand our even ancient science, for example, yoga, Ayurveda, or metallurgy, chemistry, physics, which existed in the past. Today itself, we launched a program of the Indian knowledge systems where competitive research proposals are invited for creating not only toys, but many other research activities for recreating what existed in the past in the form of the new era using technology. And therefore, all of this manifestation, understanding the culture and values is important. But one of the important things which was also mentioned earlier was about taking students towards nature, making them to be with the soil, whether it is in terms of learning agriculture or plants, or even some of the insects and butterflies in the garden, they will get connected. They will develop empathy in their own minds, and that is also equally important. And all of this without tension in a joyful manner. And that's why when we talk about toy-based the pedagogy, absolutely we should understand there will be no tension. Students can create their own toys, will play with the mud, will play with the stones, will play with the maybe matchsticks, may play with the cardboard, but in the process create some of their own interesting toys, which has probably mechanisms, which has possibly some music in it, sound in it, some movement involved. Thereby it becomes exciting and they will learn from each other. There may be a sort of spirit of sometimes collaboration and competition developed simultaneously in the classroom when a lot of items are given to them and ask them to create toys out of them. Many of them will pick up some 3-4 items and create something which is absolutely innovative, which even people in the engineering college would not have thought of. And therefore, how do we empower our children in terms of education is by learning by doing, learning by experimentation. And that philosophy also automatically gets embedded when we have a toy-based, what we call pedagogy. We had recently the toy hackathon, which was also mentioned. And it was so amazing that some of the children of 3rd standard, 4th standard came out with some brilliant ideas for teaching mathematics, for teaching history, for teaching about our national heroes through variety of games. And if they are all brought into the market, we also did last month in industry and the innovator connect. All these innovators who had been given prizes, they were engaged with toy manufacturing people, and all those toys which are educational in nature will be manufactured, and all the people in the country, all the schools will get at very affordable price toys which will be able to give us education. I think that's where we are leading to. And Dr. Srivastavji, this is one of its kind. We must continue such kind of workshops. This is also important because we may have a philosophy, but to really take it to the roots, to the real schools, we need to train our teachers. And unless teachers are trained in making such toys themselves, they will not be able to do it in the classroom. Students will ask a question and teacher will be found wanting in answering them. And that's why this program should be replicated as many times as possible and bring in all teachers from all schools, state schools, private schools, government schools, and empower them so that it will really go back to the schools where students will be able to learn. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Many thank you, sir. Thank you very much for all the facts and important figures with us. Now I request to our chief guest, Dr. Subhas Sarkar, sir, Honorable Minister of State for Education, Education Ministry, Government of India, to share his valuable thoughts with us.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Namaskar. Greetings to all. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, I extend my warm greetings to all the participants who have joined us on this past 2 days of the international webinar on toys and games to play, make and learn from India and other countries, including educationists, designers, teachers and teacher educators and also the entrepreneurs. First of all, I should convey my thanks to my colleague, Minister of State Education, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjanji, and my greeting for his inauguration of this webinar. My greetings to the dignitaries who have joined this valedictory session from different places, especially who has worked hard, Srimati A.L.S. Changshanji, Joint Secretary, Institutions, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education. Professor Anil Sahasrabudheji, who is not only the chairman AICTE, but also he is a true educationist, he is a true organizer, he is a true patriot. Professor Siddharth Srivastava, who is Director, National Council of Education Research and Training NCERT, he is also a very good administrator and experienced educationist, and all other faculty members of NCERT present on this occasion. I also greet those officers from the Ministry of Education and its autonomous organizations who are present today for the concluding session of the webinar. I feel that this international webinar is an important step towards reinventing a timeless tradition of toys and games by the National Council of Educational Research and Training. I congratulate NCERT and the Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education for envisioning this webinar. As the main theme of this webinar, toys and games to play, make and learn, reflects the spirit behind it. I think toys have always been there as a part of every child's life, in whatever form it may be. Playing is a natural instinct, and by including them in the school life, it makes education more joyful and toys more meaningful. Toys as an object teaches children so much, from being positive to sharing, cooperative to empathy. Exploring toys to make one on their own inculcates among them what is that is imagination, creativity, and much more. I understand that during the 2 days of this international event, there were around 19 paper presentations in the 4 thematic technical sessions of toys in different civilization, learning different concepts with toys, that is toy-based pedagogy, toys and games to play, make and learn, and toys to address different societal concepts. Whereas 9 panelists discussed some very important issues on linkage between school education, skill education, and higher education, and also innovative toys and the technology. In between the sessions, 16 practicing teachers, teacher educators, designers, and entrepreneurs have demonstrated different practices and case studies related with toy-based pedagogy for the benefit of 1,300 plus teachers registered online and many more stakeholders who remotely joined this 2 days deliberation from different parts of India and countries as well. Every session had been chaired by an expert from the field and moderated by a senior faculty member from NCERT. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, at the India Toy Fair 2021 said, toys contribute to the all-round development of the children. He further said that those toys also connect the mind with our history and culture and are also helpful in social, mental development and cultivations of Indian outlook. He also added that the world has done research on toys from the era of Indus Valley civilization. This is very important. We should mark it. From Mohenjo-daro to Harappa, when foreign travelers came to India, They used to learn Indian sports and used to take it with them. Our children have a wide variety of traditional toys, mainly dolls, puppets, animal figurines, kitchen sets, and traditional games made out of different material like wood, cloth, metal, terracotta, etc. to play with. To name a few, we have Thanjavur dolls, Kondapuli dolls, toys, Katputli dolls, Kathakali dance dolls of Kerala, Adivashi Gudiya Hastashilpa, and bamboo toys. So others also. Indeed, we have a rich heritage of traditional toys which has originated in the subcontinent several thousand years ago in the Indus Valley civilization. In 2000 BCE, as the name suggests, this civilization was established around the fertile plains of the river Indus. The ancient city and its citizens pioneered agriculture, trade, measurements, urban layouting. This is very important. At that era, urban layouting, architecture, irrigation, and this is a very important drainage system. The people in the civilization had also mastered the art of making toys out of clay. Most of the toys found at this UNESCO World Heritage Site were found in Mohenjo-daro. The toys reflected the societal norms, the societal values, the living conditions, and the fauna of the area in 2000 BCE. Animal figurines, utensil sets, puzzle games, and cards were common toys for children at that time. Most toys had simple mechanism to provide this motion of the toys. Imagine it, considering the science also. The most common animal figurine that is also rampantly used in Indian Indus Valley silks and many other visuals was the bull. Bulls made out of clay often had movable legs. The bulls could also be attached to a cart, completing the entire bullock cart set. The cart came with a proportionate yoke that would fit accordingly over the humps of the bull. All the carts had solid rotating wheels, and some of them even had a driver attached to the sitting area. My dear friends, it is well known that the creative toys develop the creativity and sensitivity of the kids and give wings to their imagination. Therefore, it is the need of that parents teach their children through the toys, as it will make things comprehensible for the students. As you are aware, that Indian toys not only entertain but also teach us scientific theories. There's the Lattu teaches us gravity and balance. Gulel teaches us potential and kinetic energy. I am sure the webinar has provided a roadmap for the school education which has been envisaged by the National Education Policy of 2020 to make school education based on India's rich heritage and knowledge system and prepare our youth to make 21st century challenges. There have been major initiatives taken by the present government towards making India one of the major economy in the world, and for this there will be a very large contribution of our youth. By making education a joyful learning experience, the students will also learn to enjoy their work, since they can have their own choices to make subjects and careers from an early age. With the NEP 2020 being fully implemented in the coming years, the major challenges lies with the implementation of the concept of toy-based pedagogy, but teachers will have to be trained and the study materials will have to be developed in the form of guidelines, modules, etc. in a teacher-student friendly manner. I also recollect, that is the listening to our Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat in the August 2020, where he talked about toys, and I was amused to know about his detailed observation on the importance of toys and games in education system. Honorable Prime Minister said that I read somewhere what Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore had said about toys. The base toy is that which is incomplete. A toy that the children together complete while playing. This is very important. Their creative imagination power, we can bring it. Gurudev Tagore had said that during his childhood, he used to make his own toys and games with his friends, with materials available at home, using his own imagination. But one day, elders interfered with those fun-filled moments of childhood. It so happened that one of his friends brought a big and beautiful foreign toy. Now all their attention was more on flaunting the toy than the game. That toy became the center of attraction for everyone, not the game. The child who hitherto used to play and mingle with everyone and remain immersed in the game, the same child started to act aloof. It is very important, this observation. In a way, the feeling of being distinct from the rest of the children took over his mind. In that expensive toy, there was nothing to create, nor was anything to learn. That is, an appealing toy had subdued, weak, and withered a brilliant child. This toy exuded pomposity, is exhibited wealth and a little nobility, but is curtailed the growth and grooming of the child's creative spirit. The toy remained, but the game was over and the blossoming of the child stopped too. Therefore, let the children enjoy the toys and complete the puzzle themselves and learn the value of cooperation, coordination, and collaboration. My dear friends, once again, I congratulate the organizers of the international webinar on toys and games to play, make, and learn for toy-based pedagogy to carry out the webinar successfully. I also congratulate National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad, University School of London, Kendriya Vidyalaya Sangathan, and all the institutions, presenters, teachers, and other scholars who were a constant support and part of this endeavor in the pandemic situation of COVID-19. I will look forward to many other such initiatives to promote, popularize, and implement toy-based pedagogy in school education. Thank you. Bharat Mata ki jai. Bahut bahut dhanyawad.
Many thank you, sir. Your words will definitely motivate each one of us to move ahead in this innovative field. Thank you very much. This is the time to conclude this session as well as this webinar. So I would like to invite respected Professor Jyotsina Tiwari, Madam, Head Department of Gender Studies, NCERT, and the coordinator of this webinar for the vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon to all of you present there. This is basically not the end of the program, but it's the beginning of a new initiative which will take place to show us the way forward. The webinar has done. It was a landmark. I congratulate each of you to be present on these 2 days. This is the conclusion of the webinar, and which was held on 20th and 21st of January 2022 by the NCERT under the aegis of Ministry of Education, with an objective to promote toy-based pedagogy in school education for joyful learning. I thank each and everyone who has been associated with this webinar in one way or the other, especially in this pandemic situation where everybody is at a very precarious situation, but we all have bravely come out of this. So it is my pleasure to thank Minister of State for Education, Dr. Rajkumar Ranjan Singh, chief guest for the inaugural session yesterday, who graced the occasion of this beginning of this webinar. Today's chief guest, Minister of State for Education, Dr. Subhash Sarkar, for gracing the occasion, taking out his valuable time. He's a very busy person, but he took time and gave his insight into the whole toy-based pedagogy and how we can take it forward. He also emphasized upon some very crucial points on the historicity of the toys which has been there in our civilizations. I also thank Dr. Harshad P. Shah, Vice Chancellor, Children's University, Gandhinagar, for his keynote address and to grace the inaugural session yesterday. And to Dr. Anil D. Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman, AICTE, sir, for your special, being the special guest today and delivering your concluding remarks, which again shows us the path forward. I am also thankful to Srimati Anita Karwal, Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, Ministry of Education, Mrs. L.S. Chansang, Joint Secretary, Institutions, Ministry of Education, Department of School Education and Literacy. I also thank all the chairpersons of various technical sessions, the paper presenters, panelists, and presenters of hands-on sessions and case studies for me making each and every session very interesting. I am thankful to the Ministry of Education, especially Ma'am Secretary and Joint Secretary, for showing us the way forward and how we can take this forward, because Madam, with your support only we can take this forward, though we have been working on this for the last few months very seriously. I also thank the faculty, the director of NID Ahmedabad, Mr. Praveen Nahar, and the senior faculty member, Mrs. Gayatri Menon, for giving all the academic support from their side. I also acknowledge the senior officers of the Ministry of Education and the officers of the autonomous organizations who have been with us in these 2 days, and also for disseminating information about the webinar. I am also thankful to the teachers, teacher educators, scholars, faculty members from different universities and institutions who were connected virtually through different channels during the live streaming of the webinar. We received some very good comments from them. We had been tracking that, and it was really helpful and insightful on behalf of the teachers. I thank Professor Sridhar Srivastav, Director NCERT, for all the academic and administrative support during the whole process of the webinar. I'm also thankful to Professor Amrendra Prasad Behra, Joint Director CIT, who has led his team and worked closely for facilitating all technical tasks related with this webinar in the last almost 2 months. I am also thankful to members of various committees, the advisory committees committee for their valuable suggestions during the inception of this webinar. I'm also thankful to the organizing committee for helping us, facilitating the selection of themes, papers, moderating the sessions, and many other tasks. Even today, I'm thankful to Professor Anupama Ahuja, who is a senior colleague. She could not be present here due to she is recovering from corona, but she bravely accepted the invitation to prepare the report for the 2 days webinar and presented it very authentically. I thank the technical team from the CIT for giving all the technical support to us. I also thank social media teams at Ministry of Education and CIT and CRT for the dissemination of all the information related with the webinar. In the last but not the least, I would like to thank my junior project fellows, Ms. Megha and Ms. Sanchita, for the constant support in all the tasks, and Mr. Rahul Sharma for his lively anchoring. Thank you, Rahul. I'm also thankful to all the staff of the Department of Gender Studies and Department of Education in Arts and Aesthetics at NCERT. With this, I think we will close this webinar because we tried to be very punctual and on dot. We wanted to start and finish this. So everybody, I thank everybody for the support to make it a successful event. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and I'll take leave with my entire team on behalf of NCERT. Namaskar, namaste.